Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, whatever you are. And welcome to this day 7 in the Apple River case. Today, the state will be resting. Two more witnesses for the state. One of them, I believe, might be the guy who did the interview. So we'll probably have to see some video from that interview where he had some conflicting statements to what the story is he's telling today, and then we have to figure out, yeah, what why he said what he said. But yesterday, uh, a whole lot of not nothing, but a whole lot of what you have heard before from the state. We had the last guy from group one, as I call it, the boys group. He repeated the same story we have heard from everyone else, that he was talking about little girls. He was so scary. He didn't see anything, but he clearly heard a punch, because that's how you do it. And again, said all the magic words we noted. Then we had defense witnesses to talk about what happened, what did people see at the river. No one really saw anything. Then we had the police officer testifying that Madison didn't turn over any photographs. She never offered to turn. Well, she might have offered to turn them over, but they were never able to find any photographs that she claimed she had. She had both her and her mom's phone were digitally combed through, so no evidence of that punch exists other than by word of mouth. There's no one who can testify they saw injuries. There's no one that can testify they saw any pictures. We know Mr. Q said he saw a picture at the day of the bond hearing that was on the mom's phone, but the forensic technicians weren't able to find any evidence of that. Will that have a big meaning in this case? Well, if they bring it in the end. We also had some medical people talk yesterday. Some who did took care of the injuries. Didn't really mean much. Then we had some who recovered some DNA. Someone had a testimony about the injuries to Mr. Miu, and that was about that. So two more witnesses for the state today. We had three witnesses from the defense out of order. I don't know how long the state is going to use today, but it's possible that Nicolae Miu will take the stand today already, if they're going to bring him on first. I don't know, in a self-defense case, if he's a good witness, if they feel he's strong, I would probably put him on last to make the impression last longer. And hey, Shizzy Raiders, welcome all of you. And hey, Christine, and Casey, and Christy. The Crumblies, I think, is now at the top of the hour. I won't be covering it. Haven't covered any of the case. So, Dog Out, please come back if you wanna. And Dog Daddy, and Marissa, Iris, Ariel, Cowpoke. Does anyone think defense will go into more of the meaning behind for the culture? Nope. And try to prove the heckling video was purposefully? Probably. I remember them mentioning in the opening. They'll probably try to, but you have a 90-year-old. Do they understand what world star hip hop is? I don't think so. No, no culture expert from the internet. You can bring up the definition from Urban Dictionary. But will it sway anyone? I don't think so. Is it better to say these were drunk idiots out to heckle an old guy who couldn't defend himself? Yes. I'm also looking forward to the defense. I like no, I like some of the stuff they're doing. I don't like the Sarowski backup. I think he is. It takes him way too long to get to a point. And we know more than likely because they mentioned in the opening, but we've seen before, it doesn't always go that way. Talk about Jamie. Hey, Jamie, we're live. Just so you don't start talking about all the stuff you normally talk about in the closed rooms.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Polymore, how are you doing today? Du, du, du. And they were doing it for the videos to be able to get views or whatever. You can talk about it, but you can't prove it. We never know. Helen Jensen. I am starting early because I know, Sean Bird, you can't stand another second without me. Linda McDaniel. Hello. Patty B. The feral one.
Hi, Farrell.
Hey, Luis. Shizzy Raid. Hey, Fuba. Triple T. How you doing? And Mr. Fedorowski. Wells Lady Reeds. Mr. Pineapple. Do you know why the title Kaiser exists? Do you know where that comes from, Jamie?
No.
It's because people, Caesar, right?
Caesar? Like Little Caesars?
No, the Roman emperor.
I'm just messing with you.
Actually, in Latin, his name is Caesar. So that's the foundation of the word Kaiser. It's because it's named after Caesar.
Oh.
Stuff you don't learn on other channels.
No.
Hey, Tracy. Southern Red Sox Girl, how are you? And Ditch Pickle. Lolita Smiles. Well, probably you voted the wrong way in all your elections leading up to this, not just the last one. Hey, Jules, how are you doing? And Julie Fraser. Debbie Moyne. And B May. Stacy.
Hey, Stacy.
Probably tomorrow, maybe today. Was defendant's head put underwater by the crowd? Thank you. I'm not sure I saw it in the video. No, I don't think so.
Did she say held down?
No, put under water. That's under.
I mean, when he fell.
Yeah, but was he put under?
Mm-hmm.
So he fell over, he was in the water, but was it just splashing up on him or was he underwater? That's you can't really tell from the video, but you can see the guy pushing down on him. Hey, Brandon. They mentioned in the opening he would take the stand.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Sebastian Müller. When you used to live stream, if I was on with friends, I would start by saying, I'm live, don't be racist. Well, I don't have racist friends. Well, Jamie isn't openly racist. Hey, Philip. Melissa T. Zach isn't here. Talking about Caesar. Exactly. I might be able to make that point if you review other videos they made, if there are any. Haven't shown it, so I would think it would be hard to get that into court unless you have a video showing they had the exact same modus operandi. Holly Mall.
Hey, Holly. I haven't seen you in a hot minute.
K Squad, haven't seen you in a hot minute too.
K squared. How are you?
Peter A.
Peter. I feel like he's
Totally not a Russian, but from Holland.
He's been busy.
Everyone's busy.
No.
Talking about Caesar.
I miss
Why did I get that in my mind? What song is that from?
No.
It's one of those SNL sketches, I think. I don't know. Aussie Tank, hello. Well, they mentioned it in the opening. We don't know who's going to testify. So I'm guessing just as much as everyone else, but they mentioned in the openings that he was going to testify. So I think he will be. I don't know. Hello, Kim. Do I have time for a post-gym shower before court? They should be going 3 minutes ago, and normally they're on time. So
I say chip chop chip.
So
Kim.
chip chop, get in the shower.
Chip chop.
How are you two kids doing? I'm doing fine. Jamie is afraid of a mic moment. He wins. You get David's point through, since defendants so often get found guilty anyway, what harm can it do? Yeah. In the Rittenhouse trial, Mark Richards said that in Wisconsin, defendant almost has no choice. Exactly. He did say that.
Miu, the attorneys are present. Mr. Miu is present. 14 jurors are present. We are ready to resume testimony. Mr. Smestad.
What happened? What? Why does it look so weird? 4 months of Jamie's laugh worth every penny. Exactly.
Aww, they're so nice.
This way.
Dr. Froloff, please come forward. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give this matter should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Doctor.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Yes, you may.
I think I ruined my faucet
Mr.
already,
Smestad.
Jamie.
Will we state your name and spell your last name, please?
Get it again?
My name is Victor Froloff. First name Victor, V-A-C-T-R. Last name F-R-O-L-O-F-F.
And what's your occupation?
I'm an assistant medical examiner for Ramsey County.
And generally, what
Hold
are
on. Is there a cell phone?
Yeah,
I hear music.
I can hear a cell phone.
Please turn.
No, you didn't have it off. It doesn't turn itself on.
Maybe
Are
you
you
should-
yelling at her?
All right,
I love
Yeah,
it.
because it's a stupid
Again,
argument.
It's
Yeah,
amazed-
I did turn my
I am
phone
amazed
off.
that we've gotten this far in the trial without a cell phone. So I compliment you all.
Talk about
But please make sure all devices
What
are
the hell
turned
is my
off.
phone for?
They can be a distraction to the attorneys and the witnesses during their important work. Mr. Smith.
Dr. Froloff, what are your general duties as a medical examiner?
We have multiple duties. I was hired by Dr. Mills to perform autopsy. Autopsy, it's examination of the dead bodies. Of course, we have to sign the death certificates. When physician refused to sign, we approve all cremations in the state of Minnesota. And of course, I have to do autopsy. I have to express my opinion about cause and manner of the death. And sometimes I have to give my opinion about cause and manner of the death in the court.
Cowpoke and everyone else. Yes, I can't do anything about it. A lot of people have been talking about it the last 4 days. YouTube shenanigans. I can't do anything. I'm annoyed that it happens. I'm annoyed that you have to sit through it. I hope you will bear with me. But again, YouTube is making an update in the back end. We don't know what's going on. We just know that a lot of people are complaining on a lot of streams that this is happening. So I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I think they might have hit a switch by accident that makes people probably go buy premium when they get annoyed enough.
Are you occasionally asked by St. Croix County to complete autopsies for deaths that occur in St. Croix County?
Oh, maybe update.
Yes, St. Croix County, it's our neighbors across the river, so they usually send cases, complicated cases to us.
How long have you been a medical examiner?
My
If I
official
might-
position, assistant medical examiner, I employed in this position for 19 years.
I can approach your honor.
Yes.
Doctor, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 61. Recognize that document?
Yes, Exhibit 61, it's a hard copy of my CV.
By CV, you mean curriculum vitae?
That's correct.
Does it set forth your credentials, training, that type of thing?
Yes,
Does it also set forth teaching jobs you've had and publications that you've contributed to or wrote yourself?
yes.
Can you please just summarize your education?
I'm a physician for like 39 years, a graduate medical school. I did 1 year of internship in internal medicine. I practiced emergency medicine for many years, and 30 years ago, I immigrated to the United States. Basically, I have to start all over. So I passed all my tests. I decided I'd like to do forensic pathology. In order to do forensic pathology, you need to do some specialized training. I graduated from University of Minnesota in pathology, and I did 2 fellowships in Milwaukee. So I trained in Wisconsin. So it's Medical College of Wisconsin and Milwaukee County Medical Examiner Office. And I get back to Minnesota.
Have you been working at the Ramsey County Medical Examiner's Office? You said 19 years. Has that been continuously with Ramsey County?
Yeah, I don't work for Ramsey County. I work for Dr. Mills, who's a Ramsey County medical examiner. She hired me to perform autopsy, but yes, continuously for 19 years, yes.
Do you have a general idea of how many autopsies you performed at that time?
I don't count autopsies anymore. It's over 4,000 autopsies, and now it's approximately rate 300 autopsies per year.
Can you tell the jury what the field of pathology entails? What's all involved with it?
Pathology, it's a branch of the medicine study, basically nature of the disease, such as cancer, for example.
And what's forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology and forensic pathologists use medical knowledge in legal cases, unusual deaths, unusual circumstance, and violent deaths.
And are you licensed to practice medicine?
I have full 2 and unrestricted licenses for state of Minnesota and state of Wisconsin.
And obviously he's performing autopsies on folks that have been killed. That's part of your duties?
Yes, we perform, we involve an investigation, perform an autopsy in a homicidal death.
For those who might not know, can you describe what an autopsy is?
Autopsy, it's a complex procedure. First of all, we like to know what happened with the body. Second, I perform external examination. At the time of the external examination, we collect trace evidence, DNA, sexual assault kit, some other, specimens if I have to. Then I perform internal examination of the body. It's called evisceration. Basically, we open body, we look for damage, we look for any type of injuries, we look for diseases. At the same time, I'm taking photographs. And another large part of the autopsy, it's performing toxicology. At the time of the examination, we collect body fluids, such as blood, bile. We collect urine if it's available. We
Why
collect fluid
are we
from
listening
eyes
to
or
this,
vitreous
Amy?
I
veins.
don't know.
And I
I'm
collect
like zoning
tissue
out.
samples for toxicology, such as liver.
Oh, I was looking for my phone.
Did you perform an autopsy on Isaac Schumann back in 2022?
I performed autopsy on Isaac Schumann on July 31st, 2022. You're correct, yes.
And do you prepare reports regarding, or did you prepare reports regarding the autopsy that you completed of Isaac Schumann?
Yes, we usually issue like provisional reports, like my initial diagnosis, initial thinking without toxicology is the same day. And when I'm done with full investigation and toxicology, I sign a final autopsy report.
I can approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Can we move along, please?
Well, I probably don't have that many bodies to take care of. If I can approach you on an eternity later.
They're all muted.
And we're back live. What's the point? To tell you he was stabbed and died. Yes. That's the point of this, to say he had a knife go in him and it took about this amount of force and it was about this amount of depth and that hit his this and it hit his that and it was so deadly because of this. And I don't know, it's a self-defense case. But we saw it in the New England thing too. We saw the video where there was 8 holes put in a guy. Could figure out how he wasn't here anymore.
Recognize that document?
Yeah, and that was that one that day.
Yes, Exhibit 60, it's again hard copy of my provisional report.
Is that the report you do before the toxicologies come back?
That is correct.
I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 17. I'll ask if you recognize that.
Exhibit 17, it's again a hard copy of my final autopsy protocol.
Can I ask you some questions about those documents, Doctor? When you did the autopsy of Isaac Schumann, did you follow your normal autopsy protocol that you described earlier?
Yes, we follow, some general rules, yes.
Did you complete an external examination of his body?
Yes.
And what findings did you make on the external examination of his body?
Before I start external examination of the body, I just need to tell you that I got body from the hospital. He was pronounced dead at the hospital. He had a medical, we call artifacts. He had a tube inside of his oral cavity just helping him to breathe. He had 2 IV lines, intravascular access, but it was inserted in his bones. And he had a multiple surgical packing, material saturated with the blood, and I observed body on my table. There was some blood present on his body, and I observed sharp wounds injury to his left chest.
I don't hear Dutch or Belgian.
Did you take photographs during your external examination of Isaac's body?
Yes, I did attempt to take, many photographs.
Did you complete an internal examination of Isaac's body?
Are we already starting that again today?
Yes.
And is that part of the usual autopsy procedure?
Yes, you are correct.
Can you summarize the results of your internal examination of Isaac's body?
Sure. As I said, I observed sharp wound injury to his left chest. Later, I classified this wound as a stab wound. Stab wound, basically it's a sharp wound injury. Stab wound when the depth of the wound exceeds the length of the wound on the skin. So it was stab wound to the left chest. The stab wound penetrated his left chest cavity. He had a damage, I call it sharp wound injury to his 5th and 6th ribs on the left chest cavity. Then wound kind of
Jamie, why are you
continues and go to the left lung. I was able to identify sharp wound injury to the lower lobe of the left lung. He had a blood in his left lower lobe of the left lung.
What'd you say?
He had blood in his left chest cavity. I recovered 200 cubic centimeters. It's approximately a glass of the blood in his left chest cavity. And he had damage, sharp wound injury to his pericardium. Pericardium, it's a coverage, kind of like sac around his heart. And he had a sharp wound injury to the apex of the heart. Apex, it's a pointy part of the heart, like he had a damage sharp force injury to the left ventricle of the heart. And he had a condition, and I identified this condition on the X-ray I performed before autopsy. He had a condition called pneumothorax.
Hey, Brandon's phone. Stop the dimming. Thank you.
Pneumothorax is present of the air in the chest cavity. So two conditions, pneumothorax, air, and hemothorax present on the blood. And his organs, midline organs, was kind of shifted to the right. It's called deviation to the right. It's because it's collection of the air in the left chest cavity.
I can approach again, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Doctor, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 24. And I'll ask if you recognize that document, or I guess that group of documents.
Yes, Exhibit 24, it's hard copy of some of my images I took at the time of the examination.
Those are the photographs you took during your examination of Isaac Schumann.
Some of them, yes.
All right, and I want to go through this page by page.
Yes, you may.
You don't have to go through it page by page.
Page by page. Why?
We know he was stabbed. With you all last week, but after hearing some of the kids and seeing the video over and over, self-defense all day. Well, Chrissy, I think I've reached the same conclusion. The video is what turned me around. Oh, not. I always presume innocence, but that's where I thought he was in the right.
For sure. Yeah, we don't need to go through page by page, guy.
No,
Come on.
but again, as Ariel says, look at the dead kid. Oh, look
Yeah,
at the
I
dead
just-
kid again. Oh, look at the dead kid here. Just tell us
Yeah.
his aorta was sliced and it spilled out in his chest cavity, and it took about 20 seconds or how long it took, because it was a masterful poke, and the tool he inserted was around this length. All of the rest is just gore to make it seem like because we know what happened. He admitted he did it, because you can't have
Yes.
self-defense if you don't do it.
There's no question.
Exactly, Cowpoke, and they clearly attacked him first. And you're to blame.
Dr. Froloff, I'm going to go through each of the 12 photos that are in Exhibit 24. Page 1, what is that a photo of?
Hey, Glory Bird.
Hmm.
I believe it's page 1. It's a hard copy of the swim trunk or swimsuit, which
What
I
is his
took from the
accent?
body.
Was Isaac Schumann wearing anything
it
else
sounds
other than
East
the
German to
swim
me.
trunks when you received his body?
No.
Page 2, can you tell us what that is?
And his last name, Froloff, could be
Page 2, that's
could be
image
from,
of the body taken
a
from the
one
left
from the
side.
20s.
So the gentleman
Out of,
is on my table. I took this photograph.
Russian
He
Germans.
covered by
West Africa.
medical, just basically hospital type of sheath. His hands covered by brown bags.
Why are his hands covered, if you know?
This is part of the requirement in cases for suspicious cases. We ask law enforcement or medical personnel cover hands with bag to protect trace evidence, because we have to collect trace evidence at the time of the autopsy. So it's part of the
Yeah,
standard
he seems
procedure.
like Russian to me.
All right, Page 3, what does that show?
Hope we're on the same page. I believe this is when I took a bag from his hands. This is image of the wrist, left wrist, and I just document that he had it's my name tag, and it's hospital number. He was ID by hospital number, and he had a golden collar chain or bracelet on his left wrist.
There's
When
that gold
when his body
bracelet.
came to you, did he have that bracelet on?
Yes, actually, I recovered later. It was because his hands were a bag, but he had a bracelet, yes.
Was that
Page 4. can you tell
choking
us what that is?
bracelet?
Mhm.
Page 4, I believe this is image of the back of his right hand.
Page 5.
Page 5, that's again, it's a photograph of the front of his right hand.
Page 6.
I don't think they had any of the drinking wristbands.
Page 6, it's a photograph of the front of his right hand. I just trying to take a picture on the different angle to see, how it turns.
All right, and then page 7. Can you tell us what that is?
Page 7, it's a hard copy of the image of his left hand, back of his left hand.
And then page 8.
Page 8, it's again image of the front of his left hand.
Page 9, can you tell us what that is?
Page
Sounds
9.
like a Russian accent.
On the page 9, when we collect,
Yeah, we have to trust Medina on this one. She's living right next to Russia. She probably hears it more than us. So
Mhm.
I trust Medina. And again, with Froloff as a last name, it could be there was a big, because Prussia went far over to the east to Kaliningrad and places like that. So he could have a German last name, but still have a Russian accent or maybe a Ukrainian accent. It's the same. No, it's not.
Oh.
Kinda. But and the two F's could have been changed when he arrived at or his family arrived in the U.S. because you would normally have a V that makes an F sound in German.
trace evidence. Again, I wash a body and photograph body again. This is picture of the front of his body, anterior chest. We call it anterior chest, but basically front of the body. And in his left chest, you can see a blick. It's meaning running at the angle. Sharp was injury. In this case, it's a stab wound to the left chest. Under this wound, he had a small, I had a hard time to subclassify tiny kind of like abrasion. I described in the final report that this is abrasion. It's very superficial injuries. And this sharp was injury, it's fairly large. I measure it 10 centimeters. It's approximately 3.9 inches in length.
The next page, can you tell us what that is?
Next page, that's a close-up of his stab wound to the left chest. It's located below the left nipple. And again, just close up. I just want to show jury, defense attorney, prosecutor, that this is indeed sharp injury, and both ends of the wound is sharp. That could be important in some cases to describe exact, details of the stab wound.
On the next page, is that from your internal examination of Isaac's body?
Next page, yes, that's a image of the left chest. When I remove his skin from the left chest, I observed that he had a sharp force injury to two ribs. So two ribs was completely kind of like transected. So weapon went through his rib cage. Just want to show you that it's damage of the 2 ribs.
I make sure I understand you, Dr. Froloff. When you say that his ribs were transected, what do you mean by that?
It's a sharp force injury to the ribs.
And what was the damage to the ribs?
It's completely cut. Well, I can say cut off.
How many ribs were completely cut?
2.
On the next page, if you can tell
It's a
us
good
what that
knife.
is.
That's they should get him to advertise for.
Next page, it's again a hard copy of the image of the heart. I mentioned to you when I examined his body, I observed that he had a sharp force injury to
Ah, Jamie,
What?
the spinner again today. I just changed to another channel and still the spinner is here.
the apex of the heart. It's like pointy part of the heart. So I measure it's 5 centimeters. It's
Pointy
approximately
part of the
2 inches in length.
That's this part, Jamie.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask for permission to publish the photos to the jury. It's my intention just to give the hard copies to the jurors rather than putting anything on the screen.
Why is
Mr. Nelson, any
Sage
objections to
sounding like
Exhibit
he
24?
needs to sleep?
Yes, as we discussed.
Probably does.
but, I understand Your Honor.
Yes, I've overruled the objection. We can talk more later. Members of the jury, Mr. Smestad is going to hand you the paper photographs from Dr. Froloff's examination. The photographs are evidence. Consider it as much as your sensibilities allow. It may be difficult to look at, so if you need to avert your eyes.
You don't have to
set
tell them
aside,
every time.
You may do so, but it is evidence, and I ask that you consider it as much as you are able to. Please share the photos.
We don't need to look at pictures.
It's the
Right.
gore factor.
I know, and I hate it.
Yeah. Because again, it doesn't prove anything. We don't. It's not factual to the case. We know he isn't here anymore because he admitted he unalived him.
Be a good idea to have them stapled so they don't become shuffled. Or paginate them.
I
Oh,
know, those 8-hour days are getting them.
yeah. I hung out with the. And that's way behind. Let's try this one and see if that's.
Dr. Froloff, were any laboratory tests performed as part of the Dr. Froloff, were any laboratory tests performed as part of the autopsy process?
Yes, I performed full toxicology on this gentleman.
And what were the results of the toxicology that was done for Isaac Schumann?
He was positive for ethanol and BAC, blood alcohol concentration. It's 0.219.
Did he have any other substances in his blood?
What?
What do you say?
He had a 0.219. That's 4 times the legal limit.
Jeez.
This kid was hammered. Yeah, we know he did because it's self-defense. So it doesn't make sense. But 219 that that he can walk.
Yeah.
That's 2.5 times, nearly 3 times the legal limit. Oh, I thought 4 times, but still. Yeah, legal limit is that's the low bar. Jesus. He was a 17-year-old who should be sleeping at that point.
No, there is no other substances or drugs.
In your field, forensic pathology, what does the term cause of death refer to?
I think 2 o'clock in the
We have to
afternoon.
express opinion about causes of death. Basically, it's how people die in the case of For example, people die from heart attack. That's cause of the death.
And what does the term manner of death mean in your field?
In matter of the death, it's how cause of the death came to be. And in the case of the heart attack, that's going to be natural death.
Based on the autopsy you performed of Isaac Schumann, were you able to determine a cause of death?
Yes.
And what was this cause of death?
In my opinion, cause of the death is stab wound to the left chest.
And based on the autopsy you performed of Isaac's body, were you able to determine a manner of death?
Yes.
And what was that conclusion?
In my opinion, manner of the death in this case, it's a homicide.
They just wanted to get that word out there.
Yeah.
So stupid. Like, we
Your Honor,
know.
I don't have any other questions for the doctor. I'm going to move. Oh, pardon me.
Yeah, his mom didn't raise no
As part of
quiver.
your examination of Isaac, did you measure his height and weight?
Yes, we measure length of the body, not heights, but length of the body and weight. Yes.
What was the length of the body and the weight for Isaac Schumann?
He was weighted 134 pounds.
Do you remember how tall he was, how long he was?
And again, we measure length of the body. It's a little bit different than height, 6.1.
And the evidence that you gathered from Mr. Schumann, was that turned over to the sheriff's office?
I believe, evidence, and we collect, the trace evidence in this case was released to, I believe, on the 2nd of August to sheriff's office. Yes.
Did you, as part of your examination of Isaac, take any DNA samples?
Again, in every case, we collect, in this case, we collect sexual assault kit, but basically we collect hair, buccal swabs inside of the oral cavity called buccal swabs, suitable for DNA, yes.
Were those items also turned over to the sheriff's department?
I believe so, yes.
And getting back to the injury to Isaac's chest, you measure how deep that injury is?
Yes, I measure depth of the wound. It's 11 centimeters. It's approximately 4.3 inches.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor. I'm going to move for admission of Exhibit 2461. Two on the bench here, if I can approach.
24 is already received. Any objection to 61? I think that's the preliminary
No
report.
objection to the CV.
17 is 60.
Oh, excuse me, 61 was the CV. That's received. What was the other exhibit?
60 is the provisional report, no objection. 17 is the final report, no objection.
Both received. Mr. Nelson.
You're a medical examiner?
Good morning, Counselor. I'm not a medical examiner, official position, assistant medical examiner.
In general, your role is you're a medical examiner. I understand you have a title and a position, but your role is you're an ME, right?
I'm an assistant medical examiner, yes, for Ramsey County. That's official position.
Okay. And you're here to tell us essentially two things. One is that Isaac Schumann's deceased, right?
He was,
Agree with that?
yes, I agree. He was deceased before I started autopsy, yes.
And another, essentially what you're here to say is how he died, correct?
Yes,
As you said, you want to know what happened, correct?
we like to know what happened, yes.
And as part of that, you do an autopsy, you examine the body, correct?
Yes,
Because sometimes that helps to figure out what happened, correct?
you're correct, yes.
You would agree that it's unusual in your field to have a video of what happened, agreed?
Well, lately we have more and more videos because everything on cameras. But yes, sometimes videos taken at the time of the incident, yes.
And obviously, you would agree that a video is helpful for all of us to determine what happened, right?
Again, my job to determine cause and matters of death, express my opinion, and videos sometimes important, yes.
Did you see the video in this case?
I did not observe any videos.
Have you ever observed any photos or frames from that video?
I prefer not to. I was not offered, but I was told by prosecution that video available, but I denied. I didn't observe video.
Okay. And again, just to summarize, your opinion is he died due to a penetrating stab wound to his left chest, correct?
In the final report, I said exsanguination, basically bleeding to the death, to the stab wound to the left chest. You're correct.
Medical examiners, even assistant medical examiners, is there a board certification process for that position?
It depends on which field. Yes.
Okay. In your field, there's a board certification process, sir?
Yes.
Are you board certified?
I'm a diplomat of the American Board of Medical Legal Death Investigators.
Are you board certified as a medical examiner?
There is no board certification for medical examiners, board certification for forensic pathology.
You talked about manner of death and cause of death. Is that right?
Yes.
And I think, just so we know, again, just cause of death is stab wound to the left chest, in simple terms, correct?
You are correct. Yes.
And then the manner is, as you said, how that cause came to be. Agreed?
Yes.
And that's a medical term, correct?
It's a forensic term. Yes.
A forensic medical term, correct?
Sure.
It's not a legal term, correct?
It's not a legal term. No.
And the cause of death, there are essentially, you have 4 options, 5 options?
No. For manner of the death, we have.
Yes.
For
I
cause of
apologize.
death, it's indefinitive. For manner of the death, we have limited options. Yes.
Absolutely. So manner of death, there's limited options, only 5?
We can choose from the natural death, accidental death, suicidal death, homicidal death. And if I cannot determine, I can say it is undetermined death. You're correct.
Okay. So there is no determination that you can make, that you're qualified to do, as to whether or not the homicide occurred as a result of self-defense. Agreed?
Oh, I never testified that as self-defense or as an issue. Homicide, basically, from forensic point of view, it's meaning life taken by another person.
Sure. And again, that's outside of your field. Whether
I'm
it's
taking notes
self-defense.
in his
Agreed?
accent now.
Yes, I never
Can't tell
testified about
self-defense.
self-defense. Yes.
Okay. In this situation, you examined Isaac Schumann's body, and part of that was the toxicology. Is that right?
Yes.
And you determined that his blood alcohol concentration was 0.219. Agreed?
It's not me. It's a lab.
A lab that you rely on and you in your work, correct?
Yes.
So based upon your relying on that lab, you agree his blood alcohol concentration was 0.219.
That's correct.
And you're aware that the legal limit for adults permitted to drink alcohol is 0.08, correct?
In the state of Wisconsin, driving legal limit, it's 0.08. You're correct.
So this would be over 2.5 times the legal limit, correct?
Yes.
Now, you talked about the wound and you described that. Agreed?
Yes.
The manner in which somebody would receive a stab wound is a dynamic process. You agree?
You're correct. Yes.
There would be, you're not here to tell anybody about the amount of force that was used to cause that wound. Agreed?
It's usually hard to determine force in the cases like that. Yes.
And part of the reason that it's hard to determine is because the process is so dynamic, correct?
Oh, it's not just dynamic. It's nature of the weapon and so on and so on.
And at least part of it, and I
believe so.
understand there might be more complications, part of it is that it might be one object going into another object. It might be 2 objects moving towards each other, correct? Those are at least 2 of the possible dynamics involved.
If you mean objects, it's humans, right?
Correct. And I apologize. A person
And person.
and the knife. You're absolutely right. I apologize. You agree?
It's a dynamic process, yes.
And so part of that, to try to measure, if one was to try to think about that force, you'd have to know whether the person who's receiving that wound, in what direction they're moving, correct?
It's so many things you need to
Absolutely.
consider. Yes,
You would agree, though, if the person receiving the wound is moving towards the knife, that's going to impact how the injury occurs. Agreed?
yes,
If the person receiving the wound is reaching out, that's going to impact the wound that is received.
I can't speculate because, it's possibility, but again, I'm here to express opinion about cause and matters of this. And I never, observed this incident. Sure,
Well, shouldn't you have?
sure, but again,
To determine-
it's really hard to tell what happened because I don't know what happened exactly.
I understand, but you were here to say a certain depth of the wound, and that was something that you pointed out to the jury, correct?
Depth of the one that's easy to measure and it's objective kind of things.
Sure. So you would agree, though, it's fair for me to ask you questions about how it may have came to be that the wound became that deep? That's a fair question. You agree?
Sure.
Okay, so let's talk about that. Are you fine with that?
Until, some points, yes.
Yeah. And so that may have occurred if a body is moving towards that knife, that's going to impact the depth of the wound. Agreed?
Yes.
If a 6'1", 130-pound, 34 person is moving towards into that knife, that might make the knife go deeper, correct?
It's again, I can't predict how deep exactly, but it's possibility, yes.
Sure. And certainly if that person, 6'1", 134 pounds, is falling forward, so all their weight is going forward onto that knife, that's going to impact the force as well, correct?
That's a possibility, yes.
And certainly if the person who's holding the knife is falling backwards, that might impact the force involved to the wound, correct?
My guess, so it's possibility, yes.
And if the person with holding the knife who's falling backward, if they only reach out a small amount, that's going to impact the force that causes the depth of the wound, correct?
As I said, it's so many variables, I can't speculate. It's, I don't know. I'm in pathology again. I have to express opinion about the cause and manner of this, and this is just like what
Well, that's me in
potential
fifth
could
grade or
happen
something like
if
that.
I don't have a straight answer.
Well, I've never been 6'1".
Correct. And part of what you do in medicine is sometimes you come up with a hypothesis, right?
I don't come with with hypothesis. It's just like I can official like statement. Like depth of the wound could be, like deeper than length of the blade or shorter, or it's going to be equal. This is a clear question I can't answer, but what's potential happen at the time of the incident? It's endless possibilities. I don't know.
And you agree that the possibilities that I talked with you about, those are reasonable possibilities that if someone were to try to consider the force, should be considered. Agreed?
Sure.
Sure. Come on now.
Those are the only questions I have.
Mr. Smestad?
Nothing further.
All right.
Yeah,
Thank you, Dr. Froloff.
everyone-
Please step down.
Am I excused, Your Honor?
You are excused, yes.
Thank you.
Very, very drunk, but yeah.
How's everyone doing?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
Anybody need a short recess?
No, it's fine. Could we speed it up? Maybe end early today? I have to watch reruns of the Night Court.
I'd suggest a break now. Sorry.
The next witness, I think, will be lengthy, so it might be a good idea to.
Okay. In that event, then, let's recess for 10 minutes. We'll come back at 8:55.
And we assume, just based on this break that we're getting, that we will have another prosecution.
So now is probably where we're gonna have to sit and watch the interview videos. I believe so. And that's gonna be interesting. because that can be very damning if the stories are as we are told they are in the interview videos. That he saw a lot of knives coming out, and he did do nothing. He didn't know what happened. That could sit badly with a jury. Yeah, I broke Jamie again. That's my job.
You just keep talking to them. Let's see here. It makes me laugh.
He
You yelled
asked
at
me
the
how I
lady.
was doing.
Anyway, I love when you yelled at the lady earlier about her cell phone.
It's just a stupid. I hate those people. Back when I was in politics, our chairman, the first thing he always did when he came in and we had a meeting, he said, "Everyone have anyone have something like this? Okay, how many have an apple?" And then he took it and said, "If you push this button, you're muted. Anyone have an Android? Yeah. If you do this, you're muted. Okay, now none of you have an excuse. The first one who has a phone that rings is sent out like in school." And everyone always giggled because he treats us like school kids. And then he threw people out who had a phone started to ring. "No, I thought I turned it off." Yeah, but you are at a meeting, you're not in church, so it's not about beliefs, it's about doing. How did
Oh,
that
boy.
kid, which kid? The kid you saw a clip of, he didn't make it to stand. He is he's in the upper right corner of this picture. Where is he eating a sandwich? Coincidentally, you having a sandwich. Yeah, I just want what's his name? Bull? Was that the big bailiff's name?
I don't remember. I didn't really watch that show.
It was a good show, but it was before you were born, Jimmy. They wanted to put in that he's a lying liar who lies. That's why they're going to end on that one. And they didn't really have anything. They didn't have. Did they have a good finishing witness? No, because normally you'll end on a lead investigator because they can kind of surmise the entire trial and say, well, you heard the DNA, you heard the crime scene photos, you heard the witnesses, and this is what but you can't really do it in this case because you have the videos that clearly shows what happened after something happened. And other than that, none of the witnesses really, they're not good. The investigators didn't do much investigating. And on cross-examination, they all had to admit that those kids kind of lied, and Madison clearly lied. So you have to end with this just to say he's a lying liar. Don't believe him when he's going to lie.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the problem is, Glory Bird, he did walk away. He walked 65 feet away from them. That's the problem. And I hope the jury sees that. If I was, Jim, you know I'm fond of demonstratives.
Yes.
Doing my closing arguments, I would preempt that statement by saying, you have the initial conflict down here. You have the second conflict over here. Group one could just have continued down the river. He had done what he could to get away from everything. They chose, instead of just going by, leaving him alone, they started heckling him, started calling him PDF file, started doing all the bad stuff, and they initiated contact. I would have a demonstrative of that, and then I'll say, and totally unbeknownst to group incident one, you had group three who arrived, where 7 people walked over here. 2 of them assaulted Mr. Miu before he allegedly put hands on Madison to show he did what he could. He did move away. There's no duty to retreat in Wisconsin, but he did do it.
Yeah, and he had no reason to think that these kids were really going to attack him until they walked up to him and started circling him the way they did.
Hello, Rockville.
Because that's exactly what happened. As he walked away from them,
Yeah.
and then River Karen came out. You can see it in the video. She comes up screaming and pointing, and he kind of walked up to her. And obviously, she wasn't even trying to de-escalate the situation, such as just ask him like, "What's going on here?" She's screaming at him to leave, and
Yeah.
then the kids walk up on him. So that's how it happened.
FUBA, in the US, it depends on the judges. The judges makes the rule. In Denmark, when I arrive in court, I get the charging papers. So I can see, oh, do I know any of the witnesses? Do I know any of the accused? Because I can't be a juror. If it's Jamie, I wouldn't be able to be a jury because she has multiple death threats against me. So I would be hampered in my objectivity. But then I read that through and say, oh, today we're going to do something about, oh, someone beat someone and then stole something. Okay. Then we go into court. In court, there will be, we have big blocks of yellow paper we can take notes on. We don't have to do it. They don't have any opinions of we should or we shouldn't do it. It's personal preferences. Some people do it. I take a lot of notes. And because I like, especially if it's cases that goes over 5, 6, 7 days, I get the transcript on the second day, but I would rather have my own notes because what did I notice on that day? So that's what I always do. And so in Danish courts, you decide. And actually, I think they are kept for 50 years in an archive. I don't know why. I don't know who would ever read them, and I don't know who could ever. I write like a 2-year-old, but we are allowed in the US. It depends on the judge. I think, but that's because I don't know how. I listen a lot. I don't have to look at. That's why I'm often looking over on my screen because I get distracted a lot. But when I put down things on paper, I can recall it easy after. So I like note taking. Good morning, genitals.
Hi, genitals.
Mo Raiders. Hey, Squid Pro Crow. And hey, Mo Raiders. Mo was so nice. She reached out to me and said sorry she didn't write me on Saturday. Because I said, Mo, you run a small army of kids. We're just lucky if you have the time to show up and grace us with your presence. But I love when Mo stops around.
Yes.
I think she's the funniest person I know on the internet. Hey, Danielle.
Is.
The man can speak 6 languages and write like. I don't speak 6 languages. I speak 3 languages, and I can stumble my way through a couple more.
He's not too
Hey,
bad.
Marshall.
I see doctor's handwriting all day long, and it's a lot worse than his.
The funny thing is, I start out and it's autopsy, had a stab wound, and then in the end, I'm sitting here thinking, did I turn Egyptian and started doing hieroglyphs? I remember the witness agreeing to it being kind of holding my beer. Yeah.
To talk about something too.
Okay, Marshall. Yeah, everybody hit the like button for Baker. Don't forget.
Okay. All right, before we get ahead, let's talk about the exhibit 24. Mr. Nelson, you objected to 2 of the photographs.
Yes, my cat is
So we have
crying
discussion
over
without
here.
the jury in right now.
3 to the last 2 photographs of the 12 photograph package. Your Honor, overruled my objection.
Mr. Smestead, anything you want to add?
No.
The way I looked at it is the photographs were
Last state witness coming up. Probably just us
I don't
watching
know what the right word
an
is,
interview
but,
and a police officer say,
they were,
yeah, he didn't say that. Yeah, he said that.
part of the internal examination, and I understand that Mr. Nelson believed that they were potentially unfairly prejudicial against his client. I overruled the objection because the state has the burden of proof. One of the elements of proof is death at the hands of Mr. Miu. Although the defense may not be aggressively contesting that point, the state still has the burden of proving it. The photographs in question went.
It came from, as most self-defense cases come from, one guy isn't here anymore. And the state has a grieving family, so they're going to press charges. Waldstrom, is Windham a good or bad area in Knoxville?
Directly to the cause of death and Dr. Froloff's opinions. So for that reason, I concluded that it was relevant. And because it was so relevant, it outweighed the potential prejudice to Mr. Miu. All right.
Judge, lastly, the defense has no objection to those photos being sealed.
It's fine with us.
All right. Okay.
I should note, Judge, not all the jurors have seen the photos yet. I think that they went out for their break before.
Right.
So when they come in, I'll give them back to whoever hasn't seen it yet.
All right. I'll make a note of that and make sure that the photos are available. What's the next issue?
Are they being sealed now?
Can you give me a legal basis? I need more than just your
Chapter 950?
your preference. We're not going to deal with it right now.
Oh, it's a hotel chain. I was looking up hotels and I thought it was a part of Knoxville. Oh, look at this guy. He's an idiot. I thought Wyndham was because I was looking at another place called Turkey Creek, and I thought no one calls an area of town Turkey Creek, but they do because Knoxville.
Okay, I don't want to deal with it right now. There are considerations beyond the attorney's agreement when sealing records. There's very few circumstances when I can seal records from the public. And I want to be mindful of that because there is more interests at play here than just the attorneys, Mr. Miu's and mine. Next topic, Mr. Smestead, Mr. Anderson.
So Lieutenant Hart testified at the preliminary hearing. Pretty much part of it was about her interview. A good chunk of it was summarizing the video. So I just want to make sure, given the court's ruling previously, that there's not going to be questions of her interpretation of the video when she wasn't there. That's a question for the jury. Also,
You're doing it to people.
we're going to play the entire interview from the very start until the interview ends when Lieutenant Hart leaves. There's like approximately 15 minutes or so after that where the camera keeps running that we're not going to play. But it incorporates part, going over Miranda with Miu. So I just want to make sure there's not going to be any questions suggesting that his right to an attorney was violated. It's irrelevant. The court has already ruled that it wasn't, that he waived knowingly, intelligently his right to counsel.
Who wants to speak?
Man, come on.
I wasn't planning on challenging a Miranda issue at this point. I do think, however, that the video should be played in its entirety. And what I mean by that is there's a period of time where the video is still running. Lieutenant Hart leaves the room and Mr. Miu is speaking on the tape. And he makes some statements on that. There's no reason that the jury shouldn't get to hear those. They're relevant. They go to his state of mind.
Yes.
And I'm asking that the court, if they're going to play the tape, they play the entirety of the tape. I'm going to play it if they don't play it, I guess. And I think that the rule of completeness would require that the entirety of the video be played for the fact finder.
I think there's no state rules. I think it's a judge rule. And I think it's a stupid rule. You're not allowed to take notes, especially this is 7 days in. How many remembers what witness number 2, who that was?
Mm-hmm. I have no idea.
It was the boy's mom.
Was it?
Mr. Anderson?
They have no legal basis. If we didn't want to admit the video at all, they have no legal basis to admit the hearsay statements of their client. He's not a party opponent for them. Rule of completeness is not a Trojan horse
Are you trying
around
to keep it out?
hearsay.
Yeah.
There's a case that I cited to in our motion in limine where it was a tax evasion case, and the defendant said, admitted to not paying taxes, but said it was because the accountant has access to all the records. The state admitted the first statement that he admitted to not paying, and the defense was not allowed to get in the but because it's self-serving. Here, it's not even part of an interview. I think from my stance, I thought about playing it because he's clearly continuing the acting show. But it's 15 minutes of him sitting there and mumbling to himself, and I think it's not a good use of our time, so I'm not putting it in. They have no authority to put it in. It's hearsay.
What is the authority beyond completeness?
Well, I think that's what it is, Judge. It's if they play a portion of the video, I think the rule of completeness would allow me to play the rest of it to put it into context.
Yeah, what's the context that's missing, though?
The context that's missing is I don't believe Lieutenant Hart didn't tell Mr. Miu that he was being recorded upon leaving. He makes statements which support his defense. Okay. He makes statements to himself, not knowing he's recorded. Why would they attack me? Why would they attack me? He's saying that to himself. Unbeknownst, I think, that he's being recorded. And I think if you're going to play portions of it, which are, according to the state, would be considered incriminating, the idea that the video in its entirety should be played in order to give the jury a complete and accurate record of, in fact, what he said.
The rule of completeness is meant to prevent distortion. So an example where the rule of completeness would perfectly apply is if, say, there's a bank robbery.
I don't get how he can't be a party opponent in his own case and why they can't play the interview.
He's talking and making statements, so because he's talking to himself, it's not okay? Like, I don't understand that whatsoever.
I absolutely can't tell you. I can't tell you why it would be hearsay what he stated, because he's not stating it to someone who has to tell you what it is. You are watching a taping. That's I'm not a lawyer. I really don't get that part. And I just think that Chopster made that up.
And then it says, yeah, I was at the bank, but that was a month before. If we just admitted, yeah, I was at the bank, and then argued, oh, he's admitting to being at the scene, rule of completeness would allow the rest of the statement, because otherwise we're clearly distorting his statement. So nothing about this implicates the rule of completeness.
All right, this time I'm going to rule that the state is not obligated to play the entire video. As part of the state's case, the state is entitled to play the portions it believes support its case, and the state is under no legal obligation to play the entire video. I disagree.
We have seen cases where we sat for 4 hours and saw a man alone in a room.
Yeah, like rocking to himself, talking to himself. They do it all the time. Why in this case is it different?
Oh, Jodi Arias, where she was singing in the interrogation room. Well,
Yeah,
it's the
doing
state
handstands.
case, so it's to show that she was weird in there. Well, he was weird too, yeah, but not the way we like it.
Agree that the rule of completeness applies in this circumstance. My understanding of the rule of completeness is to prevent words from being taken out of context. Similar to the example that Mr. Anderson gave, it doesn't mean that if you play part of a video, you have to play all of the video. And clearly, Mr. Miu's statements to himself are hearsay and would otherwise be inadmissible if offered by Mr. Miu.
Yeah, but they're not
So
offered
that's my
by him.
ruling. If the circumstances require revisiting that ruling, we may. Anything else?
I didn't hear anything from defense that they're not going to be asking Lieutenant Hart's interpretation of the video. She also hadn't seen the video at the time of the interview.
Well, they keep saying the defense
She
can't play it.
testified
Why
at
is
the
that?
preliminary examination. She provided a statement under oath. And I think if she denies certain things, I should be able to impeach her with that. And I think the area that the state doesn't want me to get into is when Lieutenant Hart says he's surrounded on all sides. He has no route of escape. They want that because it affects the retreat instruction. And she testified to that under oath that that in fact was true.
How is it relevant, though? How is Lieutenant Hart's conclusions and observations from watching the video relevant?
Because it goes to what a reasonable person believed.
Well, I don't mean to be flippant here, but she's not the reasonable person standard. It's more objective than that, than what Lieutenant Hart thinks. It's broader than what Lieutenant Hart thinks.
Right, but I think that her observations that he had no means of escape. The state's going to argue that he could have left.
And you can still argue
that. I understand he can argue it, but one of their investigators is saying that's not true. He didn't have a means of escape. Once the attack started, which is where the retreat instruction kicks in, she testified under oath at a preliminary examination. The crowd worked their way behind him. I asked her, so would you agree at that point there was no means of leaving? And she said, yes, that's true.
Again, I'm ruling that to be inadmissible. And this is a ruling that I've made with all of the witnesses. And that is, we're not commenting on what the witness observes in the video. We're not taking a poll of witnesses to get their opinions and their conclusions about what they see and what they think happened. Lieutenant Hart was not a participant. She played no role in the events on the Apple River. She is an observer of the video, just like anybody else in this courtroom, just like anybody sitting on the jury. And it is the jury's opinion about what they see that matters, not what Lieutenant Hart thinks or what I think or what some other witness thinks they see in the video. So that's why I don't think it's relevant. And that's why I've not allowed the witnesses to ask, or the attorneys to ask witnesses to comment on what they think and conclude based on observations in the video. Anything else?
No.
Mr. Schroffison?
We're not going to try to move any transcript, correct?
We weren't planning on it, but I guess it depends on how it goes.
Well, it's an inaccurate transcript with 10 minutes cut out of the video, the one that we received. So I would object to the transcript being provided.
Okay. So that's noted. If we get to that point, we'll have to take it up outside the presence of the jury. All right, let's bring them in.
Yeah, I don't like that ruling so much.
No, me neither.
The prosecution saying, well, they have no basis to bring in the video. So like they're trying to like say they can't even bring
I'll
in
address the
video.
exhibit.
So I don't know.
Thank you.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah, just play the video in full. Like the questioning part can be out the door. That's it.
And I just don't get why they don't want that part in.
All rise for the jury.
Like these are the games I hate so much with that is like you get to twist your little narrative. And so much is the state gets to do so much. And the defense has to fight for every little bit.
Yeah. And played apparently his own statements is hearsay. I don't get that part.
Yeah. Because if he's unaware of being recorded and he's just
please be seated.
Yeah, he's Mirandaized.
You see it all the freaking time.
We're back in session.
No, but if he's Mirandaized, the rules,
jurors,
the rules
the jury,
is the same when there's an officer in there. If
looked at
there's
the
no
exhibit,
officers.
number 24. It's there on the rail. If you want to continue passing it amongst yourselves, you may. Once you are finished, once everyone has seen it and you're finished with the exhibit, just turn it upside down, place it on the rail, or place it on the floor so that we know that you're done. Mr. Smestad, who is the next witness?
Call Lieutenant Hart.
Lieutenant, please come forward. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you swear that the testimony you about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smestad.
You state your name for the record, please,
Yes, Brandy Hart, Hart.
and what's your occupation?
I am the Special Services Lieutenant for the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office.
What are your general duties as a special services lieutenant?
I supervise our 9 investigators, our 7 deputies in court services, and the evidence room.
How many years have you been with the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office?
25.
What roles have you held over those years?
I started in the jail. I worked there for 3 years. I went to patrol for 6 years. After that, I was promoted to investigations, where I spent 14 years before I became a lieutenant.
How many years have you been a lieutenant?
2.5.
Do you recall July 30th, 2022?
I do.
Were you on duty that day?
They said
No.
it's in the video.
Called in?
I did.
In your current role, would you normally be involved in an investigation of this sort?
Yes.
I don't think so. I don't know so. I'm not a lawyer. I can't tell you.
Did
Well,
you
at that point,
get
it-
contacted?
it's pointless to play it. You can
regarding the
just ask.
stabbings on the Apple River
Yeah.
that day?
I did.
What was the information you were initially told?
Investigator Schultz called me and told me that there had been multiple stabbings on the Apple River.
Were you at home at the time?
I was doing yard work.
Did you get asked to come in?
But
Yes.
she's not married.
Were you given any specific duties or assignments?
At that point, we were just looking for manpower. The suspect hadn't been located, and we were,
Again, it's still state. State. They haven't arrested yet, so it's their witnesses. And this is the last state witness. Last state witness. We're going to watch a tape of an interview, and then she's going to be talking about what she felt when she fought him in the interview room. It's going to be lengthy, it's going to be boring, but stick with it.
going to formulate a plan.
What did you do? What was your part in the investigation?
I got
yeah.
to the Apple River about an hour after the first call came in. And at that point, Mr. Miu had been taken into custody, and his group was standing along the end of the river.
All right. What did you do when you got to the river?
I believe I spoke with some of my colleagues, and then I ended up taking Brandy Miu to the Somerset Police Department to interview
Her
her.
voice is so annoying.
All right. Did you interview Sandy?
I did.
What did you do after that?
After that, I coordinated her getting back with her group. Some of them had come to the police department, and because all the other investigators were interviewing witnesses, I went to the jail.
All right, were you asked to do anything specific at the jail?
I interviewed Mr. Miu.
Was that interview recorded?
It was
How was it recorded?
audio and video.
Were you wearing a body cam, or was there some other system?
I have a recording device on my cell phone, and so I recorded the audio version that way. And then there's an overhead camera at the jail that recorded the video.
Do you remember what time it was that you interviewed Mr. Miu at the jail?
Yeah, it was about 10 to 8.
PM?
Yes,
At that point, had you seen Jawan Cockfield's video of what happened on the river?
I had not.
Did you know there was a video?
I did.
Did Mr. Miu know that?
Conjecture, speculation.
Did you ever, prior to your interview with him, did you tell him there was a video of the incident?
I did not.
And have you reviewed Exhibit 15?
I did.
Can you tell us what it is?
Yeah, it's a copy of my interview with Mr. Miu at the jail.
Is it recorded on a specific kind of
Hey,
device?
Greg.
Yes, it's on a thumb drive.
All right, Your Honor, permission to publish Exhibit 15 to the jury on the digital system.
Any objection to 15? All right, 15 is received.
Yeah, Harald Bluetooth, the founder of Denmark, the son of Gorm den Gamle, the guy who made Danish people Christians. That's where Bluetooth, what Bluetooth is named after. Well, I think the judge would be angry because they just talked about it.
Hi there, you Nick?
Yeah.
Hi, Nick.
Wallström, a lot of people have been not arguing, but complaining about that. I think YouTube updated something in the background.
My name is Brandy.
Hi.
I'm a lieutenant with the St. Clair County Sheriff's Office, okay? You got some water, right? Okay.
Thank you.
Have you had anything to eat?
No.
Okay, let me,
I will wait for now.
okay.
Food.
Are you sure?
I'm not hungry.
Okay. Well, if you get hungry,
Yeah.
just let these guys know, okay? Or let me know when I can.
I was just very thirsty.
Yeah, I bet. Let's move along.
We were drinking beer all day and not drinking any water.
And it's hot, and yeah, being in the sun all day, doesn't matter if you're drinking beer. Sometimes just, and then this, yeah. So I would imagine that you have some questions for me.
Well,
I am just gonna go through the rights form and, you know, let you know if you want to answer
He had the knife in his pants.
any of my questions. We'll talk about that. I'm gonna record our conversation if you're okay with that.
of course.
Let's see, today is the 30th of July, and it is 7:53 p.m. How do you spell your first name?
Nicolae.
Okay.
Last
And
name, no middle name.
no middle name, okay.
No.
And what's your last name?
Miu.
How do you spell, or how do you pronounce that?
Miu.
Okay. And what's your birthday? Do you like to be called Nicolae or Nick or
Nick.
what? Nick, okay.
Yeah.
December
11th, 1969.
Okay, so that makes you
52.
52, thank you. What's your address, Nick?
62.
5945 Hidden
You said
Oak
62 or
Circle,
52?
southeast.
Holy cats, that's a mouthful.
It's a long one, yeah.
Hidden Oak Circle. I don't even know if I have enough space in this thing.
You do southeast.
Southeast? Oh, southeast, thank you for
Yeah,
correcting
no
me.
problem.
And that's
Prior Lake,
Prior Lake, okay.
Okay.
What's the zip code in Prior Lake?
55372.
Okay, and how about a phone number for you, Nick?
612-735-6317.
6317, and I understand you're married to Sandy,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Is she okay?
She is, yeah.
You talked to her?
I did talk to her. I talked to her for quite a while. I brought her to get dry clothes.
Where is she?
She is with Ernesto and Amy,
Okay, good.
They're taking good care of, and then,
TT, my puppy.
she's headed home to take care of the dog. And she's also with, Ariel.
He's worried about his wife and the
and,
dog. Aw.
Yeah.
His girlfriend,
Oh, God, I don't even know.
is it Tatiana?
No, Tatiana. Tatiana is another girl.
No, the lady who examined him yesterday didn't talk about doing a BAC on him.
Okay,
Hey, JD fan.
hold on, they gave me,
Yes,
oh, Sandy didn't know Ariel's girlfriend's name.
neither do I.
Okay, but Ernesto and Amy
They,
came to where I was with Sandy, and they went and got the car, but I had brought Sandy to the car to
she
get
was
changed.
driving, right?
No, she was with me. I brought her from the river to the car so she could get clothes, and we brought the cooler back and put that in the car. So she's got all the stuff.
All right.
Are you working anywhere now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where do you work?
I work at Reach Engineering as a mechanical engineer.
And what kind of engineering? What was that?
Mechanical engineer.
Yeah, what's the name of your employer?
Oh, Richie.
Glory Birds, let's just do a recap because that mic is killing my ears. The initial contact happens there. He comes over to their floats. They're yelling at him. He thinks they have his buddy's phone, which he's looking for. Then the second conflict happens 65 feet away from the initial conflict because you have another group joining and they all heckle, push, beat on Mr. Miu. He walks away. He clearly is a far away, and they keep yelling at him, but he doesn't engage again after the initial engagement. It's the other two groups that engage with him. His being intoxicated or not is irrelevant. Well, they don't have a BAC on him, so he's not intoxicated. That's the fun part, because you're not drunk driving unless you're being stopped and blow above the limit. Until then, you're just driving.
R-I.
TCHIE Engineering in Blooming. 55427, I think it is.
Okay. What was the last grade that you completed?
I have a bachelor's and I have actually 2 degrees, one
Okay.
in engineering, one in mathematics.
Wow.
And I'm a class away from a master's in both. I'm not a dummy, and I've never had a run with the law except when I got the Will Joe.
Okay. So where did you get your degree from, your undergrad?
Madison did testify. She did it without cameras or sound. Marissa had put in a FOIA request to get the transcript, but we haven't gotten it.
South Dakota State University.
Okay. So the Bison?
No, the Jackrabbit.
Oh, okay.
In Brookings.
And how about your master's degree? Where are you working on that?
I'm not working on it yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I did pass the EIT so that I could work
Gotcha.
for the state as a license.
No one else has been charged because they just want him convicted. They don't want, because if all the scenes had been hammered with you were drunk, then the defense could bring it up at every interview. So of course the state chooses who they indict, and they didn't indict the people they need to get him convicted.
Engineer, but I haven't had a chance to do that. For many years I worked as a contracting engineer. And then for the past 16 years I've been working with Richie Engineering, where I met Sandy.
Okay. What does Richie Engineering do? Like, what do they
Yes.
manufacture?
What do we do? We do HVAC service equipment.
Okay.
Basically, we're the top tier of HVAC. We're like the top brand. And top brand for that is Yellow Jacket.
Okay. And is that for the parts?
The brand of yeah. Everything we make there, we make it under the Yellow Jacket brand.
Got it.
But the company name is Richie Engineering.
Okay.
So what I do everything from hoses, recovery machines, all the electronics. I talk to customers, I get business, I do the documentation, the design. It's a small company,
Okay.
so I like to do everything. Testing, evaluation, you name it. And
Wow.
16 years over there, and that's not even scratching the surface.
Really?
Well, I have bigger dreams now,
Yeah.
better, but anyway, I don't want to talk about them right now.
Okay.
I don't know exactly what happened. I just don't. I can't talk about.
Again, the state chooses who gets a charge against them. The state doesn't charge the people they need to get other people convicted. Normally, they give them plea deals.
I need to go one
Yeah,
step
also
at
if they
a time.
charge
Yep.
the
And
other
if you have any
people, then they
questions
might not testify for them. That happens a lot too,
Yeah.
you know?
along the way, Nick, just stop and ask me, okay? Or if you need to take a break, just,
How bad is it?
well, can we get through this form and ask each other
Yeah,
questions?
yeah.
I don't wanna, I wanna maintain the integrity of
Yeah.
this
Oh.
investigation and your rights and, you know, so I wanna get through this form and then we can ask questions, okay? So I'm gonna turn this around, I'll give you this pen. What I'll have you do is I'm gonna read each, you seem to speak excellent English.
Yeah.
You can read,
Yeah,
I would imagine.
Miranda rights,
Yeah.
which have not been read to me when I was put in the car. Is that
and,
right?
and that's okay, as long as they weren't asking you any questions, they don't need to.
Oh.
But I'd like to ask these questions, so that's why we're gonna go through this right now,
All right.
okay? So I'll let you have that pen, and so I'm gonna read these to you, okay? You have the right to remain silent.
Or just the.
You can check mark it, or some people put their initials, you know, we'll have you sign it at the bottom, so that, however you wanna do that. Anything you say can be used against you in court or other proceedings. You have the right to consult an attorney before making any statement or answering any question, and you may have him or her present with you during questioning.
Okay.
Guy.
And also, stop me, I talk kind of fast.
Yeah, I was gonna
Okay.
ask you about this one.
Okay.
So.
Yep.
When do I see one? When do I get one assigned to me?
You would get one assigned to you, the soonest, would be on Monday.
Oh,
So that would be the soonest. And
working hours.
working hours, yeah, pretty much, is how that works.
Okay.
So if you cannot afford to pay for an attorney, you may be eligible to be represented by an attorney from the office of the state public defender. If you desire an attorney from that office, you should contact.
That's an unfair tactic, in my opinion.
I think so too.
When can I get a lawyer? Yeah, you have to wait 2 days in the slammer until you can get a lawyer. Do you want to waive your rights to a lawyer? Yeah, let's just talk now.
I don't really think he understood. You know what I mean? Like, that's the
Yeah.
problem. I don't think people understand.
Because they have, I don't know how the rules are in Denmark, but you can't hold anyone any longer than 24 hours to put them in front of a judge. 48 hours in special cases. But she just told him there's a 48-hour wait until you can talk to a lawyer. Do you want to talk to me now? And he's sitting there thinking, yeah, I just want to go home.
Yeah. A lot of people think that. They think, oh, I'll just talk to him and then get a lawyer and go home. Nope.
Yeah. To me, that's but she asked if he wanted a lawyer, and he asked how long will it take. He was asking for a lawyer, in my opinion.
Yeah, and she should have.
Yeah, she should have stopped
elaborated
right
on
there
that
and
more.
said, okay, I'm going to check in with the public defender's office. And why doesn't they have a lawyer on duty for, I bet a lot of crimes happen during the weekend.
I bet a lot of things happen like this out of the blue. You should have people ready to go.
Yeah. No, they just ask you, oh, so you're wanting a lawyer, but could we just talk while you're waiting for him? If you don't shut up, your request is gone. If you say, I don't want to talk to you, and they say, okay, that's fine. We just wanted to clear up some stuff so we can get you out of here. Then you talked, then you forfeited your right to shut up.
Mm-hmm.
Their local office.
And that information would be provided to me, or?
Yes, so what happens is,
Nope.
the jail provides that information every day to the public defender's office, like here's who's on the list.
Okay.
So some people come into jail and they either have a lawyer already because of other things, or they know a lawyer, or they're gonna find their own. So these guys will let you use the phone if that's
I'll
kind
ask
of where you're at.
Brandy to look for me, if
Okay.
that's okay.
Oh, gosh, yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
because I'm not gonna see you and talk to
Yeah.
you, but-
No, that's fine. If you decide to answer questions now, with or without an attorney, you still have the right to stop the questioning at any time or stop the questioning for the purpose of consulting an attorney.
Yeah, I'd like to do that at some point.
Okay. You can just-
I'd like to get an attorney at some point. Yeah, that's the problem, because until some point, she can also ask you all the questions,
Yeah, and
and
she's not
everything
gonna
you say
say
can and will be used against you in a
Mhm.
court of law.
exactly, and she's not gonna be like, oh, well.
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
just
that's-
going to go
they're
home
so
and
shady.
I'm going to
Ugh.
go home, tend to my garden while you sit here and wait for your lawyer. See you Monday, Mr. Miu. No, she's saying, okay, yeah, that's fine. We'll call you. Jail will fix up a lawyer for you. Can I just ask you, do you always have that demonic look in your eyes?
Yeah. Oof.
So, people, 177 people here, cops are not your friends. Always stop talking when they say, do you want to talk to a lawyer? The answer is always, sí. That's yes in Spanish, Jamie.
I was gonna say see with you, but you said it first. See.
Just check mark that, we went over that. However, you may waive the right to remain silent, and you may answer questions now without an attorney. You can just check mark that I read that to you. You're not agreeing to anything right now. This is just that I stated these things to you. So this says the above rights have been read to me. I have initialed each paragraph, or in your case, check mark, to show that I understand each of my rights. I
That's
have
why she
received
asked you,
copies
do you
of
want
the
food?
form.
Do you want water? We can fix
You
that. Your
sign it,
wife
and
is
then
doing
I'm gonna
great.
sign it, Nick,
Do you
and
want
then
to
I'm
talk to
gonna
me?
give
I'm
you a
a
copy.
friendly one. Look, I have a baseball cap on. I'm not police.
All right, I'll sign here.
Take her paper and shove it up her booty.
Don't
No,
do that.
don't
Not
do
legal
it.
advice.
And
That's not legal advice. Rip it up.
All right, give me 1 second. Okay.
Military,
Gosh dang
Hi,
it.
sorry, do you want me to write it regular? Okay.
no,
I get so caught up in used to that.
yeah.
My friends don't like it because in my vehicle, my own vehicle that I drive, it's military time, and so they're always asking me what
Everything I
time.
have is military because I came from Europe.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
They call it military, but it's not military, it's
Right, it's
the proper time.
exactly. Well, good. At least then you know what it means then when I put the time on there like that. So I would like to ask you questions about your day today, what happened, like how you guys got to be on the Apple River today, and then like what your day was like. It's up to you if you're willing to answer questions. If you decide that, yep, I'll answer questions right now, and in 10 minutes.
No, Chrissy, he's not asking for an attorney. He said, at some point, I might like to do that. That means he can go right on in.
Yep.
Because he didn't say, I want a lawyer. I'm not talking without my lawyer present.
I know.
And he
Oh,
keeps talking. So everything he said goes right out the window. Even you can Mirandize him, whatever you do, and said, well, nope. When your mouth does this, it gets you in trouble.
You don't want to answer anymore, you just need to tell me that, okay? And if you don't want to answer questions right now, then that's fine too, and I will leave.
I don't know how the
the
rules
All
are,
I
but in
can
Denmark,
say-
yes.
It was self-defense. Self-defense, there were a lot of people on it that came on to me. Self-defense, and they produced 2 weapons, one I took from them.
Okay.
That's the only thing I can tell. And they hit me, and they were on top of me, and I don't remember anything after that. I just remember I ran away. I ran away to my group. There were actually people coming over from my group to see what was going on. I said, nothing, just get back on. And they kept asking, and I said, nothing. I didn't explain to them anything.
Cricket Day. No, that's me. That's showing that you're an idiot. The cops don't care. The cops are just there to get you to say what he just said. They produced 2 knives. I took one of them. Oh, that's a lie. It was your own knife. She's going to be all friendly like and say, oh, I want to talk to you and I'm going to be nice to you. If he had said, I want to talk, I don't want to talk without my lawyer present, you would never see this video in court. So the
Yeah.
jury wouldn't know you weren't participating in an interview. You have the Fifth Amendment right and you have the First Amendment right. But in these cases, your First Amendment rights should come after your Fifth Amendment rights, because sometimes this is the correct motion to do in an interrogation room.
Cops are not your friends. They will use every last word that you say, regardless of how innocent it is, and twist it to make you look guilty. That's what they want to do. That's their job. So I'm sorry, they're not your friends.
Otherwise, everyone could plead the Fifth Understand. Everyone can plead the Fifth Understand if you're incriminating yourself. You can't plead the Fifth Understand if you're a medical examiner, because they're just experts. But this guy, he can't be forced to testify against himself. That's why the state can't bring him as a witness. That's your Fifth and Sixth Amendment rights, I think. I'm not a constitutional scholar. I just make up words. But again, if he had said, I don't want to talk to you without my lawyer present, you would never have seen this video. You would never have heard him lie about 2 knives. That's why, kids, when they teach you in school, trust the cops. They're the good guys.
Because I was so fearful. I didn't know what these people were doing to us. I've never been in a situation like this, where people produce weapons and they were saying they were calling. I don't remember, but they said, don't run over, don't run from us, don't do this. You're a child molester. You're this. And again, I said, are you people drunk? Or you're a child molester. I said, the only thing I remember is, in my mind is, if I'm a child molester, should you be drinking? Should you be drinking alcohol and doing what you're doing to people that you don't even know, attacking them? And I said, if I'm a child molester, you should be having alcohol, you know? And they took my, I was snorkeling, so they took my snorkel away. They threw it in the water. They grabbed my pants. One wanted to pull my pants down, and I grabbed onto him. And I don't know who that kid was, but he had a knife on him. And then there was another knife, a longer knife, looked like a kitchen knife. Kitchen or something, I don't know. And I don't know what happened to either one of them. I just know that when the kid attacked me, I took that from him.
The kitchen knife or the other
No,
knife?
the smaller knife.
Okay, what did that knife look like? Do you remember?
I don't even remember.
But it was smaller?
Smaller, yes.
Okay.
So that's all.
How did you get to be by them? Or who are these people?
So Ariel lost his phone.
Okay.
The phone was in the floor.
One of those bags?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, everyone had one, but his phone was in the floater, so he says, well, let's go look for it. So I put my snorkel on, and I looked, and this guy found something, and they were talking about it. And I said, okay.
This group of people?
This group of people, yeah. I went over and I said, did you guys find the phone? And if you did, can I see it? Can I identify it? And they started calling me names. They got off of their tubes. They came at me. So I said, all I need. And they were calling me all kinds of names, insulting me for being in the water with a snorkel. And I said, all I want, guys, did you find the phone? And I saw they had found something. Okay. All right. And I don't know if there was a phone or something else they found, but they wouldn't talk to me about what they found. And we were looking desperately to find this phone. And I know somebody found it, but I thought it was that group.
Okay.
You know, and then they went over, they came to me and they grabbed my snorkel and they threw it in the water. Well, the water was so fast, it went under. So I went out after it and they started, another group of mostly girls came over from the other side, yelling at me or calling me child molester and something with, something like that. And I went back. I actually out there with this incident. I don't even know what happened. I just know that they attacked me and I was in self-defense. I went into self-defense mode, and then I went over to my group of people. That was it. And they asked me what happened, and I wouldn't tell them. I said, I can't tell you. Let me calm down.
Okay.
I was shocked. So nobody on that knew exactly what happened. The only thing they said was, look, somebody got in an argument over there. Like, yep, let's just leave that alone. Don't go there.
Are you able to draw for me, like where you were looking for the phone, like, and where was Ernesto and Sandy and where was this group? Maybe help me kind of understand. Yep.
These guys were here. I don't know how many, there were quite a few.
Okay.
We were upriver about 100 feet. Our group was here. And
So you guys were in the water?
yes.
Okay.
So we were in the water. And then there was another group of people over here that came to attack me. So there was this group of people here, this group of people that attacked me. They attacked me here.
So your group was floating down the river like this?
Actually, we're stopped. But yes, this is the.
That's the direction you were going. Okay. So your group is stopped.
Yeah.
And who's looking for the phone besides you? Like, how do you know the phone is missing?
Oh, yeah, we talked about it.
Oh, okay.
I lost my phone. And so, well, you didn't lose it. It's floating down the
Because
river.
it's in that bag.
Yeah, so let's go find it, you know. And he was over here pouting that he lost his phone. And I said, that's okay. I have my snorkeling gear. And then I heard this guy said that he found something. And when I was snorkeling down, I passed them. I kept looking, and then I came up, I kept looking, and then they started yelling and screaming, and I said, did you guys find something? And I thought they did. And I know they did.
Come on.
Because they were hiding something from me. And then I went over there, and they grabbed my snorkel, they threw it down. They got off their tubes. They came after me. They pushed me. One of them hit me, and then there was a girl that came from here and hit me in the back of my head. And I was about right there.
You said right here?
When she hit me, yeah.
And that's when the female hit you?
Yeah. And she was coming from another group over here. I don't know how many people were in there. But
Were these guys stopped?
yes, in very shallow water.
Okay, so it's really shallow over here.
Shallow there.
Okay.
Pretty much the two sides are shallow. Yeah.
How deep do you think it was when you were like snorkeling around with it?
4 or 5 feet.
Okay.
Not very deep. And the water was very murky, so I could not see anything
Really?
with my goggles. But those goggles are lost. They took them, they grabbed them out of my face and threw them in the water.
We found the goggles
Oh, good, thank you.
and the snorkel.
Yes.
Yep. Are they connected?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And they're just like regular snorkel goggles, right?
Yeah, I had
Okay.
them over when I went to the Caribbean.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do they look like? Just to make sure we have the right one. White?
Transparent plastic with a white snorkel.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Is that it?
I think we have them. Was there any? Did it seem like these groups were together?
After they came after me, I don't know. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I think so. I mean, I feared for my life. Tell you the
I feared for my life.
truth, when they started hitting me and
I believe him, man.
pointed a knife at me, and then another kid pointed a knife.
That knife
I
is
thought
going to
that
be a
was it
problem.
for me. Luckily, I took it from one of the young kids, and I think that's when I saw him back.
What did you do with
You'd
it?
love to have me as a juror because I don't
even
care.
know.
I saw what I
I don't
saw.
know. Absolutely, I don't know. I don't know if he got it back. I have absolutely
I don't care
no
what he
idea.
has to say.
Did you hit him? Like, did the knife make contact with him?
That I don't remember.
Okay.
He was so close.
Sure.
In one hand and in his hand, so I took his hand and I bent it and I poked him with his own hand. And then I took it from his hand and then I went and swing like this. So I don't know who I hit. I just know that I took the knife from one of the kids.
Okay.
The other one, I don't know what happened to. I didn't get hit. Because as soon as this happened, I started running across. So I went across to my group, and then my group was wondering what just happened, was it? And I didn't want to tell them anything.
Just because you didn't want to.
I didn't want to get anybody aroused. I didn't want
Me
my
too,
group
Jules.
to go say, well, we're gonna go talk to those kids. No, they were too drunk. I believe they were too drunk and too set on going after people. I think.
What were these guys doing? Did they know anything was going on?
No.
So they didn't know you were getting punched or?
Well, they saw the stuff.
Again, this is his testimony. Just as we don't know that he punched Madison in the face, that's their testimony. We know that Mr. Baldosso's knife is found later and a kitchen knife, but it's rusted, so it looks like it's been in the water for some time. That's what we heard yesterday. Did the kids have any knives? Not that we have seen. But did he punch Madison in the face? Not that we have seen. Again, it's bad that he did this interview. Let's just say that.
Well, yeah, but also we saw the video. I mean, for me personally, I saw the video. That's all I need. I don't really care what he has to say, to be honest with you.
I don't know if they're going to get it in the jury
people
room.
will.
I don't know if they're going to watch it in the jury room or be brought into court, but it's part of evidence, so they can watch it all the times they want. We don't know if the kids had any knives. This is his story. We don't believe him any more than everyone else. Just remember that. Just because he says they had 4 shown-off shotguns and a predator coming in on me, it doesn't make it true. What it does is make the jury sit there and think, I watched the video, I didn't see any knives, he's lying. And that's why, Jamie, what's the first thing you said after she said, do you want something to eat?
I'm not speaking to you, I want a lawyer. That's what
Exactly. But Jamie, you have to wait till Monday.
I don't care. I guess I'm sitting in jail then.
Exactly. Yeah, the kids were way too coached, but again, will the jury see it? That's always the problem. We don't have any evidence so far. Maybe defense will put it in. So far, we have no other mention that Mr. Baldosso's knife, which he had on him after the attack, and a kitchen knife was found in the river. I think the problem is he said 2 knives. That's my only problem.
One point, Ernesto was coming towards me like, hey man, did you find anything? And I said, no, I didn't. I don't know. These guys must have it or something. I don't know. And he says, okay, well, he will just get another phone on Monday. You were concerned about getting the phone.
Hello, Pinkin.
And like, okay, so what are you doing? I said, I don't know. I'm just gonna go leave this shit in my thing. And then Sandy said, okay, are you okay? I said, I don't want to talk about it. And then they asked me, hey, what do you want to do? You want to stay here? You want to go down? And I said, I want to go down. And then some girls from my group heard that something was happening over here, and they said, well, we're calling the police. And I think they called the police.
Okay.
1 or 2, I don't know.
Did you see any of that? What was going on?
No.
When they decided to call the police?
No.
He didn't ask for a lawyer, Stephen. Because he said, at some point, I would like to do that. That's not asking for a lawyer. And the cops have every right to try to get you to talk. You have every right to shut up. The second, even if you said, I want a lawyer, okay, but could we just talk about the knife? Yeah. I tell you, have you seen Platoon? I went crazy. Oh my God. I just sliced and diced, and oh, I hated those kids, and I was doing it. Oh, by the way, I'm secure because I asked for a lawyer. That's not how the law works. And even being Mirandized, yeah, the judge will throw that out too. There's been cases where it doesn't save you. Just remember that when you say, I want a lawyer, the next word you say is, hello, Mr. Lawyer. Until then, you don't say anything.
Okay. Did you have a knife
No, no, absolutely. No.
Okay,
I had one earlier that I used to cut, but right at the beginning, and I left it on I don't even know what I did with it. I think I either gave it to one of the people or I put it back in my truck.
okay.
Yeah. So it may have been, I tell you the truth, I don't even know.
And that was after you cut the string?
Yeah, we needed to have something to cut the string over there. They don't have any nuts. So,
I mean, him lying
But you
doesn't
have a
negate
legal
what we
today,
saw on video,
right?
so that's why it doesn't
A
matter
knife
to me.
to cut. How did that,
I think it's in my car.
okay.
Yeah. I
Did
think
you drive or did Sandy drive?
I did.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
I don't even know where it's at, to tell you the truth. It may be in one of the bags.
No, he said
we
he had a
with
knife.
us. It may have been in I don't know. Maybe I left it, put it back in the car. Because I went back with a bunch of, I had straps. I didn't want to pay for string. But they say string
You
is
can't.
cheap.
Well, they probably don't want you to have straps.
But they told me, they said, yeah, if you have straps, there was a kid over there. If you have straps, no problem, but the string is free. So I said, okay, I'll take the string.
Okay.
You know, and then I took the straps back. So, because straps can puncture the.
Yeah.
So I had a whole bag of straps that I took back to my car.
Okay, and so maybe the knife was with the strap?
Probably.
Do you have any cuts or marks on you? Have you had a chance to like look at your
No.
torso or?
Somebody was telling me that I'm bleeding from my ear, from my left ear.
Who told you that?
Oh, I think it was Amy. They said, Nick, you're bleeding from your left ear. I went like this. I went in the water. I cleaned, and then I don't see any blood. You know, and I don't know if you see any cuts, but
I don't.
Yeah, so I don't know why I was bleeding from my ear.
But Amy saw blood?
I think she says you're bleeding from your ear, Nick. And then I cleaned and I said, look, there is nothing. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's really gonna come
Yeah, I
down
don't
to
know
him
if
on
it
the
was
stand.
blood or
To
if
be
it
honest
was
with you.
weeds she saw. I have no idea. We were like,
Because he's fighting for his life and his freedom.
Yeah.
she was on the other side and I was just.
Yeah, so she's over here, right?
She's over here, yeah, right here.
Oh, so she's closest, Amy's over here, closest
Yeah.
to shore?
Yeah,
Okay,
with their nestle right here. And I was over here somewhere in one of these.
okay. And you got back in that tube then when it was time to
I
go?
got back in my own tube, yes.
Okay. Did Ernesto come and get you?
No,
Like, did anybody know that you were getting
No.
punched or
no.
was
They
anybody?
wanted to talk to me about the phone, if I found the phone and what did those guys say, and I said, they probably did, they don't want to give it up, they attacked me, and that's it. And then I said, let's go, I don't want to be here.
Yeah,
So they don't know what happened.
you didn't tell anybody?
No,
Stop.
you're the first one to know.
Okay.
That's why probably Amy and everybody else is so surprised.
Well, they're worried about you.
Yeah,
I mean, and even Ernesto was like, I don't know how the hell this happened.
they don't know anything, because I didn't know what to tell them.
Yeah.
I really don't know, everything happened so fast. I really don't remember why they attacked me. I don't know why they took my snorkel away. I don't know why one of them wanted to pull my pants down. I don't know why they were being so mean. I just don't know.
Yeah.
I just don't know. And why did they want to scare me with a knife? I just don't know why they're scaring people on the river. It's a family-oriented river with knives and you know what they did.
So was it 2 males that had knives?
I saw two
Men?
males,
Okay.
yes, yeah.
And were they both from this group, or do you even,
No,
do you even know?
well, that I don't know.
Okay.
One of them was from this group. The one that I took the smaller knife from, I think was from this group,
Okay, so you took the smaller knife.
from one of them.
And is that the one that you said that you kind of went,
Yes.
basically like?
Oh, I was going like this. I wanted out. They were coming and they were punching me and they were circling me and they came really close. They were pushing me in the water and I just grabbed the kid's knife. I didn't even know if I was holding it right. I just grabbed it from him because he tried to poke me with it. So I feared for my life.
It sounds like.
I was very shocked. I was extremely shocked. I couldn't even say anything to anybody. I had locked jaw. I don't know. Right now, I don't even know how this happened, how I got away from all that.
So when they were pushing you in the water, did you go underwater or did you remain standing?
No, I tripped.
Okay.
I tripped and I fell in the water a couple of times, yes.
Where on your body did they hit you?
In the back of my back. And I know one of the girls came over and split me right over my right ear.
That wasn't a girl. It was just a little boy.
I couldn't even see what they were doing because I was tripping over the stones and I was falling down and they were just jumping on me.
I'm gonna show you a picture and see if you.
He said he was tripping, he was falling over, yes.
I'm still fearful that they're gonna find out who I am and go do something to Sandy. And possibly some of these people over here. I fear that somehow they're gonna find out who I am and continue their whatever that was. And I don't know why they're so hateful. And I just don't get it. I mean, this is the second time I come to the river, the first time for my wife, and I promised her it was gonna be a beautiful outing and nothing to fear. We had a lot of booze. She didn't drink because she was the designated bride. But most of us did, and there was another girl that didn't drink on the other party because they wanted to drive home. We ate well, we had music, everything was so good, so good, so good. Of course, I had a lot of alcohol, who doesn't, you know,
Well, you had a sober ride. So,
yeah.
And I don't smell it on you. Were you drinking beer or vodka or what?
No,
Okay.
we don't do hard liquor because then we dehydrate too fast and we get cramps.
Okay.
So after my quadruple bypass, I still have cramps.
Oh, yikes. Quadruple bypass? How long ago was that?
A year and a half.
Listen how she's oh so friendly and oh I can believe that oh you are scared oh yikes it's quadruple bypass oh my. This kid is what's known as the good cop.
No, legitimate question though, sir, for real, for everyone. We saw the video. We saw what happened. Does this really matter to you? Because it doesn't matter to me whatsoever. Because I saw what happened. And I thought he had every right to do what he did. I know it's different with juries because juries are a fickle thing, but for me personally, I don't care.
No, and we just have to hope that the jury sees what we see. Because 13% of us yesterday thought he was guilty, but 76%, 86% thought not guilty. So hopefully that's the makeup of the jury. Exactly. We don't change our mind, but the jury might. Because we're discussing it all the time with each other. In chat, yeah. I talk, Jamie talk. So we can, but they're not allowed to talk about the case.
And like, I don't care that the kid's lied. I don't care that he's lying. I saw the video and I made my determination that I felt like he had every right to do what he did.
They never took a blood test, so they don't care about how drunk he was. Yeah, and that's fine. We had the day before we had 8% thinking he was guilty, and again, you don't have to agree to be on this channel. I like disagreements as long as we play nice.
Not at all.
Wow,
Yeah, so if you see any wires in my chest, in my sternum, that's from the wire.
really? Do you have a pacemaker in there too or anything? No?
Mhm. I tell you the truth, I'm scared because I'm not in the best of health.
That he's
Okay,
doing.
I'm just going down the river. Probably should not have even drank.
It doesn't matter if it's a lie or anything. It's just that it doesn't match up with the evidence presented so far. So that could potentially make a jury think he's lying. I don't care about it.
Yeah.
I think
but we
he's
saw
just saying he's in shock and he's just telling a story. To me, it doesn't matter that much because I have all the other evidence.
Yes, that's what I mean. As we
Yeah.
saw we saw the evidence, and regardless of what he's saying right now, I saw the video, so it
Yeah.
doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
You drank that much beer, but the doctor never said don't drink.
Sure.
You know, especially beer, you can have as much as you want in moderation. I was in cold water.
Yep.
You know, so, but, you know,
Yeah, yeah.
and then missing vein here and then from my leg.
That's what they used to.
Yeah, take it here, take it from here, cut it in half, that's two. The same thing from my leg, cut it in half, use the other two, so it's quadruple bypass.
Wow.
Yeah, I was dead. My heart stopped 5 hours.
Wow. Have you had a heart attack that prompted that?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yikes.
so I was in pretty bad shape.
It sounds like it.
Yeah,
I bet Sandy was pretty scared.
she was because I was in the hospital for quite some time.
I bet.
At Methodist Hospital, but they did a great job, you know, and Methodist Hospital is probably one of the best hospitals for heart
Yeah, I've heard that.
surgeries. If you know somebody, I'll point them to Methodist.
Yeah, my father-in-law had heart surgery there too. He had a heart
Yeah,
attack a few years ago, and that's where he went.
So, yeah,
Do you need some more?
no, that's it.
Are you sure? I got an extra fresh bottle here. So you want it?
Yes,
I can't travel without one. It's brand new too. I didn't drink out of it yet, so.
Thank you so much.
I'm gonna drink out of it now. So you can have that, and this is gonna be my
I
part.
really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I take a medication that makes me really, really thirsty. So I have bottles of water rolling around in my
I
back
do
seat.
too.
I've got them in the door pocket.
I'm supposed to take mine, but they're at home, and I don't know when I'm gonna take them.
Okay, so you have medication that you
Oh,
need?
yeah.
Okay.
5 medication.
Cause I can call Sandy and see,
Oh, I'm not gonna have her drive over here.
well, I might be able to send somebody to go get them, just so that they get back here. And I mean, I'm
She's so
sorry.
shaken right now, she is probably.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, we need to make sure you have your medication.
yeah, but like I said, I wouldn't have her drive.
Yeah, yep, I might be able to send somebody there to get them. What medications do you take, Nick?
Oh, my God.
Are they all heart related or some do different
Well,
things?
2 of them are heart related.
Okay.
Yeah. One is aspirin.
That's heart related, right? The
Yeah.
blood thing?
Yeah.
Yep.
Potassium, because I'm getting a lot of muscle cramps.
Okay, that's 4.
There's one. There's another one.
Yeah, it'll be really about how he appears on the stand. He's
I'll
gonna
do
have
when
to
I-
cop
Okay,
everything.
no worries.
Yeah.
Were you on your phone at all during your day today? I know that Sandy didn't bring her phone.
I took some pictures,
Okay,
then I put it away. Sandy does not like to take a lot of pictures because then they get posted on
Facebook or Instagram or something?
Yeah, but I'm okay if
Yes.
they post them. Yeah. I did take a few, didn't have a chance to do anything with them.
Okay,
Yeah, but I was not on the phone, I didn't call anybody.
okay. Did you use your phone around the time,
No.
like right before, you were looking for the phone or anything like that?
Not me.
Okay.
Not like these guys are constantly on their phones. That's why Idea lost his.
Because he was on it too much?
People can't enjoy life nowadays going down the river without being on their phones. Of course, they take a lot of pictures, but the picture is not the same experience as being there. So, I don't know.
So do you think the pictures that you took were like at the beginning of your journey, or where do you
Oh,
think?
we did take, I took a couple of group ones where they have that music place in the bathrooms.
Okay,
We made a stop there to eat sandwiches. There were a lot of people over there. That beach was completely full.
I like him so
Lots of
much. I
people
feel
there,
so bad
lots
for
of
him.
people.
No, I don't think he's been. Yeah, no, he was sold in the cop car.
It was a beautiful day, except
It was.
this. And this now, we'll probably close that place down.
you think so?
Yes. Well, I don't know what resulted of it, because I don't know.
Is this you?
Yes,
Okay. What do you think was happening at that
they
time?
were fighting me. They pointed the knife at me. They pointed the knife at me. Both boys pointed the knife at me.
Okay. Did you see anyone take this picture of you?
No, God, no. I was actually very, very scared.
Yeah.
I was very scared. I didn't know what to think. I didn't know what they're doing and why. I mean, I understand they were drunk, but you get drunk, I get drunk, we all get drunk. We don't do that kind of stuff, especially on a family.
It doesn't, but it does, because the state will use it to say he clearly knew, because he said, okay. That's why they weren't allowed to show that in court.
A river like this, family outing. We don't do that kind of stuff. But I was very, you see, I was very, very scared. I didn't know what was going to happen next.
Did you see the woman that hit you in the ear? Did you see her at all?
No, I turned around, she hit me again.
Okay, do you remember what her bathing suit looked like?
No,
She was wearing?
she was just yelling at me and calling me child molester. That's how it all started. They kept calling me a child molester. I don't know, out of the blue. And then they wanted to beat me up because they said I'm a child molester. And then my argument back to them was, if I'm a child molester and you're children, you shouldn't be drinking. You should not be out here drinking.
I'm sorry. I love
Okay?
that that's his
And
argument.
doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
Where are your parents?
Did
Where
they
are your
look
parents?
like they were young?
Oh,
Where are
I don't know.
your
I think they
parents?
look pretty young to me.
Okay.
I don't think they were of the age of drinking.
Really?
Yeah. I think. I mean, I don't know. I don't hang out with people like that. My generation and people I hang out
I think that was part of the video.
with are much older people.
Like Ernesto and
Like
Sandy?
Ernesto and Sandy and Amy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Amy.
You see the woman, both women at least pushing him. But again, who slaps you when your face is down? You don't know.
Mhm. Yeah,
And,
he's getting hit.
yeah.
He probably thought it was, who knows who he thought it was.
Yeah.
Amy's probably one of the youngest ones there.
Sure.
45, and Sandy is 61.
Yeah.
So I'm younger, you know.
So you said that they were standing really close to you.
They were on top of me. They were
Okay.
pushing me, shoving me. I tripped. I fell down. I got up, and that's where I saw the one of the kids there. It was the closest kid with the knife, and I grabbed it from him.
And that was the smallest?
Yes, yes.
And he was in front of you? Was he as close as we are, or?
Oh, he was closer. He was closer. He was closer. But as soon as he came with the knife, I grabbed the knife from him. And what I did then, and I shouldn't show you, but I grabbed, twisted his arm and poked him with his own knife. Then I took it from him.
Or I just want
and
him
I
to just
started
shut up.
swinging.
Just stop talking.
So I swung. I don't even know what hit. I don't know if I hit the girl that hit me twice in the head from behind. I don't know if I hit another kid. I don't know. They're just on top of me. They chased me.
Yeah, that's what they
hitting me
implied
and yelling
yesterday.
at me and calling me, insulting me. That's it. So I don't know what knife they had. I don't know.
Yes.
I just saw two knives. That's it. The longer one and the shorter one. I don't know where they are. I don't know who's got them. I don't know.
So what I'd like to do
Come on.
is I'd like to get a sample of your DNA because if these knives don't belong to you, I would imagine your DNA is not going to be on them.
Well, I touched one of them.
Yeah, you touched the one you grabbed.
Yeah, from the kid. Yeah.
Would you be willing to give me a sample of your DNA? Okay.
Yeah. Is that the good thing?
Well,
I mean, I don't know. I don't have a lawyer over here to ask.
Yeah, and certainly, so.
Should I wait?
Well, I've got a colleague that's in the process of writing a search warrant, so we're gonna get it one way or another. I just thought if I could ask you, and we could just do it right now, I'll like show you how to, like what we would do.
I know what it is.
I would just get your DNA sample, yeah, such a big Q-tip.
Yeah.
We'd also like to do an exam, have a nurse examine your body.
That's absolutely okay.
Okay, and I want her to look in your ears, and I want her to look at your back, and, you know, the people that are in these groups, we're gonna try to collect evidence from them, because they might have your skin underneath their fingernails, or, you know, we're gonna do our best to get any evidence to, I mean, we learn what
Of course,
happened.
yeah. I mean, and I know everything that happened in the river, so.
Well, yeah, there's that part of it too, but,
Definitely.
okay,
Yep, yeah.
okay,
You can tell me.
okay.
I just don't know if I had a lawyer present, what he or she would say.
Well,
That's why you
I
don't
just want you to
talk.
know that we would get it anyway.
I know. That's
I've
what
got
you
a
should
coworker
have said.
that's writing a
I
search
want
warrant.
If you would get
For the
it
judge.
anyway, then let's do it.
Okay, with the court order, or just let's do it now and get it done?
No, let's do it now and give you what you need
Okay.
to start your proceedings or your search. Yeah.
Well, and yeah, I mean, if you sound like you were really afraid.
Yeah, I have a quadruple bypass. I have been out of shape. I have been in bed for a long time, for 6 months at least. I couldn't go to work. I'm not in the best. I mean, I was just floating down the river. Nothing much. Every once in a while, I got up so I could pee because I can't pee in the tent there. You know, shouldn't tell you that on camera, but yes, most people have to get off the thing. So I got out. I would get up and then hold on and then get back in. I mean, I don't do anything to stay in shape. I'm a guy that wants to survive and keep working at Ritchie Engineering, you know, and why these things happen, it's beyond me. I mean, I don't understand. I mean, why would that many people come down on one person that didn't absolutely do anything, take his goggles, almost one wanted to pull my pants down. So
Did your trunks have like a drawstring?
Yeah.
So they didn't come down?
Oh, no. They came down a little bit, but no, because I have a drawstring on them, so yeah, they couldn't pull it down. But why? All of a sudden, they were like wolves around me, and they were attacking me from all directions, and I truly feared for my life. I didn't know what to do. I mean, these guys were talking over there. I didn't know what to say. I mean, I was just.
Which guys are you talking?
My
Okay.
guys. So, and they were quite a bit distance, so they didn't see anything. I don't think they saw anything. And.
So when you go back to your tube, do you guys get the hell out of there? Or
No.
do you what do you do?
We stayed there.
Okay.
Yeah, the girls called the cops. We didn't know what to do. And we stayed there for a long time. There were people coming. We even saw the sheriff coming, and they kept saying, oh my God, they didn't know what happened. So they said, oh my God, what happened? So there was a fight. And I said, yeah, I don't know what was going on after that. I thought they were still fighting. Personally, when I came back, I saw a whole bunch of people coming over there and yelling at each other, and I thought they were still fighting for some reason. I didn't know what was going on. So I personally wanted to stay and watch to see if the cops get them for fighting, you know, for whatever they were doing.
Sure. Okay.
So I wanted to be a witness to them fighting.
Gotcha.
Or if the cops needed a witness, I wanted to sit there for as long as possible. And then the group said, well, there's so many people there. I don't know, let's just get going. We don't want to get involved in this. I was just in there. They attacked me. Yeah, but look at them now, they're attacking each other. I don't know what they're doing. So cops came and we stayed there for, I don't know, another 10, 15 minutes.
When the police were there?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And then we decided we'll go. Nobody asked me anything, and I said, I kept my mouth shut. And down the river we went.
Okay.
So I was very shocked. I didn't know what just happened, really, to tell you the truth.
Well, Sandy said that you were quiet
I was very quiet.
and you didn't really talk.
I didn't know what to say.
Yeah.
I mean, I get
Didn't know
my,
what to say.
excuse my French, my ass.
Again, this is always, I'm just going to explain it to them so they can understand it. And you're going to dig your own grave faster than you think, because no matter how truthful you are, how much you thought it was like that, if they want to spin it another way, they will spin it another way.
Kicked by a whole bunch of kids. What am I gonna say? I just got my ass kicked by this kid. Now the police is on top of them. Well, I think something's gonna come out of it. So I thought the police was there because they were fighting, you know, because these were just boys, and they were being obnoxious. Not only picking on me, then these girls came over and hit me.
So these are girls over here?
Well,
Mostly?
mostly.
Okay. And this was all guys?
Yeah, I didn't know who was in this group, but I know these were all guys because I was snorkeling back and forth, and I asked them if they found something, and they said, well, you know, they started calling me a molested. Then I got up, and one of them took my goggles, threw them in the river. I went after them. One of them wanted to pull my pants down, and there you go. So what happened? Can you tell me what happened?
Yes. 4 people went to the hospital with injuries.
Oh my God.
And 1 person died.
Oh no.
I don't know any of their names and I don't know any genders, but
And the spinning starts when it gets good.
I know. Just stop repeating stuff and just stop talking, please. Just stop talking.
I don't
Was
know.
that because they fought each other, or is
I
that
don't know. I don't know. I don't.
Oh.
He's still very likable, so hopefully on stand he's.
Come on. Well,
Know what their injuries are. I was with Sandy the whole time, and then when I kind of turned Sandy over to Ernesto and Amy, then I came here. So I have no idea what their injuries were.
No. Oh my God. Oh my God.
So we just need to be able to like piece this together. You know, in your statement,
What other pictures did they give you of me?
just that one. That's the only one I have.
They didn't take. They had lots of cameras. You should take their cameras.
Yes, and so I have colleagues,
Yeah.
investigators that are talking to all of those, you know, the people in the group and the other witnesses. So yes, we are trying to collect. And I told Ernesto and Amy, because they said that Rosie was taking a lot of pictures.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't think she took any pictures of those guys. There was at the stop up here.
Yes, but you were snorkeling. They might have been like taking a selfie or something, and we could get these guys in the background that they don't even realize they have it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
So I asked them to go through their photos so that we would be
Yeah,
in contact with them.
Got it. I was all of a sudden you say that, it was like, why would they take pictures of me going over there?
No, you just never know what you get in a picture. If they're sitting here waiting for you and somebody else to find the phone.
Did you find his phone?
I don't know. Again, I've been with Sandy pretty much the whole time, and now I came here with
just
you. So I do
understand right
know
now. That's why
I
they're
did get a
showing it.
message that the goggles and the snorkel were found. So that's all the information that I have about like items that were located.
Now, my whole life is down the tubes.
Well, I don't know if that's the case. Because people have the right to defend themselves.
I know, but this is Wisconsin.
This is Wisconsin.
Okay. You continue on. I usually know that people that defend themselves, they end up being accused of being this and being that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think if you'd asked me what I would have done,
Yeah,
I mean,
let's not say
I don't
that.
know.
Yeah, you don't know.
I don't know. I would have been scared shitless, I can tell you that.
When that many people
Yeah.
tried to pull your pants down and hit you, and two boys had knives on them. They didn't find any of those 2 knives?
I don't know. I don't know, but we're looking, and we're looking before it gets dark out. Okay, right now it is 40.
I'm glad I actually took that kid's knife. He would have stabbed me. He was not there to scare me. He was there to harm me. At least I'm here, but I'm sorry for how it ended up.
Because he used it to cut the string on the tubes. And it's legal to carry a knife in Wisconsin.
Oh yeah, it's very legal. People carry knives all the time,
Hey, Jenny.
especially if you're on the river.
Yeah. Yeah, we know
They're
other
scared,
people
like
who
I
carry
said.
a
I'm
knife
scared
too.
that they're gonna be finding out where I live, and they're gonna be hunting us at night, and they're gonna be hurting my wife.
Well, I will call Sandy as soon as I leave here, okay, and just check in on her. Find out about your medications. Have you had any medicine this morning?
No, I take them in the evening.
Okay, you take them in the evening. What would happen if you don't take them?
Nothing. I'm not even hungry to take the food.
Okay, but if you don't take your medication tonight, is that life-threatening?
I don't think so. No, I mean, granted what happened today, I was shocked. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't think so.
Casey Fagan, I'm sorry if you put your hands on me. There's no question I would have.
They need to maybe do sobriety tests on minors on that river. Maybe they need to put an end to drinking underage.
I'm sorry,
drinking
but my
and
life,
doing drugs.
it's me or you.
The river over there is turned into a sewer. My second time, and I have dragged my wife out of there.
Thank you.
Pretty much against her will. I promised her it was going to be the best day. I made promises. We're going to have a great time with this.
But she didn't want to go.
No. She always says, places like this, all they do is smoke pot and do this. Yes, there is a lot of pot smoking over there. We don't know who's legal, who's illegal. I don't know anything about Wisconsin laws, but you can smell it. It was everywhere in the air. And I don't know what people do to, you do the DNA, you can find out, what type of drugs are in my system. I've never done any of that stuff, so I don't know. I'm very clean as clean as they go. We looked at my criminal record. You can keep digging, there is nothing there because I don't have anything, not even one parking ticket, not a speeding ticket. I'm as a law-abiding citizen as they come. But I fear for my life too. I mean, I went through a very serious surgery to be alive, to be knifed down by a bunch of kids on the river.
Yeah, I understand.
And I'm not blaming the police. I believe that's a private land. They have to have their own
Thank you,
security
Iris, for
there.
the Baker Booty
They
Walk.
need to do better.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna rub these along your lower gum line and kind of inside your cheek. I'm gonna do both at the same time. It shouldn't hurt at all. If it doesn't, let me know. I'm gonna put them in this box, and then I'm gonna seal this bag while we're sitting here, so you see that I sealed it, okay? So I'll just have you open up your mouth, let's see here, shouldn't, like I said, shouldn't hurt. All right. And you're okay with having the nurse do the exam on you, giving you pictures of your lumps on the body, you're okay with that?
Yeah. These actually are from direct from trying to get out of
Okay,
the tubes in shallow water.
okay,
You know, I had a hard time trying to stop the drain.
yeah, can I, just, I know the nurse will too, but I'd like, can I take a picture of it?
Yes.
Okay.
But this was not from the confrontation.
Oh, this wasn't?
No,
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood that.
no, these were from scrapes on the river bottom when I was
When you were snorkeling?
snorkeling.
I got you, okay, perfect.
Yeah, please don't use that.
You don't have that kind of money.
I didn't touch those kids. I did not. I didn't clean nothing. No.
Okay. I'm gonna go call, I'm gonna seal this out, because I told you I was gonna do that. And then I'm gonna go call the person that, has the nurse kind of on standby, so that we can, get that taken care of. I'm also gonna give Sandy a holler. Oh, look at that, let's tape this.
Oh.
For the love of God.
Is this good?
Well, I didn't like it, because it's all, and it's not gonna be big enough to do what I need to do here, so we'll try it again. Worst case scenario, I can always bring it to my office next door and do it in the evidence room. But I'm gonna try to,
We don't know. We just know Mr. Q said that he had to restrict their alcohol intake because they had been in trouble on another river, and then something had happened, but we don't know what. It hasn't been brought in doing the testimony.
take care of it here.
Probably dries up. When it dries up, it's
Well,
probably.
and then it's real sticky and it's real finicky, so if you get it stuck on something, it's,
Yeah.
you know, it's meant to not, be able to tamper with, so. I'm gonna get rid of my fingers, so I'll just,
They dry so fast.
okay. So I'm gonna go call my supervisor, who had been in contact with the nurse, and just let them know that we're gonna do that. And then I will be back. Do you have any questions now?
I did not.
You need to get back. All right, I can make sure that happens. I'm just gonna write your name on here so that. Today is 7/30/22.
MIU.
Yep, that means no middle initial.
Oh, I see.
Oh, did I spell it wrong? It's
No, no,
MIU. Yep, I did.
yeah.
It's MIU. There we go. Okay, that's yours. I will be back in a minute. In the meantime, I'll have one of the jail staff bring you to the bathroom. And are you still doing okay? Do you need, how's your water there?
I have plenty for now.
Okay.
It's going through a lot of certain
Yes.
Right back, Nick.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you enjoy a good ASMR.
Hi, Flux. Hi, MG.
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
While you were talking to him, you showed Mr. Miu a photo on your phone.
Yes,
What was that photo?
that was a photo that had been disseminated to us of the suspect.
Do you know where it came from? At the time, did you know where it came from?
Probably, I believe dispatch had emailed it out.
Was it a photo from the video or from something else?
Sustained.
You know where the photo originated from?
I do,
Where did it originate?
from Javon Cockfield's video.
Did strike that. While you're talking to Mr. Miu, you were referring to a diagram.
Come on.
Yeah.
Yes.
Lieutenant Hart, I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit 16. You recognize that?
I do.
And what is it?
This is the diagram that I asked him to draw me while we were talking.
Did he draw portions of that?
He drew all of it. I put the words on there.
All right. Counter, I move for admission of exhibit 16.
Any objection? 16 is received.
If I can publish to the jury on demo.
Yes, you may. While you're standing there, would you also retrieve the exhibit 24?
That's the real deal.
And just to clarify, is the only thing you added the words on the diagram?
Yes, he put the 100 feet or inches, but I wrote Amy, the mostly girls, shallow, all males and female. And then that is my handwriting on the lower right-hand portion where I put the date and our agency case number.
Hey, Flux.
Also in the video, you appeared to be taking a buccal swab.
Yes,
Did you do anything with those swabs?
I logged them into evidence at the sheriff's office.
Were those the swabs that were sent to crime lab?
No.
Which swabs were sent to the crime lab?
The one in the kit that the sergeant nurse had taken.
While you're speaking with Mr. Miu, did you notice any signs of impairment?
No.
Come on. Come on.
That's it. Nothing else.
Anyone need a break? Still doing good? All right, one vote for break? All right.
Stabbings?
Yeah.
You didn't smell anything else? You didn't smell anything more of the statement?
All right, thank you, Joe. Let's head back inside.
Please be seated. All right, we were about to start cross, correct? Cross, Mr. Prophecy.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Morning.
In your 25 years in law enforcement, is it fair to say that you've had the opportunity numerous times to question both victims of crimes and people accused of crimes?
Yes.
And in this particular case, if I have it right, the interview with Mr. Miu takes place approximately a little more than 4 hours after the incident. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And to your knowledge, for most of those 4 hours, the majority of those 4 hours, he was in police custody somewhere, right?
I believe so.
And in situations like this, where they call you in, which would be considered a serious situation when you get called in?
Yeah.
Okay. And in those situations, you're trying to gather as much evidence and as much information as quickly as possible. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in your 25 years in law enforcement, have you been involved in situations that you would consider to be highly stressful events?
Yes.
Would you consider this to be a highly stressful event?
Yes.
And would you agree that in those highly stressful, have you interviewed victims of offenses and people who are accused of offenses involving highly stressful events?
Yes.
And in those highly stressful events, both
We
the
don't
victim
know.
and the accused can be feeling kind of the same emotions sometimes. Is that right?
Sure.
Okay. And would you agree in your training and experience that highly stressful events can impact someone's ability to recall what had happened?
Yes.
Both for the complaining witness or victim, as well as the person who's accused. Would that be fair?
Fair.
And you'd agree that doesn't mean that the person is necessarily lying. Sometimes these stressful events kind of cloud memories and make it difficult for them to recall events, correct?
Yes.
Speculation.
Overruled.
I think you said yes.
Yes.
And would you agree that based on your training and experience, how long someone suffers from a stressful event, meaning how they react to it, that can depend upon, it can differ in terms of timing, right? What I mean by that is you might suffer the same stressful event as I suffer. You might be over that stressful event in a much shorter time than I would be over it. Is that fair?
Yes.
And because it's a criminal investigation and you're working at a quick pace here, you're not given the opportunity to kind of let things calm down before you do your investigation, right?
I don't know if I understand your question.
Okay, so let me give you an example. So in an example, if this fact pattern involved an officer, that officer would have an opportunity before they had to give a statement, correct? Officers don't have to give statements immediately after stressful events. They're allowed to kind of calm down and think about it before they're required to provide a statement. True.
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Did you give, or was Mr. Miu given an opportunity in terms of timing to calm down from the situation, kind of make sure that he had all his faculties before he provided a statement?
I don't know, other than the 4 hours between the time he was taken into custody and I spoke with him.
And those I'm not being critical of you here. I'm asking you, you don't know whether or not those 4 hours he was still under the stress of the event, right?
I don't know.
And I'm not going to ask you about what you saw in the video, but what I'm going to ask you about is you're aware there's a video in the case, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when someone gives you a statement about what had happened, it's helpful for you as an investigator to be able to go back to that video and kind of determine the accuracy of that person's statement, right?
Sure.
Okay. And while you're able to determine whether or not the person's statements are accurate, what the video really doesn't capture and what you need to try to figure out is what the person was feeling or what their beliefs were at the time, correct?
I don't know if that's up for me to decide.
No, but in terms of your investigation, you'll ask people things like, how did that make you feel when something was happening? That you'll ask them questions about their emotions because their emotions might not be borne out on a video. True?
True.
And people will tell you, I was afraid, I was worried, I was stressed. They'll make those statements to you when you ask those questions, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me if this is fair. So you, after conducting the interview with Mr. Miu, you've watched the video, right?
The video of the incident?
Video of the incident?
Yes.
Okay. And you agree his statements regarding how he got the knife, those are inaccurate, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Good to come out in front of that.
They have to.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I'm
don't
glad
try
they
to
did.
hide
Yeah.
it.
No. He's doing
And
good, like, about trying to make it seem like
you did
he was
ask
under
Mr.
stress.
Miu what his beliefs were or how he was feeling while all this was going on, correct? You remember that during the interview?
I guess I don't recall if I asked him how he was feeling, but he articulated that to me.
Okay, he had mentioned
should.
to you how he was feeling. True.
Come
Yes.
have fun.
And would you agree that once
I've
you
never
kind of get
been
into
there.
the meat of the interview, first thing out of Mr. Miu's mouth is that he was acting in self-defense, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he says that, if I have it right, 3 times in his first statement to you was it was self-defense.
Yes.
Okay. And
Mhm.
he told you in that first portion of the interview that they were hitting him, right?
Yes.
And that's true, correct? That's borne out on the video. Yes?
Objection, Your Honor. The video speaks for itself.
Sustained, is it?
Quit.
Sustained.
Just stop being so weaselly.
Can I ask you this? Although some of the things that Mr. Miu had talked to you about regarding how he obtained the knife, we agree that was incorrect. Would you agree, based on your interview with Mr. Miu, he never wavered in his claim it was self-defense, correct?
Correct.
He never wavered in his claim that he was fearful, correct?
Correct.
And he never wavered in his claim that he was attacked, correct?
Correct.
Mhm.
If I told you, and I don't know if you've counted, I counted approximately 20 times during that interview that he claimed it was self-defense, he was fearful, or they attacked him. Sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've sat through, I know you weren't here yesterday because you weren't feeling well, but you've sat through the trial of every other witness other than when you weren't here, right?
Yes.
Oh, they all changed their stories. He didn't. Come on, YouTube. Not today.
I like the way he does things.
And you've
I love
listened
this.
Yeah.
times when witnesses had to be corrected or shown something that turned out not.
The Dollywood experience will be the 16th of May. And anyone who's near or want to take a vacation down there, come join us. It's going to be fun. Brandon might kidnap Flux and bring her down there.
Not to be true based on the video, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any information through your investigation that contradicts Nick Miu's belief that he was
Well, the day after, we are taping a Friday night live show at a restaurant. That could be fun too.
in fear during that incident?
Objection, Your Honor.
Come on up.
They jump up to object everything that would
able to
make it look
What
better.
she's
Just watched that day in your interview with Mr. Miu. Okay, the recorded interview we just watched.
That's the
He didn't
rules.
make any other statements to you that would give you any reason to believe that he wasn't in fear, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Same grounds.
Overruled.
Can you ask that again?
I don't know. Based on your interview with Mr. Miu on the day in question, right? When you interviewed him on the
Yes,
he told you he was in fear. Yes?
he did.
Okay. Did he provide any other statements to you that would contradict that statement that he was in fear?
No.
There you go.
And to be fair, he told you multiple times in that interview that he was in shock about what happened and didn't remember everything. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And that, based on your training and experience, that wouldn't be unusual, would it?
No.
Okay. You've had that with other people who have been complaining witnesses or victims of offenses?
Yes,
And have you had that with people who have been accused of crimes?
probably.
Tom, if you can answer this. So he never denied that he defended himself with a knife, correct?
Correct.
What he got wrong was how he got the knife, but he told you that he used it on other people, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And he told you other things that you actually found out to be true, right? Like he had a snorkel and goggles, right?
yes,
Okay. And you found those, not you, but your police found those, right?
yes,
Okay. So that's true, right?
yes,
He told you that he was looking for Ariel's phone, correct?
yes,
You guys found Ariel's phone, right?
yes,
He told you that people were calling him I think he says the word child molester, but it's true people were calling him names, correct?
yes,
Okay. And I think he also told you on the tape that they were attacking me from all directions. Is that right?
he did say that.
Okay. Do you, in your investigation, do you have any evidence through interviews of witnesses or anything else that that's not correct?
Objection, Your Honor, to the approach.
Yes.
What's going on?
These Mr.
Oh, you have a witness.
His-
All right, it looks like we are back now live with more questioning of Lieutenant Brandy Hart.
And I coordinated the translation and transcription of Hispanic speaking statements and
It's
911 calls.
125 because we were so far behind.
So the investigators who have testified, you're their boss?
I'm their supervisor, yes.
In an investigation like this, do those reports pass over your desk? Do you see those?
I would say a majority of them, not all of them.
So you're aware, well, tell me if you're aware, that there has been multiple interviews conducted in this case by your investigators, right?
Yes,
Of multiple eyewitnesses or people who claim to be eyewitnesses to what has happened, right?
yes,
And have those reports passed over your desk?
not all of them.
Have some of them passed over your desk?
Yes,
Okay. Based on the information that you have seen, the reports that you've seen, the interviews that you've conducted, any other evidence that you've been able to look at, my question to you was, is there any evidence that contradicts the statement that Mr. Miu had made to you on that interview that he was surrounded on all directions?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Well, I haven't read every single report for this case.
On the stuff that you've read. I can't ask you about things you don't know. What I can ask you is on the things that you've read, the reports that you've reviewed, the interviews that you've conducted, there's nothing that contradicts his statement that he was surrounded, right?
Your Honor, I'm going to check because it's Vegas to time. There's a 3-minute period here.
Overruled.
Oh my God, shut up.
Can you answer the question?
That's a stupid objection.
Yeah.
So your question is if I've seen any of the reports that I've read.
I'm asking you if any of the evidence that you've reviewed in totality, whatever you've reviewed in the totality, okay? There's nothing in the evidence that you've reviewed, the witnesses that you've spoken to, that contradicts Nick's statement that he was surrounded when he told you that, right?
Yeah, he's the only interview I've conducted.
You reviewed other reports though, right?
Yeah,
He asked you interviews or reports you read. Now she's
Yeah.
getting the defense
And
manager.
I think he said in his interview with you that he said, all I want, guys, did you find a phone, right? You remember that?
yeah,
Okay. And through testimony you've seen and witness statements that you've read, you know Joanne Cockfield's holding a phone, correct?
yes,
And through your investigation,
Come on.
Yeah, the state is always shifty over there.
Yeah, because that ruins their case that he could just walk away.
you'd agree there were no little girls in that area at the time, right?
not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So would you,
I don't even think that Fedorowski is north enough to see the Northern Lights. Maybe Medita can see them in Finland.
Agree, there's nothing factually in terms of evidence that you know about that would support the claim that people had said that he was looking for little girls. There were none, right?
There were none. No.
There wasn't any little girls.
If you would have
Shocker.
suspected he was impaired, would you have followed up on that?
Yes.
Okay. How? I mean, what would you just tell me what you would have done?
Well, I probably would have applied for a search warrant for his blood.
Okay. Because that would, if a person's intoxicated in the situation that happened, this incident, knowing that would matter to you, right?
Yeah.
Just one moment, Judge.
Yes.
It's all good. Thank you.
Mr. Smestad.
Lieutenant Hart, as you were interviewing Mr. Miu, did he at any point say anything about being strangled?
No.
Did he say anything about having injury or pain to his neck or throat?
No.
Did you see any injuries on his face at all?
No.
How many feet away from him were you during that interview?
However wide a table is,
Can you describe the lighting in the interview room?
it was well lit.
Did Mr. Miu say anything about hearing anybody threaten him with a phrase similar to "you've got 10 seconds"?
No.
Oh, you can hear that in the video. You don't need him to tell you that.
At the time that you interviewed Mr. Miu towards the end, when he asks you what happened, did you know that he had already been informed that he was under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide?
Objection, speculation.
I'm asking if you knew.
I'll sustain the objection. You have to rephrase the question.
Did you have any knowledge as to what he had been informed of with regard to charges when he was arrested?
No.
When Mr. Miu asked you what happened, and you told him that someone had died, what was his response?
I believe he said, oh no.
Did he?
Yeah, because someone said something in a cop car. He's supposed to remember that 4 hours later
Yeah. They're such idiots.
while he's in shock.
Okay.
Come on.
Appear to be surprised?
I'm going to object.
Sustained. Speculation.
Yeah.
Yeah,
At
we're
one
trying
point in
to
the
get that
video,
in there.
you see him put his head in his hands.
Yes.
Did you see any tears?
No.
Who cares? Ooh, I hate
Mr.
them.
Autopsy asked you about the stress that a
That's such a stupid thing.
victim can undergo, and in your opinion, you said, yeah, that sometimes that happens. The same go for 17-year-old kids who saw their best friend get stabbed to death.
Yes.
Yeah, but all of them don't end up
And
having
the same
the
goes
same
for the people who
story.
actually were stabbed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did Mr. Miu ever waver in his claim that he did not himself have a knife on the river?
No.
Did he?
Whoops.
Do you know how many times he denied having a knife on the river? If you remember.
I don't remember, but it was more than once.
Did he ever waver in his claim that two of these boys pulled knives on him?
No.
Did he appear to recall details about how that all happened?
Yes.
At one point in the video, he asked if anybody had found a phone. Do you recall that?
I do.
You know what phone he was talking about at that point of the interview?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
During your interview, did he specify whose phone he was looking for?
Yes, I believe he told me it was Ariel's.
Nothing
Is
further.
that an important question to ask, you idiot?
Because he didn't tell you anything about hearing somebody say you got 10 seconds. You're not saying that means it didn't happen, right? That somebody didn't say that.
Right.
Okay. And because he didn't mention to you that he had been strangled, you're not saying that that means it didn't happen, right?
No.
Tracy hates when
Or,
someone tells her how to act. Yeah, but
complain about neck pain or being hit in the face. You're not
that's how they
saying
do.
that because
If
he
you
didn't
don't
say
do
he wasn't hit in the face,
it's wrong.
or however
If
he
you
was
do
hit.
it, it's
You're
wrong.
not saying because he left something out that didn't occur, right?
Right.
That's all.
Thank you, Lieutenant Hart. You may step down.
Was that the last witness? That was a weird last witness. Thank you, Tracy. That was a really.
Mr. Anderson, does the state have more evidence?
No, Judge.
All right, the state rests. Members of the jury, there are a few items that I need to discuss with the attorneys in private.
And earlier this
What?
morning, we were able.
What a stupid
That
case
was
they
the
have.
final. The final witness was
That woman.
absolutely nothing.
It was the video. The video is just so damning, Baker.
But there was nothing in it, Jamie.
I know. You're telling me.
Yeah, I'm telling you because you said
That's why they thought this is the nail in the coffin.
well, he's not going to dismiss it. We know that.
Yeah.
But that wasn't that strong, in my opinion. This is the last impression you're giving the jury of your case, and
They're
and it's
hoping that
this-
him lying, like, him saying the things that he said in the interview are what's
yeah, he
gonna
that
sell
that
the
he thought
case.
that he took knives from them, and that's all.
Mhm.
So yeah,
That's all they have. That's all they're hanging their hat on because that's all they have. And I've said it 150 million times today. I don't care. I saw the video. So whatever he has to say means nothing to me.
yeah. Someone asked about seeing Northern Lights. Fedorowski doesn't see him that much, but he has this view instead. Isn't
Who has
that
that view
beautiful, Jamie?
instead?
That's somewhere near Fedorowski.
Oh my god, that's so pretty.
Yeah, that's why everyone should go watch his videos.
Mm-hmm.
Look how pretty it is, Jamie.
It is. I want to go there.
And this is Northern Lights over Stavanger. And I think that this is more. That's the Pulpit Rock, about 2 hours drive and a couple of hours hike. Yeah, that's why everyone should watch Fedorowski. He has such a beautiful. Look at this Northern Lights. It's amazing. I should take when I become a YouTube millionaire. I'm gonna. We can do a trip to go see the Northern Lights up north.
But I would argue to the court that based on the evidence, and you have to take the evidence under all the facts and circumstances, that based on the actions of Mr. Miu, based upon the testimony regarding the injuries to the people I'm mentioning, Dante Carlson, Anthony Carlson, and Riley Mattson, I would argue that it is not possible to say that no other inference can be drawn, but that he intended to kill those people. And there's actually no information that Dante Carlson or Anthony Carlson would have died from their injuries anyway. So without any other extraneous factor, which would have prevented Mr. Miu from doing this. So we have one, you heard the evidence, you can figure out how you would view the movements. But I would argue that the facts and circumstances presented to the court and to the jury here do not support the claim that he unequivocally intended to kill these people. Riley Mattson said she thought she was punched. She initially believed it was a punch. And I don't think although not the deciding factor, I don't think their injuries support the claim of an attempted first-degree intentional homicide. So I would move for dismissal on those, whatever those counts are, Your Honor.
Thank you. Who's going to argue for the state?
I can, Judge. So I think this case, it's similar to if you compare it to, say, a shooting case where somebody walks up to somebody, shoots them in the torso, in the chest, and it happens to miss vital organs, and they just need stitches. I think it's a difficult argument to make that they didn't intend to kill them, and it's the same thing here. He's stabbing all these people in the area of vital organs, veins, blood vessels. His intent is based on all facts and circumstances. He sliced AJ up the belly. He stabbed Isaac directly in the heart. He stabbed Tony, Dante, and Riley in the area of all the vital organs. Dante was stabbed right below where his heart is. Tony was stabbed twice. One he blocked. That's certainly something out of Nicolae's control. Riley was sliced across her side, damaging her stomach and her diaphragm.
He's defending himself, so
And
shut
so
up.
I think given all the facts and circumstances, there's clearly enough for it to go to the jury. But for the chance that he didn't happen to hit vital organs, I think the jury can still conclude his intent was to kill them.
All right, this motion is being made after the close of state's evidence. There is a particular standard that I have to apply. In fact, the motion must be denied if, considering the state's evidence in the most favorable light, the evidence adduced, believed, and rationally considered is sufficient to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. As to the three individuals that pertain to this motion, I am satisfied that the motion must be denied. The state has presented credible evidence that Mr. Miu formed the intent to kill by inserting a knife into the torso of the three individuals during a physical confrontation. The torso, as we all know, contains vital organs, blood supply, nerves, and other anatomy that, if injured, could lead to death. I believe that the risk of death is self-evident when faced with a knife stab to that area. There was an intervening event, and I think the state has presented evidence about.
No, the bar is just so high that the judge must always view the case in the light most favorable to the state.
Yeah.
So that's why they always come off as they are very pro-state in this, but it's the law. He must view the evidence in the most favorable light for the state.
The individual's fortitude to.
It's very rare judges do otherwise.
Resist
Yeah.
injury.
We have seen it in
First
one
responders,
case.
One time, and all the
formal medical
times we've
treatment
done
in a
trials.
hospital setting.
Yeah. And it wasn't
For all
our
those
case. It
reasons,
was
I am satisfied that the
Nick's
state
case.
has presented
Yeah.
sufficient evidence to warrant the case to continue. The motion is denied.
No, but I tried to do a little enlightenment. Jamie, I tried to spiritual enlighten you people, law enlightenment, because some of you, it's too late for spiritual enlightenment. Still have hope for Jamie. But if you believe that that's the same thing for those who have been following my Karen Reed coverage, are angry that I didn't believe the FBI would magically swoop in and everything would go away. No. This never happens. If it happens, it's very, very, very unlikely to happen. This is winning the lottery. That doesn't happen. Always believe this will not happen. We have seen the case. We feel he's clearly innocent, or some people think he's clearly guilty. Doesn't matter. But just don't go and think that, they should throw it out. There's no reason to keep going, because then we'll end up like Lawn and Krim and sit here and say, well, they shouldn't put on a defense because people who are charged are clearly guilty or stuff like that. It's just to make sure that everyone knows why I'm saying it would be dismissed, and it's not because the judge is specifically this judge is an a-hole. I think he's fair. This will happen in most of cases.
Is there anything else at this moment?
And that's why you should watch it with us instead of watching it on Lawn and Crim, because they don't tell you these things. You will sit there and think, why don't they dismiss it? Look, my lawyer
We can
agrees.
just take a 5-minute break to make sure I go through the colloquy with him privately, and then.
It was a blood, and I observed body on my tail.
We're going to start off
present
with
on his body, and
the
I
defendant.
observed sharp wound injury to his left chest.
Oh boy.
So the defendant will take the stand next.
I hope he does so well.
Mr. Miu. I still haven't
Mr.
figured out if it's Miu or Muyu.
He said Mew.
It's
Like
Miu.
Mew, like kitty. Mew Mew.
I'm dyslexic in every language, Jamie, so I can't hear stuff like that. But my brain, it doesn't make sense when people spell stuff to me. It doesn't make sense in my brain. I can read and write. Well, I can't write that good, but I can read. But I just can't hear the individual letters. I'm sorry, Jamie. I know it disappoints you. You have higher standards.
My standards are not that high, but thank you.
Yeah, and as Rittenhouse lawyer said, in Wisconsin, self-defense must take the stand. I never watched Pokemon. Oh, you have a summer house in Puerto Vieira. Sounds like a nice place. What's going on in your house, Jamie?
These people are just flying down the road.
You should go beat them with a hammer.
Put some spikes in the street. I live on a main road, so yeah.
Are you living near Formula One track?
Well, I was standing in the kitchen. The window's open now. It's like 70 out right now. So that's why you can hear it more than you normally do.
I spelled his name
Shut
wrong.
up, Foster.
It's the other way around.
Uh-oh.
It's Miu, not Mui.
Yeah, like you.
Yeah. Why haven't you said it? Because I've spelled it wrong in my hashtags the entire week.
Have you?
Jamie, sometimes you should watch my shows. It's actually quite good sometimes.
I've been so busy lately. I don't know. Maybe
Yeah, I
I'll try to
haven't seen
catch
you
the
around
replay.
in the longest time.
Yeah.
Well, dyslexia for the win. It did kind of sound like someone was treating a map to a wood chipper.
Well, it's a lot of like big trucks because I live on a main road, so there's a lot of semis.
I know, Harris. You have good shows. Yeah, I tell Jamie that all the time, but she never watches them. We don't know. I haven't seen the witness list, but every state witness was kept under subpoena, so we don't know. He's gonna go first, and would you bring in someone to say that you could stab people in a different way so it wasn't as bad? I don't know if they have that kind of money. Tracy Fagan, I heard a very good argument about this any case. The defense, even if the defendant is guilty, is to make sure that the state is following the rule. Yeah, well, you can't take the stand if you know he's lying. That's not allowed.
Was injury to 2 ribs, so 2 ribs was completely kind of
Oh, it's
like
still,
transected.
I thought they were back. But yes, always keep the state on their toes. And I think Sharovsky is a great lawyer to do that. Because he's asking good questions. Thank you. How did I choose my channel name? I have 2 herniated disc and a botched back operation, so my back is broken, and I used to be a baker. And I thought that Bageren snakker politik isn't a good international word, so I took broken baker because if I had to do in English sometimes, people understood baker more than bager. You could talk about nows. His name is Miu.
Are they taking a lunch?
No, they took 5 minutes to
just
talk
break?
with the client.
Gotcha.
Do you think the last witness will come back? No, they just had her. They could have asked her if they wanted. So, Adelaide lass, you will never sleep knowing Miu is coming on next. First world problems. Well, you live in Australia, so first world? No, be nice. Yeah, but again, shock is individual. So how much can you talk about shock? Because if you clear him of the stories he told, you clear all of the state witnesses of their fabricated stories. So do you really want to have someone in there to say, oh, they could totally change their mind and it's fine? I don't know. Yeah, Rittenhouse testified first too, but wasn't he the only one testifying? I think so.
Froloff, the assistant medical examiner in Ramsey County, because the prosecution has rested, and we now know
but I
that the
don't know if
defendant,
they had
Nicolae
anyone
Miu,
else.
will be taking to the stand. Let's take you back into the courtroom now.
Mr. Nelson, did you and your client have enough time to
Oh, no.
talk?
Yes, Judge. I understand that Mr. Miu wants to waive his right to remain silent and assert his right to testify.
Mr. Miu, the conversation I'm about to have with you happens in every criminal case, every criminal trial in Wisconsin. Every person charged with a crime has a constitutional right to remain silent and a constitutional right to present evidence, including testifying. You are at the crossroads faced by every person on trial for a crime. You need to give up one right to exercise the other. And I need to ask you some questions to verify that you're making a free, voluntary, and intelligent decision. First, do you understand that you have both a constitutional right to testify and a constitutional right to remain silent?
Yes, I do.
Do you understand that you do not have to prove your innocence? Rather, the state must prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you choose to testify, you will be subject to cross-examination by the prosecutor?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you choose to remain silent, the state cannot refer to that fact?
Yes.
Do you understand that your silence cannot be used against you in any way, shape, or form?
Yes.
He has a slight accent.
Have you had an opportunity to discuss your decision to testify with your attorney?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to discuss your decision?
Yes.
And have you made a decision about whether you'll testify?
Yes.
And what is your decision?
To testify.
Has anybody forced you or threatened you into making that decision?
No.
Has anybody made any promises to you or offered you anything of value to arrive at that decision?
No.
Are you presently under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No.
Do you suffer from a mental health condition that is affecting your ability to think or process information today?
No.
Caring too much is my only.
Have you had enough
condition.
time to make your decision?
Yes.
You need any more time?
No.
Have all of your questions been answered by your attorneys?
Yes.
At this time, I find that Mr. Miu has made a free, voluntary, and intelligent decision to waive his right of silence. He's choosing to exercise his right to testify and present evidence on his own behalf. Mr. Trofasi, Mr. Nelson, how do you intend to proceed from here? Will Mr. Miu be the next witness, or do you have others?
Yes, Judge, the plan is to call Mr. Miu. I have a PowerPoint that I would like to go through. The PowerPoint includes exhibit number 104, which is the photo of the map, and includes exhibit 108, which is the photos of Mr. Miu in the hospital previously entered. There's 3 screenshots from the 9-second video in exhibit number 2. And then the rest of them are screenshots from the frames in the video, which are from exhibit number 2. So all of the items in the PowerPoint have already been exhibited. I've tried to put up some white screens in between so that pictures don't linger. So my preference would be to just have it on my computer the entire time, and if there's a long break, I can move to a white screen.
Okay, because what we have been doing is once the video is no longer being used, we usually take it down.
I'm not going to use the video at all. I'm just using screenshots.
But the monitor, I meant.
Sure. However, I mean, again, my hope is to not have things linger. If you want to take it down, obviously court controls that. If you want me to move it to a blank screen, just tell me to do so and I will.
Okay, let's just follow our regular practice.
I thought he'd
Hopefully the
asked,
two of you will get into a
but he
rhythm
never
and,
answered it.
It'll be presented seamlessly. Any objection to the material that he intends to present?
No.
Sounds like it's already been received into evidence. Is there anything else that we can do outside the presence of the jury?
Real quick, we didn't make a record. We ended the video of the jail interview of Nicolae at 56 minutes and 10 seconds. 2 other things regarding his testimony. Because he's waiving his right to remain silent, the rest of Sheriff Knutsen's body camera would be a proper subject for impeachment, so we plan to publish that during his cross. And then we have a number of jail phone call translated transcripts, which defense also has. I think it's going to be difficult to cross him on that without saying their jail phone calls. With Sandy, it was easy because she was the other person on the call, so we could just ask her what he's told her. With jail phone calls, part of the relevance is how
He's
long
been in
it's
the States since he
because
was
part of their
15.
claim is, well, he was in shock. So if it's 6 weeks later that he's saying things, I don't want the jury to wonder if we have his phone wiretapped or something like that. I think they should, and I think frankly it's probably obvious. I mean, we just did his jail interview. Some of them had raised their hands that they'd seen some of this on the news. It's been well published that he is in custody, so.
All right, let's
Piece of crap.
break this down. First part was the rest of Sheriff Knutsen conversation. Mr. Nelson, any objection or comment?
I think Your Honor's already made rulings on that, so no additional objections other than the objections that we've originally filed, and Your Honor's made rulings. And I believe your ruling was, it was a Miranda violation, but it was voluntary. And therefore, that's Your Honor's ruling, and I think the state's recitation of the law is correct.
Yeah, I don't remember making that express ruling because I've been holding back because I don't want to start judging things that aren't performing. If I made that suggestion, it was intentional because that's where this was all heading. I mean, I saw the video. I made the ruling. I did not see anything in the video that would suggest that the statement was coerced or forced or made under some sort of threat. It was a voluntary statement. So although there was a Miranda violation, Mr. Miu's decision to testify means that the balance of the statement could be used for purposes of impeachment. So I will allow the state to show the balance of the Sheriff Knutsen video. And then the second part.
Jail calls, Judge?
Oh, jail calls. Yes.
I expect my direct's going to be 45 minutes, so I expect it's going to take us to lunch, so we can certainly take it up now, or we can take it up over the lunch hour. I'll defer to Your Honor, but I'd like to be heard on it.
Yeah.
Whenever we take it up.
How long are the jail recordings?
We wouldn't be admitting the actual recordings because they're in Romanian. So we have, they're translated by a translator. He's on our witness list. So if Nicolae denied saying the things in there, we'd call him on rebuttal more than likely. But it'd be using the transcripts that translator prepared from listening to the jail phone calls for impeachment.
So
when we get there, we're going to object to those transcripts because unlike the Spanish transcripts, which have transcribed the Spanish words and then translated the Spanish words into English, these transcripts leave out the Romanian words. And so we're not agreeing to the accuracy of the transcripts in any way, shape, or form.
Okay. So what I'd like to do then is get through the direct examination, break for lunch, hopefully at the conclusion of the direct exam, and then we can take up the outstanding matter of
That would be a
cross-examination
quick-
for the lunch hour.
Because normally they go to lunch in about
Anything else?
20 minutes.
No.
He wasn't Mirandized at the scene. He wasn't Mirandized until prison. It'll probably be rolled over because that's not the first time stuff happened like that. That they forgot to read them right. There is some ruling, I believe. What case was it where they talked about it? I think either Gosney or Joe have talked about it at some point.
All right, hearing none, let's bring the jury in.
Oh, remember, these are the talks they're having before the jury comes in, so they don't have to fight in front of the jury. And they will impeach him with prior statements. That's what they do. He gave up his Fifth Amendment rights, so they're going to use everything they can against him. That's absolutely fine. The defense does it too. If he didn't take the stand, they wouldn't use it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But again, it's because he's not Mirandized, so they can't use it, but they can.
I just want to know these.
If you're just
stupid
joining us,
jail
defendant
calls, what's
Nicolae
so-
Miu will be testifying now in his own defense in the stabbing death of
what do they think
Kearney.
is so-
He was probably sitting there saying, I got those kids good.
I got him good.
I got him like we got Ceausescu. Do you know who Ceausescu was, Jamie?
All right, please be seated.
It's the former dictator in Romania.
All right, thank you,
okay.
members of the jury, for your patience. We are ready to
He,
resume.
He had a
The
short
state has
drop.
rested its
And a
presentation
stop.
of evidence. Now we'll turn
No,
to the
I think
defense
it was pew
and see
pew.
if they have evidence to present. Mr. Nelson.
Judge, the defense calls Nick Miu.
Mr. Miu, please stand. Raise your right hand. The clerk will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Please have a seat in the
Come
witness
on,
chair.
little Nick. You got this.
Mr. Nelson.
You're the Nick Miu we've been talking about for the past 7 days.
Yes, sir.
Nick, I want to right away talk to you about exhibit number 104, if I could have the screen. You were on the Apple River on July 30th.
Yes.
Want to ask you about this exhibit, which says it's from frame 2592 at 149 into the video. Have you seen this before?
Yes.
Do you remember that time in your life when you were on the river in that position as shown in that photograph?
Yes.
Sometime after that, did something happen to you?
Yes.
Were you punched? And
Not,
attacked?
not before that.
Sometime after this, were you
After
punched?
that, yes.
Okay, I want to talk about the time between this and the time that you get punched, okay?
Okay.
Exhibit number 104 there is on the, with it. Where are you on that?
I'm standing in front of two ladies.
In which, if you were going to just describe the symbol on exhibit 104 symbolizing you, which one is that?
The one with the M.
Okay.
you
What
want to
color?
you want the
Blue.
annotator?
At that point in time, you said there's two people in front of you. Who are those two people in front of you?
A blonde lady to my left and a red hair lady to my right.
Were there other, does this accurately reflect how you remember roughly people in general around you?
Yes.
The blonde lady in front and the other woman, you understand now that through the trial that the blonde woman is named Madison Cohen?
Yes.
Can we use her name when possible?
Yes.
And you said red-haired woman, her name's Riley Madison. Can we use her name when possible?
Yes.
Possible. So when Riley and Madison are standing in front of you at that point, just before you get punched, right? What are they doing?
They're yelling at me. At one point, they were pointing downriver and saying, go, go, get away.
What are they doing with their hands?
They're touching me.
When you say touching you, is that something gentle?
No, they're pushing. Madison, she pushed against my left shoulder. She pushed against my chest. She was pointing her finger right at my face. She was yelling at me very close to my face. Riley had one of her arms, I believe it was left hand, on my right arm, squeezing and pushing me back.
And when you just gave that description, you put your hands distance apart. Can you show us that again? How far away were they?
About a foot.
Okay.
Less than a foot.
You've heard it described through trial as in your personal space. Would you agree with that?
Yes, right in my face, I would describe.
When that was happening, what did it sound like to you?
The volume was very, very high.
Let me ask you about how your body was responding in that moment when people are pushing you, poking at you, the volume is high. How's your heart? Could you tell us about what your heart rate was?
Oh, yeah. My heart rate was getting really high. My breathing was getting very high. I was.
How about your vision? Did you have normal vision in that moment?
No. At that moment, because of the situation, I was getting tunnel vision.
And can you describe what you mean by you saying tunnel vision?
I couldn't see peripheral vision, but I could see center and right before my eyes.
How about hearing? Could you hear the noises?
I could hear the volume very high, but I couldn't understand what they were saying. The noise became garbled. I mean, the sound became garbled.
Did you feel threatened at that point?
Yes.
Did you have your knife in your right hand?
Yes.
What did you do with your left hand? Tell us what you did with your left hand.
Yeah, with my left hand, I pushed her away from my face.
Can you show us what you did with your left hand? Why'd you do that?
She was very close to my face. She was in my personal space. She had been there for a while, and I felt threatened.
Did you intend to harm her in some way?
No.
Did you try to harm her in some way?
Absolutely not.
Do you know where, if at all, you had contact with her body when you raised your left hand in that manner?
No.
Do you think you had contact with her?
No.
Okay. I want to take us out of that space now for a second, okay, Nick?
Okay.
If I could have the screen again. You were here in court when we talked about, when we watched the video of you speaking with Brandy Hart, is that right?
Yes.
And I think you told her about your health condition. Can you just tell the jury now, what was your health like on July 30th of 2022?
It was very poor. Yeah.
Had you, I think you mentioned to her again, had quadruple bypass surgery before?
Yes, sir.
And when did you have that?
2020, about the same month. So about August.
Showing you here what's been marked as exhibit number 108. Can you tell us what those are pictures of, starting just on the left?
Yep, on the left, it's me right after the surgery, holding a red heart pillow against my surgery.
What was the purpose that you knew of for that red heart pillow?
That was to protect my surgery from hits, bumps.
Was that something that the hospital provided? It looks like there's like almost a picture of heart and lungs on there.
It is. The hospital provided that.
And then the picture in the middle, what is that?
My first walk, my new life.
Did it take you some time to recover and be as active and mobile as you were before?
Oh, yeah.
Do you think you ever reached the same level of mobility and fitness that you were prior to the quadruple bypass?
Never.
What's the picture of you on the right there? You can tell us.
My baby.
Okay. Is that a dog?
Yeah.
Is that dog important to you?
My angel.
And that's the cushions helping you to enjoy time with her, but still keeping your chest safe.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've had other surgeries in the past, is that right?
Yes.
Did you have a hernia surgery?
2 hernia surgeries.
Have you had back surgery?
Yes.
And again, in general, would you consider your fitness on, if you were going to put it on a scale for July 30th, what would you consider your overall health and fitness on July 30th of 2022?
With my weight and
He's getting
very
me with
poor.
the puppy. The puppy feels.
I want to ask you now about moving on to the Apple River on July 30th, okay?
Okay.
On that, this was a planned trip, is that right?
Yes.
Did you get a call from your friend Ernesto sometime before that trip?
Yes, sir.
What was that call about?
He wanted to remind me to bring my knife to cut string when we tie the tubes together.
Okay, when you say, do you have a pocket knife?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about that pocket knife?
I owned it for about 10 years. I have it a lot on me. I use it as basically a dual tool. I call it my Swiss Army knife, basically because I use it as a screwdriver. I cut insulation when I do electrical work. I use it pretty much everywhere.
Okay.
I'm an engineer. My tool.
Is it something that you've carried on your person, I don't want to say all the time, but somewhat routinely?
Yeah, when I knew I was going to work on something or need it for something, yes.
Okay. Now I want to skip ahead again now to the river, okay? At some point, did Ariel lose his phone?
Yes, he did.
Did you go to look for that phone?
I volunteered to go look for it.
When you went to go look for that phone, what were you wearing?
Before that?
Nope, right when you left your group to go look for that phone, what were you wearing?
So I took my goggles, my snorkel, and my swimming trunks.
Did you have anything on your feet?
Yes, I had, on my feet, I had a pair of really, really torn up sandals.
Can I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 113. Is this a packet of 9 photos of your sandals?
Yes.
You've seen those?
Yes.
Does that accurately show the condition of the sandals that you had?
Yes.
Can you just move for the admission of Exhibit 113?
The objection?
I don't think I've seen them, Judge, if I can take a look at it.
Yes.
Oh, pardon, never mind, this guy doesn't see them.
All right, 113 is received.
These weren't taken by you, were they?
Pictures? No.
These were taken by the Sheriff's Department, correct?
Yes.
Permission to publish, Judge?
Yes.
Can I just, because we're going to go through the PowerPoint, can I?
Yeah, just pass them to the jury.
Can you use your words? I know we have a picture that better does it, but just briefly describe the condition of those sandals.
Horrible.
Okay.
They were just coming apart. I couldn't walk on them unless I tried to mend them.
Okay.
As you can see, I used string, leftover string to mend them.
When you left wearing those sandals in your shorts, did you have your pocket knife with you?
Yes.
Where was it?
In my right pocket, clipped to my
Did you have that there pretty much all day?
Yes,
You were here when we watched the video of your interview with Brandy Hart, is that right?
yes,
When you spoke with Brandy Hart, were you truthful to her about the knife?
no. I lied about the knife.
Was that your knife?
Yes, it is. It was.
Did you bring it with you when you went to go look for the phone?
Yes, I did.
When you went to go look for the phone, did you have any intent to harm anybody?
No,
Why'd you go leave your group?
go look for the phone.
Okay. At some point, did you have some contact with a group of teenagers?
Yes,
And you were here in court when we saw the 9-second video, is that right?
yes.
I want to show you just a couple of slides from that, if I could. Do you see those slides up there?
Yes,
Are those from that video?
yes.
What are you doing in those 3 slides in general?
I was scanning the water.
My thoughts, very, very good job by the defense. Mentioning he's lying so they can't use that against him. He comes off honest. They use dirty tricks like the state by putting in a little doggo video. It hit Jamie.
It got me. I ain't gonna
so-
lie.
So I think they're doing well. Let's see how well he keeps up on the cross, because we applauded Sharovsky when he kicked the behind of all the state witnesses. He comes off very, very trustworthy, and the problem is if he gets testy with the state.
Yeah.
Looking for the phone.
And are you, in that position, are you walking upriver or downriver?
Upriver, away from that group of boys.
Did you hear them say some things to you?
Yes,
Prior to your walking upriver and them, did you hear those words that I have written on that slide?
yes.
Prior to your hearing those words when you were walking upriver, had you had verbal contact with that group?
Think
They-
so. They asked me what I was looking for, and I told them I'm looking for a phone, a lost phone.
Did you ever tell them that you were looking for little girls?
No,
Were you looking for little girls?
absolutely not. It's pathetic.
When you, at the end of this, when you watch the video, at the end of the video, where I'm not going to play it, but do you remember what you did right there at the end?
At the end, I was walking away.
Did you eventually turn around and face in the direction of the group that was yelling at you and calling you a raper?
Yes,
When you,
Yes.
Their background.
Of Mr. Miu admitting that he lied to Lieutenant Hart.
Just gonna pull this off because well, I have to comment on their commentary to make it fair use. But yeah, so far so good. But oh my God, he lost a lot of weight. He looks like a totally different person. Why are they objecting to that question? Like someone said, it's kind of like when a boxer starts hugging. It's to break up the rhythm. And they're probably going to say, well, the jury has to view the video and make their determination, blah blah blah, and I don't know whether.
Let's listen back
in a
in.
bag, and I believed it was what I was looking for. So I turned around and I started approaching him.
why did you approach them?
I wanted to get a closer look at the phone to see if it was the one that that belonged to Ariel.
Did you eventually get near them?
Yes, I started walking, then I rushed the pace, stumbled, and fell on my knees, held onto their tube. At which point
Because
I lost
I chose another one
my
with
goggle
less,
and snorkel kit in the water.
less breaks in it.
You saw in the video, or excuse me, you saw during your interview with Brandy Hart that you said things different than what you just said now about what happened to your snorkel and goggles.
Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes,
Is your memory sometimes different than what you see in the video?
yes.
Was your memory, in your memory, what happened to your goggles?
In my memory, the goggles got
knocked away?
Knocked away, yeah. So got,
One second. When there's an objection, just wait on your answer. It is leading, sustained. Next question, please. It's a leading question. Let's move on.
It is a leading question.
Is your memory perfect?
never.
Now that you've watched the video, do you realize that you were wrong about that?
Yes.
What happened to your goggles?
My goggles fell in the water.
When they fell in the water, what did you do?
I started looking for them, searching right where they fell.
If I, oops, it's on already. Showing you here some slides, 220, 225, and 279. Can you tell us what you're doing?
I'm searching for the goggle kit.
And where are you in relation to the 6 teenagers' tubes? Are you on the side? Are you upriver? Are you downriver? Are you in some other position?
I'm upriver. So, yeah.
I'm gonna then show you another group of slides, 575, 600, and 625. What does that show you doing?
So what I did from that point, I went around the inner tubes to the other side, and I continued looking for the goggle and snorkel set.
Why did you walk around from the one side to get to the other side of the tubes?
Well, I thought that the water current would bring him over to the other side, and I was walking away from the boys at the same time.
Okay. During that time that you walked in that direction, did you have any physical contact with them?
No.
Were you confronting them?
No. Didn't say a word.
This next set of slides, what does this show you doing here?
I'm walking away from the group.
No. Go ahead.
Still looking for my goggles at that time.
When you were doing that, did you ever hear the kids say anything?
They gave me a warning.
What'd they say?
You got 10 seconds.
In response to that, what did you do?
I ignored them, and I actually continued doing what I was doing.
Okay. And show you the next set of slides here. Were you in a position to see here 963, 1140, and 1155, what the teenagers were doing behind you?
They were getting closer and closer to me. They were walking towards me.
Were you in a position to see that? Was that behind you, or had you turned around?
Well, I could hear their voices. I could hear that they were getting closer. At some point, I may have turned my head and witnessed that. They're coming towards me.
Showing you 1170, 1213, and 1284. What's happening here?
I'm at an angle to them, but I could say I have my back at them, still scanning the water, and they were right behind me. They got that close. Within seconds, they were right behind me.
At some point, did you see other people from another group?
Yes.
What did you see?
I saw what seemed to me at the time, adults coming over from the other side of the river.
And when you saw adults coming over from the other side of the river, what did you do?
I walked towards them. I walked towards this. The first one was was Madison.
When you walked towards Madison, where were the 6 teenage boys that had been yelling at you?
they're following me.
Were you in their path as you walked across the river towards Madison?
No,
Did they have as far as you know, did they have a clear path down the river if they wanted?
more than plenty.
Can I? Showing you this next group of photos. What's going on here?
So in this frame here, the first adult that came to me was Madison. She already had her finger pointing downriver and yelling at me and used some awkward words, ordering me to go down.
We see it looks like you're doing something with your right hand. Do you remember what are you doing with your right hand?
Yep, I was trying to explain to her what I'm looking for.
When you tried to explain to her what you were looking for, did you get the impression she was listening to you?
No, her voice was too loud to. Okay.
Hold on, wait a second. Sustained speculation.
I'm asking about his impression, so I'll rephrase. Did you get the impression that Madison Cohen was going to listen to your words?
No.
Why not?
Because she was too loud. She never stopped to give me a chance to talk. And she kept pointing and ordering me to go downriver.
We've all heard the tape, but was she using polite language?
Polite? No.
Did you hear anyone saying anything behind you when you walked over to Madison Cohen?
Yes, they're all.
I don't. I'm not a lawyer, so I can't answer that in any meaningful way. But I don't know if he can sue for damages. I don't know, or maybe it's because it's the state that charges him.
All calling me names.
Showing you the next set of slides here, 1776, 1840, and 1824. What are you doing here in this set of slides?
I'm turning my back towards Madison and the rest of the people.
Why did you turn your back to Madison and the rest of the people?
It felt to me like I couldn't have a conversation with her at that point. She was not listening. And I didn't want to interact any further.
Had you at that point found your snorkel or goggles?
No.
Had you at that point found the phone?
No.
Did you hear anybody saying anything while you stood there with their back to them?
Oh, yeah.
What did you hear?
They were still yelling, he's looking for little girls.
Were you looking for little girls?
Absolutely not.
When you heard them, did you consider that to be a lie?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading. Sustained.
I asked, did you consider that to be a lie? I don't.
Yes,
think
of
that's-
Hold on,
course.
please.
Don't think that's legal.
I sustain the objection. Please move on.
When you heard that, did you consider it to be truthful or did you consider it to be
Hello, every crumpler who just came in. We watched his interrogation earlier. He said some things that wasn't smart, especially when he said, "I think I want a lawyer." He kept talking. Now there were some lies in there, and he started out by stating, "Yes, I did lie during that interview." So his interview was so and so, nothing much, nothing too damning, other than he said he saw knives, and it wasn't his knife he used, but that was the first thing they corrected when he took the stand, which I think is smart.
true?
Untrue.
And when you heard someone say an untruth about you, did that change how you were feeling?
I felt frustrated. I felt annoyed. They kept saying it over and over, so it annoyed me and frustrated me.
And when you heard them say this untruth about you, did it appear to you as if the other group that had come over agreed with what these the teenagers were yelling about you?
Objection, leading. Sustained.
Did you think anybody in the other group was going to help you or listen to you when you were being called these names and accused of being a pedophile?
Objection, leading. Sustained.
Oh my God.
How did you feel?
Well, I felt overwhelmed at that point. I felt still annoyed, frustrated. I felt like she wasn't listening. She was the adult I thought I was going to reason with or get help from. She obviously didn't even attempt to reprimand the children from yelling.
Showing you another slide here. Some 1838, 1846, and 1865. Is that you?
Yes.
What are you doing?
Yes.
Yeah, but what?
All right, so we've got,
I don't know what you would get out of it because yeah, he was lying. I'm going back to one that keeps going in the courtroom instead of this one. Yeah, I'm gonna share this instead.
Just one moment.
She wasn't that old. She was 25. What? I'm a size chubby.
Oh my God.
What the hell's going on?
What do you mean? Having a sidebar.
No, they're not. He said, let's just wait a second.
Oh, is he pulling up some videos or something?
I think it was the judge that said, let's wait a second.
Oh.
Yeah, and again, I started my apprenticeship when I was 16. I was working full time as a 17-year-old, and a year later, I could be drafted to the
continue.
military. I hate that, kids.
Showing you photos 1838, 1846, 1865. What are you doing in those? Do you remember what you were doing?
Yeah, I had my back towards the group of people.
In the two photos there, which direction are you looking?
I'm looking downriver.
Okay. Are you looking at, there's two different groups, if I recall, from Exhibit 104. Is that right?
Yes,
One came from one side of the river and the other one's on the other side of the river.
correct.
Where are you, in the photo on the upper left, are you looking at one particular group as opposed to another group?
Yes, I'm looking at the boys group
And why are you looking at the boys group?
because they were yelling at me.
And what were they yelling at you?
They were yelling things that were not true and pointing at me.
When this, after that happened, showing you the next group of slides, 1875, 1883, and 1889. Do you remember what Madison did, if anything, to you?
Yeah.
What did she do?
She grabbed my right arm and she pulled me towards her, and I lost my balance. So I moved towards her.
Did you consider that in that circumstance to be a gentle or a gracious touch?
No, that was not a gracious touch. No, not at all.
Had she been using any gentle or gracious words with you?
Not that, no, not that I remember.
In those photos, can we see the footwear that you were wearing on that day?
Yep, those sandals that we saw earlier.
Did you have confidence in your footing in that area with those sandals?
Sustained.
How did you feel about your footing in that area?
Very unstable.
Want to show you the next set of slides here. Do you remember what you say to Madison after she pulled on your right arm?
Yeah, I told her not to touch me
And why did you tell her that?
because she pulled on me without my invitation.
Did you say that in any particular tone?
No, not in a mean tone, but I made it sound so she could hear me. Don't touch me.
Okay. Why didn't you want her to touch you?
I didn't give her permission to do so.
Sure, but why did you not want to give her permission to do so?
because she was one track mind. She just wanted to get me away from that, point me down river and tell me to go there.
What's your comfort level at this point?
On a scale from 1 to 10, comfort level is very low.
Are you, if you had that same thing, a scale of like a fear scale, a 1 to 10 fear scale, right? And
Yeah.
so with 10 being the most fearful you've ever been in your life, and 0, let's call 0 to 10 being the most safe you've ever felt. Where are you at here on a fear scale?
In that particular,
Yeah.
About 1.
Okay. So you're more uncomfortable, but not necessarily afraid. Is that what I understand?
Correct.
At, where was your group in relation to you then?
Was upriver.
And did you do anything in order, in relation to your group?
Yep.
What did you do?
I turned to them and I called them. I was trying to call them to come over and help me.
Are these slides, does this 2127, 2140, 2131, what does that show you doing?
I was waving at them and calling them to come over.
When you say you were calling them, did you do something physical or did you something verbal or did you do both?
Physical.
Did you make any verbal comments at that point?
No.
Why not?
It was very loud. All around me was very loud. I don't think that anybody could have heard me 100 and some feet away.
With everybody else yelling, did you think your yelling was going to de-escalate or escalate the situation?
When everybody's raising their voice, I don't think having another raised voice would help the situation.
After you raised your hand to call for your friends, did you see Madison Cohn doing anything?
Oh yeah, she was looking towards her group, and then she waved to them to come over to her.
Is that what we're seeing here in 2261, 2262, and 2263? What do you see?
Yep, she's calling her group over.
Did you remember when she called her group over, did her group respond?
Yes.
Did they join that?
Yes.
Showing you now these slides, is that what you saw?
Yes.
I think we asked you questions before about Exhibit 104 with you with the blue dot and the other red dots. When you were, were you standing there? Were other people around you?
Yes.
When you were standing there in that moment with the other people around you after you've called your friends once, was that other group, did they appear to be afraid to you?
Afraid from me?
Afraid. Did they appear? When you look at them, do they look like they're in fear?
No, absolutely.
What does it look like to you?
They're all laughing and enjoying themselves.
At whose expense?
At my expense.
And
Wait.
Speculation as to what these other.
Sustained. Speculation as to what other people think. Next question.
how did you feel in that moment when they were
They're so
around you saying those things? Did you think they wanted you to join in their laughter?
No,
Did you want to join in their laughter?
no, absolutely not. It was
Where, if this fear scale is going, is it staying at 1 or is it moving in a particular direction?
It's creeping up.
Showing you another set of slides here, 2328, 2311, 2382. Do you remember, what do you remember about that?
I remember the young boys are yelling, pointing at me, saying things that are not true.
Were you able to see, like in this next slide, this 2429, 2440, 2401, were you able to see as you stood there what everybody was doing? And were you able to scan and see that?
For a brief second, yes.
Okay.
They were very close. They were really close to me. I could see and hear them.
How about your fear scale there? Where is it? Where is it?
About 2 or 3.
Okay. I see in the one on the right there, you have your hand someplace. Can you tell me what you're doing with your right hand?
Yes, I'm reaching for my pocket knife
Why?
because at one point my fear was getting really high, and
Okay.
I was getting ready to pull it out.
Do you remember, other than what you've talked about, Madison Cohen pulling you, which we saw, do you remember anybody else touching, pushing, grabbing you in any way?
The two ladies, yeah.
Do you,
Madison.
showing you here what's 2472, 2478, 2481. Do you remember what's happening in those photos?
Yes. This one, the lady on my right side, she grabbed my arm and she was pushing against my arm.
And did that increase your level of comfort or increase your level of fear or something different?
So it decreased my level, the level of comfort, and increased my my fear.
Do you remember at some point, do you take your knife out of your pocket?
Yes, I do.
Do you know when that is in relation to these slides? Do you have a memory exactly of when that is?
Not exactly, but when they were pushing and poking at me, I remember I pulled it out then.
Okay. Do you remember, did you have it out before you were punched or after you were punched?
Before I was punched.
Okay. Showing you another set of slides here. It looks like do you remember doing something with your left hand?
Yeah, at that moment, I really needed my people to come over and help me. So I was trying to get their attention.
One more slide here. Do you, what's happening here in the slide?
Madison is pushing on my left shoulder and basically yelling at me right in my face.
And then on the next slide, we see something in your hand. Is that right?
That's a knife.
Why did you take out your knife at that point?
I was beginning to be afraid.
And what was it about that moment where everybody is that made you so fearful that you took out your knife?
I was surrounded. They were yelling. They had just pushed me. Well, the lady, they squeezed my arm. I mean, it seemed like they were not backing away.
Previously, you turned around. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you feel comfortable turning around in this situation?
No.
Why not?
They're too close to me.
What happened the last time that you turned around?
Nothing good.
Judge, this
Good place to break.
may as well be.
All right, it's 12 noon. Let's break for lunch. You'll be taken downstairs to the assembly room again. Please, no conversation about the case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. Do not conduct any independent research or investigation. And, excuse me, do not use your devices to access any news reports or social media accounts about this trial. Please take the jury out.
All right, with the jury.
Well, I think you did okay.
Yeah. He's doing just fine to me.
And to those people who ask if the expert is blocked, no, he just put in some of the naughty words. That's not allowed. That's why they didn't show up.
Please be seated.
Shame.
We are outside the presence of the jury. We had a couple of sidebars.
Mr. Miu, sorry.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Miu, you can sit down at the table. We had a couple of sidebars concerning the PowerPoint presentation. Mr. Smestad objected to the text that was superimposed on the photographs. He believed that they prompted Mr. Miu's answers and thus formulated a leading style of examination. Mr. Nelson agreed to simply remove the text, and I believe that solved the problem. Anything you want to add?
No.
Mr. Nelson?
Yes, but I'll refrain.
I I'd like to have the transcripts of these conversations so I can review them over the lunch hour and get a better understanding about what it is that you want to introduce and what the objections may end up being. So do you have those available?
Yes.
Okay, please give them to the clerk so I can read them over lunch hour. How much more do you have?
I think I'm on slide 27 of a 40 slide presentation, so 15 minutes.
Okay,
50
so let's come
or
back at
50?
12:45 so I can take up the issue about the recorded conversations. Okay,
Understood.
all right, that's all.
Ralph doesn't like his testimony. I think he's doing fine. A
Good
little,
afternoon from our Fox 9.
a little too cold, maybe. Even though that's a weird thing to say. Doesn't that I don't like that. What's your fear level? What's your anxiety level? What's your comfort level? It gets But
Well, they got to put it in there.
yeah, but it's a stupid question because what's a fear level? It's the same. Have you ever been at a doctor and they said, when I poke you here on a scale from 1 to 10, how much does it hurt? I don't know, 4. What's 4? Is that a broken bone or is it a owie? It's just a weird one.
Yeah.
I don't think he should be emotional either, Fedorowski. That's not my point. I just think they are working so hard to put in fear. But it comes off as a stupid. This slide, how is your fear level? This slide, how is your fear level? This slide, how is your fear level? And I know it's to say it's he did that thing he took out of his pocket because his fear level was rising and he was getting more scared. But you can just say it. Said I felt very uncomfortable and they kept coming at me. And I was just afraid with all these young men who were bigger, stronger than I was with my quadruple heart bypass. I was afraid they were going to kill me. So I acted.
Well, I'm noticing he doesn't, he speaks a little differently. So he might be finding it hard to find the words. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. No, and he's
and
not.
being on top of that, it's so, it's so nerve-wracking up there. His life is on the line.
No, they're about halfway through a direct. Exactly, and just keep it to that. You don't have to go through. Oh, there you're stabulating him. Were you at a 7 or an 8 on the fear scaler? Just say, as soon as they ganged up on me, I got scared. I froze. I didn't know what to do. I just wanted to get away, and then they attacked me.
Mm-hmm. You got teary.
The biggest problem will be cross. Biggest problem will be cross.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to cry. He's a Romanian guy. It's easier to make Chuck Norris cry, probably.
That's what I was thinking. Usually, isn't that they're pretty stone-faced?
I haven't seen a witness list. I don't know. They were asked about it earlier. Didn't say anything other than Mr. Miu. There's a language barrier, and my doctor always asks me on a scale questions. Yeah. On a scale from 1 to 10, how stupid do you think scales are? Because if I start at an 8, because I'm very frightened, and I end at a 9, oh, so you didn't grow that much in your fear level? You can't really use it. You don't think his substance of the testimony moves anything? It's the manner in which he says whatever it is. Yes, and I think it was good that they hit the lies right out of the park to begin with. Yes, I lied.
Yep.
Jamie, go kill that bird.
Can you hear it? Oh, geez.
How else could I notice that was a bird there if I didn't hear it?
I'm going. Oh.
Oh, those squirrels out in the tree, Jamie, go attack them.
He's asking for it, guys. We wonder why.
Yeah. You're in pain management. I always hate when they ask me. Yeah, that's the same with my back. And if I call down and said I have a really bad back day, I need some of the strong pills. On a scale from 1 to 10, it's the scale that's just before I have to crawl to the toilet because I can't walk. What is that? I don't know. But Jamie, it's time. Do you know what time it is?
Word crack time.
It's Vader time.
Oh.
So let's play some word on stream for those of you who want to do it. Be back at 2 p.m. Eastern at the latest. Court will discuss some evidence in roughly 40 minutes. So hopefully I will have made my spaghetti and be back by that time.
Okay.
Everyone, follow me on Twitter or Discord if you want to know when we're back. But 2 p.m. Eastern, we will be back. Great success.
Bye.
Listen to what I'm saying. You're just like Jamie.
She must be cool.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You should know her.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it works. I couldn't see anything. We'll be back in a bit. And I got some new music. So now you're going to be annoyed with this one instead of the old ones.
assistant told me to stop reading and that the state no longer intends. Yes.
So they didn't want to do the thing that they said they want to do. Now the state doesn't want to impeach him anymore with it. I am trying to blow the trial.
Not for the court, no.
All right. Thanks for coming back so early.
All right.
We're in recess for another 15 minutes. Jury won't be back until 1.
Okay.
Oh. Then we can hang out and talk. How are you all doing? Yeah, that was the what was it they were about to argue? They wanted to use the video from the car to rebut his testimony about not knowing about them one being unalive, and they would raise the Miranda, and now the state doesn't want to use it anymore. Sorry. I was trying to, and it seems like the state didn't want the testimony from the entire video of his interrogation. Oh, the transcripts of jail calls that were in Romanian. Yeah, that's the one they wanted to. That one too. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Stop reading. Yes, sorry. Yeah, it was all but I think that was weird. Is my hand very red? Well, I just made some food. And I busted my faucet I just made, so I'm money out the window. But no, he was going back to read the transcript of the Romanian phone calls. That's right, but they only brought in the Romanian translation or the English translation. They didn't put it in the original Romanian text. So that would mean that the defense didn't have any way to go over it and see if their Romanian translator could get the same result. It could be that one, and they talked about but the transcript from Spanish to English was proven not to be accurate. So would defense be able to imply same? I think this is not to imply something. This is on a whole other level, because you can't verify the transcription or the translation if you don't have the original question in there, because there can be ways that you're phrasing it. There can be ways, local dialects and all of that. And Romanian is a very weird language. I had some pasta and some sauce. I had hot dogs yesterday. They just admitted a transcript of words that nobody would know if accurate. Yeah, exactly. You couldn't go back and prove it with another translator, and that would be a problem. Yeah, because it's the prosecution who didn't wanted to use it, so they can't use it now. And that was those phone records. And I bet it's because they found out during his testimony that he admitted that he was lying. They were probably gonna throw that in his face and said, "Oh, but you lied about the knife. You lied about where you got it from. You lied about this and that, and you told that on the record." But he's already admitted it, and that's why I said it was a smart thing to come out and admit it. Yeah, I made it up. I'm sorry. I was in shock. I didn't know what was happening. Yeah. Hey, John. Uh, State is doofus for asking his wife, wasn't he mad at you for not coming to help? Yeah, that's a stupid question. Hola, Miss Jung. But I like that well, I don't care. I think it was the correct thing that the state objected to them writing on top of the PowerPoints, because again, it's the jury's impression that has to weigh the heaviest. Do I think he's been likable? Well, as I said before, I don't like that entire. Well, I was on a fear level 4, and then it turned into a 5. My comfort level went from a 6 to a 5. I feel that's weird. I don't like that. I would rather have him kind of like when we talk about Rittenhouse, or we talk about Randolph. Tell the story naturally. These level things, I don't think it. Was it De La Cruz that was proven to have lied for the state? He wasn't proven to have lied to the state, but he said something that he couldn't back up in his testimony. Because again, just like you're not drunk driving until you blow above the legal limit. Until you're charged with lying or holding contempt for lying, you didn't lie. I wasn't late. I came.
Were you
Brandon,
late?
I was here before Jamie. Well, I
We'll
am
deal
every
with
day.
this later. Don't worry.
Didn't have any food at home, so you baked me some scones. Breakfast for dinner.
Hi, John.
That's a nice one. You went to the same college as he did. Okay. I don't. Is colleges multi classes, or are they specific like my my food college, you can call it, where we became chefs and bakers and stuff like that, or can you be everything at all kinds of colleges?
It depends. Yeah.
It depends.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I went from concerned to frightened to terrified. Yeah, but what does that mean? Just say I was in fear of my life. Well, you can come clean my car. It needs it. She always makes it hurt. I think they took the blunt of their attack, because their attack would be, you lied. You brought the knife. You told the investigator you took it from one of the kids. Now, yeah, I know. I was scared. I didn't know what to do. I made it up. They can't hit him. He didn't say what he lied about. Then what he lied about the knife. He think the state is going to hammer him on this, like defense did for the kids, if they're competent. He did admit that he brought the knife. That he had it in his pants. He used it for the tubing. That he didn't take it from the kids. The only thing they didn't really touch on is the knife he claimed he saw, I think.
Yeah, I don't think I heard about that either.
I didn't hear that. Favorite Danish dessert? Well, dessert. I'd rather say favorite Danish cake is... I'm quite fond of, in Danish, it's called bikuber. It's beehives. It's a meringue shaped like a beehive, and then you fill it with whipped cream and a vanilla cream and some chocolate chips. I like that.
Yum.
Casey, thank you for gifting a membership to live chat. Is so far behind. I'll see it in a second. Someone got a membership.
It was Jenny.
It was Jenny.
Thanks, Jenny.
No, thanks, Casey, because it was
No,
Casey
I
who
mean,
gifted it.
welcome, Jenny. Thanks, Casey.
You like a Danish cheese? Well, I like some cheese. Oh, I have to remember. I have to bring shrimp cheese to the expert.
Shrimp cheese?
Yeah,
Like, does it taste
it's
like shrimp?
you know, a soft cheese is you can spread on toast, and then you have shrimps in it. Oh, mostly it's macaroni, but they make it look like shrimps.
Ooh.
It's really salty. Yeah, no, yeah, they didn't touch on the kitchen knife. They
They
have
did
to
find a
get,
kitchen knife, though, right? It just
yeah,
wasn't. It was,
but they have to get in there and take the blunt off of that because they can hammer that one home.
Mhm. And he will, because they have nothing else. So
Yeah, that's the big problem. We haven't seen any evidence, and the defense haven't really opened that can of worms yet. Will you be live doing verdict watch or go live when verdict is reached? It depends. Hey, cranky granny. Sometimes most times I go live and just sit here and talk for hours about nothing. Make fun of Jamie.
mm, he loves to do that.
Yeah, I like beehives. They're great. I skipped you. Who? Kai Care, not the biggest fan of those. It's a little cream-filled cake that looks like a frog, because we had a frog on TV, kind of like Kermit, just fatter. That's called Kai, and then he has a cake. I do not like cream cheese.
You guys are so weird.
Oh. Do you think the defense will talk about the kids and the knives? Yes. If they don't go in and take the blunt of that attack, that will be their only attack to show you can't trust him. Hey, King
But
Paco.
this is my problem. Is I know that the jury is different, but it's not like we're trying to rely on his story of what happened. We saw what happened.
No, Jamie, but you still have to convey to the jury this guy's a good guy.
I know. Oh, I know.
Yeah,
But it's just
you're doing the stupid thing of thinking, oh, facts matter, but facts doesn't matter. It's do I believe this guy, and do I think he did it or not? Didn't do it. Isaac, you can see him in the back of one of the pictures, but I can't tell you which one of it is.
Isaac, yeah, he's in it. He's the one that's got his hands around his neck.
No, that's AJ. No, that's
No,
Isaac. Isaac is the guy with the hands around his neck.
because they kept going about the gold bracelet. And then
Yeah.
we heard that he had a gold bracelet on when he was at the medical examiner's office.
Yeah. King Paco. He calls me his beautiful queen. That's nice. No, he wasn't wearing a shirt. He has a little gold bracelet on.
He had didn't he have flower shorts on or something?
He had did he have the pink and blue shorts on and a cap? Yeah, but he needs to he needs to talk about how why he lied about the knife that they had. That, in my opinion, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I play one on TV. No, I don't. I will be at some point. The 20th of April and the 27th of April. I might play a lawyer on TV or the YouTubes. That could be interesting to see if I can practice what I preach. Don't talk too much and make people remember what you're saying.
As Judge Waterman is standing for his jury to come back in. Again, 14 adults from across St. Croix County sitting in judgment. Eventually, 2 will go home. 12 will deliberate. Nicolae Miu will be back on the stand in mere moments. Please stay with us throughout this afternoon.
Right.
This high
Please be
stakes
seated.
trial as this thing unfolds today.
All right, Mr. Miu, would you please retake the witness stand? You are still under oath. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. Can I have the screen?
Should be
For
around.
me, when we
50
finished, I
minutes.
think we were getting to the chronological space that we had begun the morning on. And so I want to start from there again and then move forward from there. Does that make sense?
Yes.
When I had asked you before, you talked about how you felt, but since that time, you've told the jury that you had this fear scale. Okay? So I want to ask you about, at this time, what we see here, what you previously described the scene, right? How were you feeling on the fear scale?
About a 6, 7.
Okay. And at some point, I think you told them before, but just so we can put it into the context here, did you do something in response to something that was done to you when you're standing there in this moment?
Yes. After I was pushed and both sides, I would say, squeezed, I was afraid, so I pulled out my knife.
Okay. Did you do something with your left hand at some point?
Yes, I did.
What'd you do with your left hand?
I pushed her away. I
And when you
pushed
say you
Madison.
Push Madison away. Was the purpose in that to have contact with her and to get her to back up?
Yes.
Did you have a purpose to cause her pain?
No.
Were you trying to hurt her?
No.
What were you trying to do?
I was trying to push her away from my space. She was right in my space, my face.
Why didn't you just back up?
I couldn't back up at that moment.
Okay. When you say you couldn't back up, why not?
I
Because
would've-
you felt uncomfortable, or were you?
Objection leading.
Because I would have had.
Wait, there's an objection. Sustained on leading. Next question.
Wasn't done with it. Were you uncomfortable, or was there a wall behind you, or was there some other reason? Why did you feel like you couldn't back up?
I didn't feel safe turning my back on those people.
Okay. How about just taking a step backwards?
Well, I was standing my ground. I didn't move towards anybody.
Okay.
You're coming at me.
When you raised your left hand and you did that, do you recall when you pushed her away having contact with her?
I may have, yes.
Okay. Do you remember in particular where, if at all, you touched her?
No.
Okay. Would it surprise you if you touched her?
No.
Was that, in fact, your purpose in pushing her away?
Absolutely.
Okay.
She was in my space.
I want to move forward here. And you can turn the slide off, I guess. After you did that, right? Did something happen to you?
Yeah.
Did people do something to you?
Yeah.
What was done to you?
Yeah, almost right away I got punched and fell in the water.
Where did you get punched?
On my face, on my side of the head.
Now, you've had a chance to watch this video, correct?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to see these 4,800 slides?
Yes.
Prior to seeing that, did you remember everything?
No.
Have the video or the slides help you to refresh your memory in some way?
A lot.
Have you remembered everything because you've seen that?
Not everything, no.
Okay. Do you remember something different than what you see in the video?
No.
You don't remember any of the things different in that you see in the video, like you talked about the goggles?
Objection leading.
Overruled. We're just trying to reorient the witness to a place where examination can continue.
Are there some times when your memory is different from what the video is?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Now, this series that I want to show you is about things that were done to you, okay?
Yes.
Do you have a specific memory about everything that was done to you?
No.
Do you have a specific memory about everything that you did in response to what was done to you?
No.
Do you have a memory about how you felt in those moments?
I would say yes, I do.
Do you have a memory of what you believed in those moments based upon those feelings?
Of course.
So I want to show you the slide here. Again, this is slide 2661, 2662, and 2681. That's fine. Do you remember how you felt when you fell back into the water?
I was, number one, I was stunned. That's why I fell backwards. I was very afraid, of course.
On this fear scale that you've talked about before, where are you on that scale from 0 to 10?
Right at the top, 10.
Have you ever been at that 10 before in your life?
Never been in a situation like this or a fight in my life.
Have you ever been at a 10?
Never.
When you did that, as we see on the right, what happened to your head?
I fell in the water. Obviously, that's a river, and I hit my head on river rock, and my whole body went under. Well,
okay.
My head went underwater.
When you say your head went under, is that what it felt like?
Yes.
Did you feel water come over your face?
Over my entire body. Yes.
Hold on. What's the objection?
Bleeding.
Sustained.
Where did you feel the water on your body?
Over my face, my mouth.
Okay.
I felt like I was submerged in water at the moment.
Did you try to get up?
Yes.
Why did you want to get up? Why didn't you just lay down there peacefully in the water?
To drown? No, I wouldn't want to do that. I wanted to get up out of the water.
At that moment, when you're down in the water, had anybody like A.J. Martin come up to you and said, just lay there and rest?
Somebody came from behind, yes. I found out later who he was and pushed me down and to keep me in the water.
Before that, when you tried to get up, do you remember feeling anything before that? Did you told the...
Yeah.
Did you feel anything to any part of your head?
Yes, of course.
What did you feel?
Felt punched in the head.
Showing you the next slides is that 2701, 2705, 2706. What's happening to you there?
I'm getting hit on the head.
How many times at that point, is your memory of watching the video and your memory of experiencing this, have you been hit in the head now, but either by people or by the ground or by the water?
4 times at least.
Okay. At this point in time, where's your fear scale?
A 10.
When this happened to you, did you immediately get up or did you fall back in the water or did something else happen?
I tried getting up, but I couldn't.
Did you, at some point, did you feel something on your backside?
There was somebody pushing me down.
And when you felt that on your backside, did you feel anything else anywhere else?
I got hit in the face, in the front of my head.
And is that exhibit here, 2147, do you see that hand through the underarm there?
Yes.
Do you remember getting hit in the head there?
Yes.
Was that a gentle hit?
No.
When you're getting hit in the head here again, where are you at on the fear scale at that point?
10.
Have you been able to get up out of the water?
No.
How many people do you know? How many people are attacking you?
At the time, I didn't know, but I knew there were more than I could handle.
Did it feel like it was, how many people did it feel like?
Like 10.
Okay.
Well, the state wouldn't have believed them if they had spun that tale, if they were accused.
You've seen the video and you responded at some point, is that right?
Yes.
And you used your knife in response. John Gary, I absolutely agree. And they keep going back to it, and I keep zoning out. I think it's a stupid argument. I think it's stupid to try and put it on a scale. I was deadly afraid. I was so afraid. I just wanted to get up. Flight or fight kicked in. I kept getting punched. I was surrounded. I didn't know what happened. I had my head underwater. I was pushed down. I just got up. You don't sit here and say, well, maybe I was on an 8 at this moment, and then I took it to an 8.5. And of course, I should
Yes.
stop.
Why do you use your knife?
I feared for my life.
Did you think you could get out of there without using your knife?
I couldn't even get up. You're pushing me down. No, so the answer is no.
In that time when you're down on the ground, did you think there was a way for you to escape?
No.
Did you feel like you could just crawl away or run away or walk away or do anything else to escape?
Not in that position.
The next day after this, July 31st, were you in the, did you feel, how did your body feel the next day?
I hurt everywhere. My head hurt, my throat hurt. Obviously my back hurt. I hurt everywhere.
You said your throat hurt. Is that something you remembered that day before when you were speaking with Brandy Hart?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you mention it to Brandy Hart?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you see anything when you felt the pain about your throat? Did you see anything that refreshed your memory about what caused that pain to your throat?
After watching the video, yes.
Okay. What happened?
I got hit in the throat.
Do you remember
Really
that
hard.
now?
Yes.
If I can. Showing you the slides 2993, 2994, and 2997. Is that you?
Yes.
What's happening to you there?
Somebody is going for my throat, squeezing my throat.
Do you remember how that felt?
I felt pain. I couldn't breathe. Scared, afraid.
And showing you the next set of slides here, 2998, 99, and 3000. What did you think was going to happen to you in that moment?
The whole time I felt like I was going to die. So basically I feared for my life.
And in response to that, here's slide 3000. Did you do something in response to that?
I reached out and stabbed him.
When you used your knife, and again, this is open-ended, you can ask it any way you want. Were you trying to kill somebody?
Absolutely not.
What were you trying to do?
I was just trying to defend myself.
After this was, again, we've seen the video, you talked to investigator Hart. So I want to ask you a little bit about that for a moment. Make sense?
Mhm.
Do you independently, well, let me say, you've watched the video here in court, correct?
Yes.
And you watched the video prior to that. We've watched it together, right?
Yes.
Does watching that video refresh your memory? Do you have an independent memory of that conversation with investigator Hart?
No.
Do you remember what it is you said other than seeing things on the video?
Other than I lied about the knife. That's what I remember, afterward. Yeah, I lied about the knife.
Do you remember actually saying that in that moment, or you just remember seeing that and that's what you remember seeing?
I remember seeing it in the video.
Okay. Do you remember how you were feeling during that time at all? Do you have any memory about that?
Not much.
Just one other thing out of the timeline here. Since that time, we've heard testimony, you have a twin brother.
Yes.
Is he here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Objection relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled. You may continue.
Just briefly, because I want to ask you about conversations that you may have had with your twin brother. Just briefly. How do you feel about your twin brother?
I love him.
Objection, that's irrelevant, Your Honor.
During this time, have you had conversations with your twin brother?
Yes.
Do you consider there to be anybody that you're really, maybe your wife?
Come on.
Where are we going with this? I don't know.
Come on.
Wife, anybody you're closer to than your twin brother?
No.
You and your twin brother, when you speak, what language do you speak in?
Romanian.
Why do you speak in Romanian with your twin brother?
It's the easiest way to find words to describe what we're thinking.
Okay. Is that where you grew up?
That's the first language.
Are there times when you've spoke with your brother that you've talked about this, what happened to you on the river?
Yes.
Is your memory about what you did or what was done to you, is it any better when you talk to your brother than it is when you talk about it other times?
No.
Are you always getting it right?
No.
How about your feelings? Your memory about your feelings?
Mm-hmm.
Do you get those right?
Yes, but almost all the time. The feeling is imprinted in my heart, my soul, my mind.
Let me, just for a moment, I'll bring us back to the river on July 30th, okay?
Mm-hmm.
At some, I think you'd said on the video and maybe you testified that people attacked you. Is that right?
Correct.
At some point, did people stop attacking you?
No.
At some point, did people stop attacking you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
When people stopped attacking you, what did you do?
I walk away.
Okay. Why didn't you stay?
Oh God. I walked away towards my group where it was safe. I was afraid of the people that I just had contact with.
When you're walking away, and you've talked about this fear scale, where are you on the fear scale? Does it just go down right to 0? Does it stay at 10? Does something else happen?
No, as soon as I saw the people I trusted, my fear level started creeping down.
When you say creeping down, when you're walking back, can you give us where are you on that scale?
As I was getting closer to my group, the fear factor is going lower and lower.
But when you first start walking back, what's the number value?
About 8.
When you get back to the tubes, what's the number level?
About 4, 5.
I think we didn't talk about it. We've talked a little bit about your body response during this brief time. When you start walking back, how's your body responding to you?
I had cramps. I felt like I had diarrhea, so I felt like I lost my bowel.
Was that
which I did?
Was that when you were walking back, or was that when you were in that 10 seconds of things happening to you and you responding?
I was when the action was going on in the 10-second frame.
You got diarrhea.
Yes.
When you were walking back, what else is your body? What are you feeling with your body?
Well, heartbeat is getting, when I'm walking back, the heartbeat was very, very high. Now it's going down a little bit. Breathing, that's what I remember. I was super, super stressed.
How about your head? As you're going back, is your head clear? Is your head in a different state? How can you describe what's going on in your head?
My head was in a fog. It was like thick fog. I couldn't realize what I've been through.
Were you trying to make sense of it?
I was trying, but there was no sense to be made. I was completely confused and in a fog.
And when you walked away, you had the knife in your hand. Is that right?
Yep.
When you got to your group, did you still have the knife?
No.
What happened to the knife?
On the way back, I tossed it on the bank.
And you just made with your right hand kind of a underhand motion with your right hand from, at your side, raising up to maybe level with you. Is that fair representation of what you were describing?
Correct.
Why'd you toss the knife?
I don't know. I was afraid. I felt like I had to throw it away.
What were you afraid of at that point?
I was
Come on.
overwhelmed with just fear, residual fear.
I
And
think
I
it's going
didn't want
downhill.
to have anything to do with that.
Okay. We've heard testimony that eventually you get back to the tubes. Does that happen?
Yeah.
Where's your memory about that? Right now, as you sit here, because we don't have a video about that, we don't have photos of that, what's your memory like about that?
Barely remember anything.
Okay. Do you remember talking to people?
I remember people trying to talk to me, but I don't know. I don't remember what I said.
Okay. You've heard some testimony about things that you might have said. Are you denying you said any of those things?
No.
Do you know what you said?
After watching the video, yes.
The video isn't I'm confused. The tubes, there's no video of you at the tubes. When you say,
After.
were you talking about Brandy Hart statement?
Yes, yes.
Okay. About what you said to the people at the tubes. Do you have any memory of that?
No.
Okay. When you're sitting there at the tubes, how are you feeling in your head? You talked about this fog, right? If you could put that on a scale, where is that?
I still couldn't, my head was in a thick cloud. I couldn't understand what just happened. Still trying to process everything. I was overwhelmed.
Did you think at any point you were just casual about what had happened?
No.
Did this feel casual to you in any way?
No.
At some point, you saw the video here. You had contact with the police, is that right?
Yes.
You had sat in the back of a squad car of the Sheriff Knutson, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember much of anything about that?
No.
Do you remember, you've seen some of the videos today. Can you tell us, what do you remember?
Nothing.
Okay. Nothing at all? How about a feeling?
We have talked about this lawyer the entire time. He takes all the detours to ask a simple question. He is really, to me, this is going worse than before the break. They shouldn't have taken the break. I don't like where this is. I don't think this is working.
Remember
I'm
how you
I'm
felt?
sorry. To me, I would be worried now.
I mean,
What are your feelings, Jamie?
you know how I feel? I feel the same exact way. I don't like him on the stand. I think he's genuine. I seen the video, so my mind's made up already.
Yeah,
But
but
we also,
we're not talking about his guilt. We are talking about how is this going with the defense attorney asking questions of him.
oh, I mean, he's just too much. He's just going too like much with it. He just needs to wrap it up. But I guess I'm waiting for Cross because I want to hear what they have to like counter it with. I feel this way about, remember our friend Lori Ann?
Yeah.
How we all felt about how Direct went, and then
Yeah.
Cross was a train wreck. So hopefully that's what happens.
No, it was the defense who asked for the break, so it wasn't the judge. Yeah, but the problem is he takes all the detours.
He does.
If-
I wish it was Corey. I don't know why this
Yeah.
guy. I mean, come on.
So this is really, really, really bad.
You remember a feeling at all?
Yeah, I was still very afraid.
Okay. When you say very,
Melissa T, I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about the question he's asked. I think he's answering good in a great way, but his lawyer is asking questions that keeps going around the same little thing. He should have kept it going in a linear fashion. I'm always talking about this. American lawyers like to talk. They should shut the F up and just just do like I do. Make points. Have 10 points you want to have answered, and keep him talking. Show he is a good person. This stupid fear level. Oh, he's talking about, well, I was afraid I pooped myself. What's your fear level at that time?
Okay.
Fucking stupid question to put in there. He just shit himself because he was so afraid. Yeah, it was probably a 2.7, 2.8. Sorry.
Were you afraid? What were you afraid of at that point?
Well, I've been through a horror situation, but in their presence, I wasn't that afraid, but I was stunned. I don't remember much about it.
It's the other
Do you
one.
remember watching the video here in court when the police were talking about a guy with the bat?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember anything about that?
A little bit.
Do you remember how that made you feel?
Oh, yeah.
How-
I felt very afraid of him. Very afraid.
We watched the video of you with Sheriff Knutson. That was about 23 seconds long. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Have you watched a longer portion of that video with your attorneys?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember saying more things to Sheriff Knutson after that?
I don't remember.
Okay, that's fine.
I heard that too.
We saw a video here about your being arrested and told that you were arrested for homicide. Did you remember that?
After watching the video, memory came back, but I don't remember that.
Okay.
Naturally.
When you're talking with either, at some point you go and you meet with Investigator Hart, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you have to remember he has 2 degrees and is going to work on his master. So if they try to play the stupid foreigner trick, I don't think people would buy it.
When they were talking about homicides and injuries, can you tell me what's your mindset? Did that make sense to you? Did you understand that?
No. I couldn't make any sense of anything that she was telling me. I just couldn't make sense of it. Plus, I don't remember the meeting with her.
Okay. Right now, as you sit here, you're like, I don't remember that.
Right.
The feelings. Now, some of the times that you talk with Brandy Hart, you talk about what you saw happening or heard happening or what you did. Do you remember that?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you get all of that right?
No.
Your feelings, when you're talking about your feelings about and how you believed and your fear.
I feared for my life. That's one thing I can't deny. That's embedded in my head forever. I feared for my life. I know that. I have nightmares about it.
You've talked to, or yeah, tell us about those nightmares.
I have them every night.
What happens in those nightmares?
Objection, Your Honor. It's irrelevant.
It's
His nightmares are irrelevant. The fact that he had them, maybe, but not the content. No.
Can I approach?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. I don't. I can't figure out. Unalive.
Nick, I want to ask you some questions about those nightmares.
Yeah,
okay?
he's
Just
not
to
doing. It's his
put
lawyer
in
that's
just this
bad.
Tight little box, okay? You've had nightmares?
Yes.
And the nightmares have been about what happened to you on the Apple River when you were attacked.
Correct.
And the nightmares are essentially a replaying of what it is that happened. Agreed?
Correct.
And when you have those nightmares, your body responds.
Objection, Your Honor. Can you approach? Yes.
I hate these lawyers.
I don't like this, Jamie.
He just needs to wrap it. I wish he didn't do it in the first place. He's really not a good attorney.
No, he's just as bad as the state attorney right now, in my opinion. He's a good crosser, He's not a good crosser. He's an okay crosser, but he's not a good lead.
Yeah.
I really don't like his questioning, and I don't like that he keeps going back to something stupid like, "Did you have nightmares?" Yeah, but he was told to keep it in a tight window. So, yeah, I think can't you ask MG? I'm not sure. He's just like a vacuum cleaner that can blow hot air.
Well, I mean, he's okay. He's not. I just like Swarovski a lot better because he's very to the point, and I feel like he listens to what they're saying.
That you've had about what happened on July 30th. Have you sought medical treatment for that?
Yes.
Just a couple of, I want to just make sure we check a couple of legal boxes, okay? When you used the knife, did you believe you were under attack?
Yes.
Why?
Because at that point they've already been pushing and tugging, and
when you used the knife, had they done anything more than pushing or tugging? Did
they punched me, they pushed me down, they threw me in the water, I hit my head. Yes. So
when you decided to use your knife, were you using it to prevent an attack or stop the attack that was happening?
to defend myself.
Did you believe you needed to use that knife?
Absolutely.
In that moment in time, again, as you've described it, they pushed you down into the water, you've been punched. That's the moment of time I want to ask you about, okay?
Yeah.
In that moment of time when you were down in the water, did you believe you could escape?
No.
What do you believe would have happened to you had you not used your knife?
I would have died. I believe I would have been killed that day.
Why'd
Or
you-
at that specific time.
Why'd you use your knife?
To defend myself.
Even live, and you get the spinning wheel. Let's see how well the state will cross him.
Those are the only questions I have, Judge.
And that's how he should have been
Just
asking
missed
him all the way through.
I can approach, Judge. Mr. Miu, you've been drinking that day, right?
Yeah, I had a
And
like
showing us the
beers.
mark is Exhibit 12A. You recognize that?
Yes.
That's the group photo of you folks from the beginning of the river.
Yep.
In fact, you're holding a beer.
Correct.
Looks like everybody in your group has some sort of alcoholic beverage.
Looks like it.
You see numerous people in your group with these phone cases around their necks.
Yeah.
And as you're going down the river, you saw lots of people with phone cases around their necks, right?
Mm-hmm.
All day long.
Yeah.
In fact, River's Edge sells or rents out those phone cases, right?
I don't know that.
Did people in your group rent or buy phone cases from
No duty to retreat.
The tube rental?
I have no
stand?
idea.
All right. You've testified that you were told to bring the knife before you left your home, right?
Correct.
And the reason for bringing your knife on the river was to cut strings or ropes for the tubes, right?
Correct.
And that was the reason you brought it.
Correct.
Okay.
In fact, you told the police that after
50%
your
more
tubes were
you
tied
would
together,
put
you
on
thought you put your
the-
knife back in the car, right?
Correct.
But in fact, it was in your pocket.
Yes.
Was it in your pocket the whole day?
No.
All right, well, we're gonna get to that. Once
Why-
the tubes are tied together with the rope, and you said that you thought that you put it back in your car, you don't have a reason to have the knife anymore, right? It accomplished its purpose, right?
I didn't know that at the time.
All right. Did you tell the cops that the police that you didn't think you were going to need it, and that's why you thought you put it in the car?
I may have.
All right.
And
Were you present when Steve Kaufman, who owns River's Edge, testified first day of the trial?
Yes.
And you heard him say that they sell pre-cut cords for $1, right?
Right.
who cares?
All right. And then
This is what I hate. It's not illegal to have a knife. It's not illegal to carry a knife when you've used it. You don't know if you see an endangered platypus covered in a fishing line and you want to save it down the river. It's not illegal to carry a knife. It's a small pocket knife.
Yeah.
I hate this.
I know. I hate how he's going for. They cut pre-cut cords, and did somebody ask you to bring it? Like he was just on a. He just wanted to bring it out and just start stabbing.
Yeah, he was out for the stabulation.
Yeah.
You know what the relevance of it is. You could have left that knife at home. Always the wrong knife, always the wrong gun, always the wrong bullet.
And did you see in the picture, when you got on the river, you were wearing that long sleeve camel shirt, right?
Mhm.
A hat and sunglasses?
Correct.
Hey, Diva.
All right. Ariel's phone was in one of those cases, right?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I can see it.
All right. And is it your understanding that those cases are float cases?
That's what I was told.
All right. And you told Lieutenant Hart that it was in a float case, right?
Correct.
Once the phone disappeared, there was conversation amongst the folks in your group about whether it was even worth it to go look for it, right?
That's what I learned.
And in fact, you were told that they didn't care about the lost phone because they had insurance to cover it, right?
That's what I learned here, but I don't remember that as a conversation.
Nobody asked you to go look for the phone.
Who
right?
cares if he did?
Correct.
You chose to do that
It's
on
not
your
illegal.
own.
I volunteered.
And in fact, members of your group were a little annoyed that you were stopping again so quickly after having been at the hideaway where you'd stopped for lunch.
Objection, speculation.
We have no.
Did
no
you hear
testimony
anybody
like
in your
this.
group say, "Why are we stopping again"?
I didn't stop the group.
The group stopped when you decided to go
He
off on your
walked
own. to
further
look
down
for
the
this
road. They
phone,
could just
He
right?
walked
along.
away. They could have
Overall.
continued tubing. You
Yeah.
idiot.
They already stopped. I got off the tube to look for so I didn't stop them.
In any event, you're the one who insisted on looking for it. Nobody asked you to
Who
do that, right?
cares? Oh God, this guy, I hate him.
And when you left to go look for the phone, you had your goggles and your snorkel, right? You knew that the phone was in a float bag. At least that's what you told police afterwards, right?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
So the phone and the float bag would have been floating, right?
Supposedly,
All right. And so you wouldn't need a snorkel and goggles to find a phone floating on top of the water, right?
I wasn't sure if it was actually floating or not and never tested it.
All right. Well, you would agree that a phone has some weight to it.
Yes.
And if it wasn't a float bag, it would sink to the bottom, right?
He didn't know he
Yes.
hadn't
Where it was
tested
dropped.
He didn't
Correct.
know.
Or remember, it's a river, so it could have flown down.
The river has current, right?
Right. So it
Yeah.
could
I'm
have
going to
gone.
approach, I'm going to draw something here.
My
Yes.
God.
Let me draw something,
Remember
Jamie.
when you met with Lieutenant Hart? at the roadside?
Please.
No, this isn't.
I-
This actually is something relevant for once. Well, this is the river. His group was up here, where he stopped them. The river is flowing this way. The first contact is with the boys over here. The second contact is down here, and this is group 2 that comes in. He stopped his group up here, and they couldn't move down because the incident happened somewhere in this area. That's just stupid. If his group wanted to move on, they could just have scooted along. And again, is it illegal to bring your snorkel and your goggles to go look for a phone if it's in a float bag? Maybe he wanted to see if there was any fishies.
Yeah,
I
and
hate this.
yeah, and the guy saying, "Oh well, they told you not to go look." Well, maybe he wanted to. Who cares? It's not illegal. And it's not illegal for him to go downriver. And it's not like it's a river. Like he was supposed to anticipate some Riley kids
Yeah.
were going to confront him and cause this ruckus. No, he was just hanging out. Like,
No, they're
stop
just
it.
trying to say he should have stayed with his group. Nothing would have happened. That's what they're
Yep.
saying. It was his
Yeah.
fault because like any
his
other
fault.
man, he said, "Yeah, I'm going to go out there and look for it."
Hey, I'll save you a few dollars. I'll go get your
Yeah.
phone.
How much is an iPhone?
I mean, if he has it insured, I don't know because I've had to buy a
He
new
ha-
one.
he
It's
has
a
it-
pain in the butt.
He has it insured. Yeah, but you have all your numbers. You have your SIM card. You have everything. You have to get again. And he's saying,
not-
"Hey, you're my buddy, and I have this snorkel because I was out looking for jewelry earlier. Let me go look for it."
Hey, and these it's a freaking river. It's public property. Like anybody can be on there doing anything. You have no expectation of being confronted in that way. So
Yeah. Luckily for lawyer 2 on the defense team, this guy is annoying me.
I know. Yeah.
Of the river. All right, and this is your group up here at the sandbar, right?
Mhm.
This is the boys group down here. I'll put initials IS for Isaac Schumann, right?
Correct.
This is the diagram that you wrote,
Mhm.
drew for Lieutenant Hart. The phone was lost over here, right?
Mhm.
Instead of looking downstream for it where the current was going, you went this way, across the current,
No,
to look for the phone. You made contact with Isaac Schumann's group on the other side of the river.
but that's not where I started looking for it, straight across the river.
That's where you ended up making contact with
I
him.
ended up there, but I didn't start there.
All right. The phone would not have floated across the current, right?
how do
Well,
is he not allowed
I
to
don't know
just
where he lost it.
mosey
That's where we
around?
pulled over. He could have lost it minutes before we even anchored.
So when you testified,
Let me show you something, Jamie. This is a river. You know what a river does? The water isn't running just strictly in one direction. It actually moves, because we heard there were short areas of water and there were tall areas of water. Because there's short areas, there's the speed over that will be faster than they will over the tall areas. Yes, I know it's not the term, but they said it earlier. That means the river doesn't flow in a straight line. That means something that's dropped here can easily end up over here or down here.
I don't know what happened.
I hit something. Oh, I hit myself off. But that's a stupid argument, because you lose something here, it doesn't automatically end up down here. It can end up over here.
And did you test it, DA? Did you go out there and drop some phones and see where they went? Like, give me a break.
I'm getting heated now.
I'm getting mad.
Well, you're always mad.
a minute ago,
I'm
the
not.
phone was lost, where your group was labeled M. Now you're changing that story?
In that vicinity.
Again, members of the jury, what the attorneys say is not evidence. Rely on the witness's testimony. Next question, please.
In any event, it's your testimony that you had reason to go over to the south side of the river where Isaac Schumann's group was.
Downriver.
To look for a phone. That's your story?
I had reason to search in that area. I didn't know where that phone fell in the water. I don't think even Ariel knew where he lost it. We didn't drop the phone when we anchored. He dropped the phone before we got there.
Fair to say that at that point in the river is 150 feet wide?
Sir,
Yep.
get off it.
And Isaac Schumann's group was on the south side of the river?
Correct.
Your group's on the north side of the river?
100 feet
Rather than searching the north side, you went to the south side of the river. Is that fair to say?
I already looked in that area.
That's not what I'm asking. You went over to the south side of the river, right?
Was it illegal to be on the south side of the river?
Overruled.
Yeah, is the south side the bad side? Is that not the side
You
you're
did,
supposed to
right?
go on?
What was that question?
You
again?
went over to the south side of the river to supposedly look for this phone.
Yeah,
Right?
I'm guilty. Went to
I
the
ended
south
up
side.
there at
guys.
that point, yes.
And you chose to go over there and look for it, where these boys were.
No.
Overruled.
Oh my God! Like it doesn't matter.
The boys
Like,
said
happened
You
we
chose to
imploded,
go over
he
to where
was
these
standing
boys
there.
were to look for, supposedly look for this phone, right?
Chose to look in that area, yes.
There was other areas of the river where these boys weren't located that you could have searched until they floated past,
He's gonna get a swift punch to the face in a minute.
Yeah.
right?
A million other spots.
Sure. But you chose to go to that spot.
I didn't even
So?
notice those boys there at the time when I was searching.
You were present in court when Eric Williams, who was a member of your group, testified, right?
Right?
You heard him testify,
Yes,
and you were here when he testified that he had some concerns about you going over to snorkel by this group, Isaac's group.
I heard them.
And one of his concerns is that he thought that they would think you were a predator, right?
Who cares what that guy thinks?
Yeah.
That's a weird thing to think. That's not a normal dude.
The boys arrived at the scene after him. That's what the last witness said this morning. We came trooping down, and he was looking weirdly. Oh, yesterday he was looking weird. He just stood there.
He testified that you didn't have your knife in your pocket the whole time, right?
Correct.
When you decided to do a snorkel over by Isaac Schumann's group, you had the knife in your pocket.
Yes.
Did you go back to your group and get it?
No, I had the knife. I testified I did not have the knife in my pocket the whole time. When we pulled over there, I fixed my shoes. Then I left it in my pocket.
All right, but somehow, so when you get ready to snorkel,
Yes,
you've taken off your shirt, right?
yes,
Your hat,
yes,
your sunglasses.
correct.
You left the knife in your pocket.
I forgot it in my pocket.
Well, on the video, we can see you touching your knife, right? You knew it was in your pocket.
Well, when you walk, it starts, yeah, but
It has weight,
Right,
right?
yeah.
So you can't forget it's there because it's
Of course
got
you can.
weight. Correct?
at some point, I forgot I had it in my pocket when, yeah.
You
When
weren't
you
gonna,
walk.
you were not going to need your knife to snorkel and look for a lost phone.
Who cares
Correct.
if he did have it? Who cares?
You weren't going to need your knife for that task that you set out to do.
He didn't
right?
know.
I wouldn't even need anything.
But you brought it with you anyhow.
Why shouldn't he?
It happened to be in my
Why does-
pocket, yes.
Why does it matter?
Yeah, and I bet
When
you,
she got over to where Isaac Schumann's group was, they made
the funny thing is he would notice if he didn't have the knife in his pocket because he uses it every day. He doesn't notice he has it. It's just like if you're a smoker, you have your lighter, and if you doesn't have your lighter, you can feel your lighter isn't in your pocket. It's such a stupid argument. But Jamie, you don't need that big kitchen knife, do you? You never make anything that big. Why do you have one of those?
made it readily apparent they did not want you over by them, correct?
That's not true.
They didn't call you names?
Yes, but they asked me what I was looking for. And I thought they were polite people. I said, I'm looking for my lost phone.
They did not want you by them, and they told you that, right?
At some point, yes.
And that's the short video. You turn around and you're walking away, right?
Yes.
But then Juan Cockfield calls you a raper, right?
Yes.
And then you turn around.
Yes.
Because they make
You
so
were
much
angry.
sense. Those
I was
kids
not
make
angry.
So much sense.
You were not angry that someone called you a raper.
No.
All right. You look at Juan, who's filming you, right?
Yeah.
And for some reason, your testimony is that even though many people on the river have these phones and these float cases, You decided that was the phone and you needed to run up and check.
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Your testimony earlier was you thought he had the phone, right?
I thought he had the phone, yes.
Right.
I wanted to investigate.
And you, instead of walking up and saying, hey, is that the phone I'm looking for? You ran up on these boys, didn't you?
Ran up on these boys.
I ran up and stumbled, and then I fell right by their, yes,
That's my next question. You're claiming now that you stumbled.
yes.
You've never said that before today, ever, to anybody,
Chelsea,
law enforcement or anybody else,
I agree with you, Chelsea.
right?
But I have seen the videos now.
Well, we're going to take a look at the video.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, please do. Because you know how awkward it is to walk in water?
Yeah, with shoes that's falling off that you fix with string.
Yeah.
And since you reviewed the video, you know that before you ran up on them, you were touching your knife in your pocket to make sure it was there, right?
I don't remember.
Oh my God.
Well, let's take a look.
Jamie, let's see if he points out and does that. And right here in the video, we can see where your eyes turned because you're a demon, right? We can see that.
Jesus.
It's just as stupid an argument. You are
It
touching your
is.
knife.
The minute you're running up on them, you're making sure your knife's in your pocket. You're like, give me a break. Give me an effing break.
That's you with your right hand touching your pocket where your knife was clipped in, right?
It appears so.
And what is that in
What is he on? Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
But he didn't take his knife out.
Whoa! Get away!
He didn't break it out.
So you're claiming today that where you reached down.
What's missing in this hand if he was going over there to get stabulating?
the stabulator?
Exactly. Maybe he just made sure that it was pushed down so it didn't fall out.
And grab at these boys' legs where their tubes are, that was a stumble.
Jesus.
Is that your story?
I was feeling bad before, but
You can answer the question.
I know I hit a stone, yes, but I grabbed onto their inner tubes.
And you know where you grabbed onto their inner tube is where two of these boys had their legs draped over their inner tubes, right?
I see that.
And you made contact with their legs, didn't you?
I don't remember that.
Did you see it on the video?
I see it on the video. I don't remember actually making contact.
And as soon as you did that, these boys jumped out of their tubes to get away from you, right? You remember that?
Yeah.
And you held onto their tubes so that their tubes couldn't float away.
For how long?
Well, I'm asking you. You did.
Yeah, it looks like for a brief 1 second.
And you were searching through their tubes.
Or what?
You walked around their tubes. Rather than letting their tubes go so they could get back in their tubes and be on their way, you walked around their tubes.
So after my goggles dropped in the water, I went around their tubes to go to the other side and look for my goggles.
Let's talk about your goggles for a second, because you told the police, specifically Lieutenant Hart, that these boys knocked your goggles off your face and that you were looking for your goggles at that point, right?
I don't remember my interview with her, correct?
But you heard yourself say it in the interview.
Yes, yes.
And in fact, that nothing of the sort ever happened, right?
So the interview with Brandy Hart was not accurate.
What you said at the time is what you wanted the police to believe happened, right?
That's what I remembered at the
Okay.
time.
And from the video, you can see that you actually put your goggles in your mouth so you would have two free hands to be able to grab onto these boys' tubes, right?
Yes.
So you were preparing for your stumble before it actually even happened?
I wasn't prepared for anything.
These boys were calling you names to go away, right? After you grabbed onto their tubes, touched their legs.
I don't remember any of that stuff.
All right, you don't remember them calling you, asking you what you were doing?
Watching the videos, yes, but unnatural remembering, no.
Do you remember as you're running up, they're saying, whoa, 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 what's he doing?
I don't remember that.
All right, but you've seen it on the video.
Yes.
And then once you've made contact with two of these boys' legs and grabbed onto their tubes, they started calling you a pedophile, right?
No, they did that before.
I don't remember when they started calling me.
Do you remember them calling you a pedophile at all? Or do you just know that from watching the video?
Correct.
You testified that they were calling you names earlier, right?
Right.
And that upset you.
It did not upset me.
Okay, your attorneys talked about your comfort scale and your fear scale. Let's talk about your anger scale, okay?
Oh,
at the time you were called a raper, what was your anger scale at?
Maybe 1.
1 out of 10?
Yeah.
And that was enough to get you to run up on these boys, grab onto them, stop their tubes at a 1. Is that what you're saying?
Objection, argument, that's not what he said.
Sustained.
It's so stupid. And he gets to
You don't like being
testify.
humiliated, right?
This guy's testifying in front of the jury and he's getting knocked down all the time.
Nobody does.
Your attorney has said that these boys were humiliating you.
Objection.
So he wanted to just end their
Sustained on the
lives?
form.
That's what he wanted to do? Okay.
You're claiming that you were being taunted.
Objection, did not testify to that.
Sustained.
Can have a
Form.
sidebar and tell him, you better rein it in. One time at band camp. And he has no.
You had testified earlier that your shoes, there was problems with your shoes, but as you can see from the portion of the video we played so far, those shoes didn't prevent you from running up on these boys, right?
Yes,
So?
they did. If I had better shoes, I could walk better,
Thank you, Tracy.
but I could still walk.
If you had better shoes, you would have been able to run up on them faster.
No, I mean, I could walk better. I wouldn't stumble. I wouldn't have a hard time walking.
I hate this guy. I hate him so much.
All right, we're going to watch the
Could
video
be
again, and I
more
want you to, if you can,
agile.
point out for everybody where you stumbled.
Yeah, he really should be kicked in the teeth because he's constantly.
What is he on? Whoa! 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 Get away!
Did you watch it?
Yes,
So the stumble, is that something you remember or something that you think you see in the video?
something I remembered.
After you grabbed onto their tubes, stopped them, walked around their tubes, you took a few steps downriver and stood in the path they were floating in, right?
Few steps?
Overruled. You understand the question, Mr. Miu?
Could you say it again?
After you left their tubes that first time, you took a few steps downstream and stood in their path where they would need to float,
And tried to
where they
find
were
his
floating,
goggles.
right?
For a few seconds, yes.
You didn't walk off to the south shore, which was close at that point, right?
I thought I walked far away from them that I didn't even watch them anymore at that point. So I don't know where they were at that point in time. But I was still looking for my goggles now.
Are you denying that you stood right in the path of their tubes?
He didn't stand right in the path of their tubes.
He walked 65 feet away
At
later.
that moment in time, yes.
Now, when you ran up on these boys and grabbed onto their tubes and made contact with their legs, you weren't saying anything at that point, right?
No.
You didn't say anything like, hey, I think that's my phone or Ariel's phone.
I don't remember saying anything.
You've seen the video.
Right.
You just ran up and grabbed onto him,
Life.
right?
It
Life,
appears that.
Schonberg.
Was saying nothing.
Life. This is why it's ridiculous.
He does stand in the way, and it looks like he's looking for his.
We can go up to the
goggles,
screen.
and
We're
then
going to
he
look at some
walks
more
off.
frames here.
Yeah, but for like a second. It's not even
Yeah.
that long. And then he walks away.
We're starting 20-second mark, I believe.
I'm sorry, Fuba.
I hope this jury is.
You stood in
a
front of their
lot smarter
tubes,
than me.
right? This is at the 23-second mark.
For a brief moment.
All right. Keep going. Stop. At that point, you had the entire river open to move in any direction, right?
Right.
You chose to just walk a few steps directly downstream from where their tubes were, right?
Correct.
The boys were yelling at you at this point, right? You remember that?
Yep.
They were making a commotion, right? They were loud,
Mm-hmm.
and that attracted the attention of the folks in the Carlson group, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've testified that Maddie Cohen walked over, right?
Yep.
You walked towards her,
Yes.
and the water level at the spot that you had contact with Maddie was about ankle deep from the video.
From the video, yes.
And you told Lieutenant Hart you were standing in really shallow water, right?
Yep.
Maddie told you to leave the area, right?
She's not the boss
She
of
didn't
the river.
say it that way, but yes.
She said, go, go, go.
And
She said,
She's
F,
like, she swore at you
go.
too, but she was telling you to go, right?
yeah,
You didn't go.
I was trying to communicate
Why
with her
does she
what
doesn't have
I
to?
was doing in the river.
You didn't leave, right?
He doesn't have an
not on the river.
obligation to leave.
He doesn't have to.
Overruled. It's relevant.
You did not leave, right?
I
At the
didn't
time
go
that
in
she
the
came up
direction.
and,
No,
when she came up and said, go, 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 you chose to stay, right?
Who is
I
she?
wanted to talk.
She's nobody.
You didn't like that she was yelling
She's
at
not a
you,
river queen.
right?
She's a river
I only had like
troll.
2 or 3
River
seconds
troll,
of,
that's what she is.
of direct verbal or whatever.
And you clearly didn't
Interaction.
like, you clearly didn't like she was swearing at you, right?
Right.
And what you told her was not that you were looking for a phone, but that these boys took your goggles, right?
I don't remember what I told
Right.
her.
If it's on the video, did you say it?
If it's on the video, yeah.
You never mentioned you were looking for a phone.
Who cares?
I don't
He does
remember
not have
my
any
conversation
obligation
with
to
her.
any
In
of these
fact, after
people.
you told her that they took your goggles, you never said another word, right?
She is a river troll.
After that,
Right.
of course I did.
Talking about your anger scale, at the point where Maddie Cohen was yelling at you and pointing at you and swearing at you, where was your anger scale?
1,
45.
And even with your anger scale being only 1, you started touching, fidgeting with the knife in your pocket, right?
Oh my God.
I don't remember that.
Let's take a look at the video.
So you're assuming what's going through his head. He's like, oh, got to make sure that knife's in my pocket because I got to get to stabbing.
Yeah, that B word, she's gonna get it. Oh, I don't take it out until they hit me, or until they step to me.
Yeah.
That's
That's. Yeah, because they want to make it sound like he's angry. And that's why he did everything, not because he's scared. And it's so ridiculous. He's like the least angry person I've ever seen in my life.
We're ready. It's timestamp 135. That's you touching your knife in your pocket, right?
Correct.
And at this point, you've got your back to the 2 girls who were yelling at you, right?
Does he have it out? Does he have
It's
it?
possible.
Is he slashing at people?
So even though you were fearing for your life, you turned,
Not what he said at that time.
Overall, let's get the question out.
you turned your back on these folks, right?
Where am I in that location as reference to the other people?
I get to ask the questions at this point, okay?
All right.
You're back at the 135 mark that we just watched. You've turned your back on these folks, right?
Okay.
Is that true?
Yes,
You
I
saw
see
it,
that. Yeah.
Right? You're touching your knife, but you got your back to them, right?
I see that in the picture.
I hope the jurors are smarter than this and see right through all this BS.
And so at that point, you wouldn't have turned your back on these folks if you had fear of them, right?
Objection mischaracterizes his testimony.
Overruled. You can answer the question. Yes.
I think this represents Madison quite good. Yes, she has red eyes. She's a troll.
She's a Kroll Karen River rat.
Please tell me she was told
We're
not.
starting at 126. Just play it.
Like, play the video. Stop showing these stupid stills
Yeah.
so you can.
We can have the screen. Stopping at 135. So in that clip, that's the point where you had waved at your friends, right? You had turned your back on the groups of people that were in the area, and you're touching your knife, right? And at that point, you called out to your friends because I think you had said, and maybe I'm wrong, that your fear scale was going up at that point. Is that not right?
I see lots of people around me, and I wanted somebody to be on my side.
Right. Your fear scale was going up, so you tried to wave your buddies over, right?
Creeping up, yeah.
And as it's creeping up, you're fidgeting with your knife.
It appears that way.
At some point,
Right, he's a knife toucher. Oh,
and even though
guilty.
Madison testified, but not on camera, not on voice. We hope at some point we will get her testimony, hopefully while we're sitting here waiting at the verdict watch.
fear level is creeping up at that point, and you've called for help from your friends, or at least waved for help, you turned your back, right?
Yes.
At one point, you turn your head and you stare at the group of 17-year-old boys, right?
And what?
You remember doing that?
I don't remember, but if I could see a video.
Put it into context, it would have been at the point when Maddie Cohen tried to turn you away from those boys. Do you remember doing that?
Yes.
And 1 second. If we can get the frame up.
Are they gonna pull up that look he has had, that devilish look?
We're at timestamp 116. That's the look that you gave to those boys, right?
Oh my God.
At that time, at 116?
Yes.
That's the look on your face.
And what's that look?
That's an angry look.
No.
What's that look?
Not to me.
It's not. It's just my face. That's what
I
I'd
was
say.
annoyed, more than frustrated, but not angry.
At the point where you looked at the boys with that expression on your face, whatever it was, you had the entire river in front of you open to walk to, right?
He has no duty to retreat.
That's true.
Correct.
And instead you chose to turn back around where Maddie Cohen was, right?
I stood my ground. I basically stayed in the same location.
Right.
I didn't go towards anybody at that point.
You didn't take a step away either, did you?
No.
And
why
at that
did-
point,
why
then,
didn't she?
That's when Riley Madison joins her. You've got Madison and Riley standing in front of you, right?
I suppose that's the time, yeah.
Two girls.
Oh,
Yeah.
And these two girls standing in front of you touched your shoulders somewhat, right?
Mhm.
You never, is that a yes?
Yes,
You never stumbled backwards or anything like that.
it wasn't somewhat, but
Well, let's take a look at the video.
Yeah, why didn't they walk away? Why didn't they move? Where did they go? Like, come on. They didn't even have to come over there. They should have kept their butts in their
We're going to
tubes.
start a little bit earlier than the part I wanted to start at. It's at the 135 mark again, if we can put this screen up.
No, put audio on this one. Put audio on this one.
Yeah.
What was that look on that boy's face when he pointed at you? Why didn't you run over and start stabulating him?
Mm-hmm.
You take the screen down.
Yeah. Please don't show.
Starting at 134.
Yeah, that look you gave them. Oh.
So at that point, you're touching your knife before Maddie and Riley are standing in front of you, right?
appears that way.
You're welcome, Danny.
Stop. You had said that your fear level was rising.
Is that an angry look that says, I'm going to stabulate something? Even man boobs back here who said,
Oh, yeah.
I was so afraid. This looks like a guy who's, what the hell is going on?
Like, yeah, like he said, it
You would
looks
wave to your
annoyed
friends,
and like, oh,
right?
Jesus.
I'm getting
That was the look on your face at the time, correct?
Mhm.
You're smiling.
And
I'm confused.
You're smiling.
No,
I'm
he's not
confused.
smiling.
You're not smiling?
That's not a smile.
Yes,
This is so.
let's move on, please.
Oh,
idiot. That was what they just loved hanging their hat on. Look at me smiling.
Can we get the screen back?
You know who's smiling? Those kids.
yeah, those kids, man boobs in the background was laughing. That's such a stupid question. Look at all these. You have the entire river. You have the entire river. Yeah, but you have a guy standing 2 feet behind you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so
If anybody's
you had been
angry, they're
fidgeting with your knife multiple times. You've got Riley Madison in front of
Oh
you.
my God.
I believe her testimony was she's a 115-pound woman. You got
So
Maddie
what?
Cohen on your other
So what?
side.
Assault is
And?
assault.
This is
So?
when you choose to pull out your
Yeah.
knife, right?
Overruled. Understand the question?
What does her weight have to do with me?
So you don't get to ask the
Oh, I'm
questions
sorry.
at this point. You pulled out your knife at this point with these two girls standing in front of you, right?
And these 11 boys.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you
Forget
held it down by your belt line, right?
Yeah, he didn't start
You
using
open it up, right?
Oh, Jamie,
Yes.
I'm getting angry.
And this is before
Get angry,
You had
Baker.
been-
I love it.
punched or anything like that. You had that knife ready with these two girls standing in front of you.
And he didn't use it.
Women, pardon me,
Mhm.
right?
Right. And he didn't use
And you
it
didn't
until he
hold
needed
up
to.
and say, hey, I have a knife.
No, because that
Right?
would be a threat.
To me, that would be a threat.
Well, I'm not asking you that. You
There
did
we
not
go.
hold it up.
No.
Should he?
And you didn't,
It's
in
illegal.
fact, you held it down by your side, right?
Overruled.
Oh,
that
Didn't
what
use
you
it
did?
until he had to.
Yes.
You didn't take a step back and brandished shit and say, hey, back up, I have a knife, right?
Correct.
You
Threatening.
opened it down low and you held it down low by your side, right?
Correct.
And as you're doing that, you're smiling.
No.
That's not a smile.
Well, let's take a look at the video.
I'm overwhelmed
Shut
and
up.
annoyed.
This fat piece of crap needs to sit down.
And that's you holding your knife down by your belt line, right?
Yes.
And now you got him crying, and now I'm feeling sad for him.
When you pulled it out and opened it up, you held it with the blade facing up, right?
I didn't pay attention, but in the video, yes.
And it becomes important later when you stab AJ, because you didn't try to cut him down, you cut him up, right?
So what? He just put it forward.
Right?
That was not my intent.
Overruled. I believe the witness answered the question.
You had the knife blade up and you're saying you didn't know that?
I didn't pay attention.
As you're holding it there, you've got your thumb on the bottom of the handle, right? Right?
Yeah,
Blade up.
I see that.
Blade's pointing at, looks like at Maddie Cohen, right?
And he didn't use it.
Yes.
He didn't use it. He didn't use it. He didn't use it.
Nobody else. I'll strike that. After you opened that knife, would it be fair to say that your fear level went down a little bit because now you had your knife open?
Nope.
No.
No.
Right.
That's my.
Was your fear level going up at that point? I think you said that earlier.
The whole situation was boiling up.
So when you have your knife open, you take a couple step backwards to get away from the situation?
He doesn't
I
have
stood my ground. I stayed in place.
You never backed up one step, did you?
He didn't have to.
Why
No.
does he
You had
have
your knife
to?
out and you were prepared to use it.
To defend myself.
At that point, there's nothing to defend yourself from, right?
I didn't know that.
If I understand your testimony today, now you're acknowledging that you did do something to Maddie Cohen, which started off this fight, right?
Objection argumentative.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Objection, police probe.
Yes.
This idiot.
You know what he didn't
Please,
do?
rephrase-
He didn't punch her in the face.
Yeah. All your
Mr.
witnesses
Smestan,
lied.
would you
but
please
this guy-
rephrase the question?
I will, Your Honor. You're testifying today that you did actually make physical contact with Maddie Cohen, right? Before you were punched or anything else, right?
Yeah. After
What did
she
Maddie
punched.
say?
I may have.
You don't remember that?
Well, I remember what I said, but I went over to push. She was right in my face, right in my space, yelling, and I could smell the alcohol in her breath.
But you had been drinking
No.
too, so might have been your breath.
I didn't have
No.
vodka and all the other garbage.
My
Right.
point is, today you testified that you did something physical to Madison Cohen before you were punched, right?
Mm,
Correct?
I don't know if I touched her or not. It's possible that I did.
If your friend Sergio testified last week that he saw you push her and she went flying back a couple of steps, that's what happened, right?
Steps.
Sustained.
Objection.
Were you present when Sergio testified?
Mhm.
Sustained.
Move along.
I really want the judge to admonish that because he can't keep sustaining and not telling him you have to clean it up, brother.
After you pushed Maddie Cohen, only
Hey,
one
MJ.
person ever punched you,
Hi,
right?
MJ.
No,
No.
they had their hands on him.
From the
It's
video?
assault.
Right.
That's what I see. I don't remember what happened there at that time.
I'm not asking you what you remember. I'm asking what actually happened.
I got punched.
Objection, no foundation.
Okay, well, if he doesn't remember what
Sustained.
happened, how can
Rephrase
he
the
tell you
question,
what
sir.
We
happened?
saw in the video that only one person ever punched you, right?
Yes.
Objection.
It's crossed. It's not on.
God.
Yes.
Tell this idiot that he has to stop this.
I don't have time for this BS.
No.
You testified that you went down and you fell down in the water when you were punched, right?
Yes.
And you indicated, I think, that you were punched in your jaw, I think on your left side of your body.
Yes.
You testified that you fell back in the water and hit your head, right?
Yes.
You did not drop your knife.
Exactly, Brandy.
Right? You held on to it when you fell down into the water.
Yes.
Yeah, she hold on to her beer when she took it like a champ to the
When
face.
Dante Carlson hit you, he was holding a can of beer in one hand, right?
So? You still hit him.
Yes.
What?
He was fighting you with one hand.
So,
Yes.
there were 11 guys.
Oh my God.
You
He should have just took the beating and laid down. That's what they want.
MG, how many times have you heard a prosecutor use, but you pushed him? You know, that's assault, right? So you were the one who did it. Because if it had been the other way around, these girls had been charged with assault. And now he's going to use the defense. Everyone should take a beating now and again.
Yep.
never
was only
suffered
hitting you
any
with
kind
one
of
hand.
bruising or cuts to your face from this incident, right?
What the hell's happening now?
On the inside of my cheek.
You cut the inside of your cheek.
Yes.
Yeah, you never had any
Oh.
bruising on your jaw, right?
I don't remember.
Neither had
And I had a
medicine to her face.
beard. I couldn't tell.
You weren't bleeding from your face anywhere.
No, not that I know.
Doesn't matter. Clearly, Maddie wasn't injured either.
Once you're knocked down in the water, AJ Madison comes up to you and pushes on your back, right?
Yeah, presses you down.
Sustained.
We'll play the video.
We'll play the video. Then play the video. Don't do none of this baby.
Yeah, play the video, not
BS.
the clips.
You were pushed in the back by AJ Madison, right?
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
In response, you got up out of the water, right?
Mhm.
You take your knife in your right hand with the blade up, right?
Objection is in narration.
Overruled.
That's what you did, right?
Still in my hand, yes, that way.
You jabbed it into his belly.
About the same time he hit me in the throat.
That's not what I'm asking.
Yes.
You jabbed it into his belly, right?
Yes.
Instead of pulling it out, you pulled up, right?
Because I had so much time to think about it.
You pulled up.
I did not pull up.
Okay,
I
but-
look at the angle of my arm.
We're stopped at timestamp 156. You see your knife,
Yes.
how close it is to his jaw, his chin?
Yes.
That's because when you
He's trying to imply that because you go blade up, you want to slice him. I don't know if blade down changes anything. Is that because you want to cut down? It's a stupid argument. It's kind of like when gangsters thought that shooting guns on the side was cool. It's just a stupid argument. You don't become more gangster by turning the gun over. You just become more inaccurate. And again, he was launching at him, and it was a good. Yeah, he's an engineer. Look at the angle of my arm because he didn't do this. His arm doesn't go up like that. The other kid goes forward.
stabbed him, instead of pulling out, you went up, right?
Yeah, because he's walking forward.
I was falling backwards with the knife in my arm, in my hand, and the angle of my arm was about the same. just got hit in the throat.
In this frame of the video, the knife's pointing straight up, right?
Yes.
Went in, pulled up, and it's by the time you got done up by his face, your knife's pointing straight up.
Objection as
Overruled. You can answer the question.
It's straight up.
At that point, Tony Carlson came in to break up the fight. Right?
objection, speculation. He doesn't know what Tony Carlson's doing. or why.
Overruled. You can ask the question, he can answer.
I don't know what he was doing.
You know that he told Dante Carlson to back up, right?
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
Do I know from video and from testimony? Yes. At the time, I didn't know.
After you stabbed AJ Madison, you were pushed back into the water, right?
Just sorry, it's AJ Carlson.
Pardon me. No, it's not. It's not.
AJ Martin.
It's AJ Madison. He's not part of the Carlson family. AJ Martin.
You don't even know the effing
After
names on your own
You
witnesses.
stabbed AJ Martin, you were pushed back into the water, right?
Yes.
Nobody jumped on top of you.
No.
Nobody was kicking at you or punching you.
No.
You're just in the water by yourself, right?
Apparently, yes.
We're going to take a look at the video starting at 1:55. That's you in the water, still holding your knife, right? Pardon me, this is before you got up.
He's actually quite
At this
good at
point, you're
explaining
standing
it
there.
because
There's nobody hitting
he
you,
does
nobody's
this,
punching you, nobody's
and then
kicking
he's
you, right?
going back.
Objection,
That's where the cutting motion comes from.
not standing.
Gentlemen, please come up.
This guy, the judge have to kick in now. But again, if you keep it in the same angle and you fall backward, you're not cutting. I really hope the prosecution or the defense is gonna, yeah.
Let's continue. Next question, please.
In any event, you were sitting in the water after AJ Martin pushed you over, right?
I landed on my butt
He wasn't
in the river.
But at that point, the fight didn't continue. People weren't punching on you, right?
At that time, I couldn't tell what was going on around me.
That's at the point that Tony Carlson came over, was yelling at people to back up. Do you remember that?
From the video.
You don't have a memory of that in your head? He separated Dante from you, right?
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
Right?
If it's from my memory, I don't remember that.
Tony Carlson never punched you, correct?
Correct.
He never kicked you, never pushed you.
Objection. Mischaracterized the evidence.
Overruled.
Hope he's doing better.
No.
And you turned around and you stabbed him twice, right?
I couldn't see. I couldn't hear. I didn't know who was punching me, touching me, shoving me, nothing. I was fearing for my life.
You stabbed the guy who tried to break up the fight twice, right?
Objection.
The guy that put his hands on you
Overruled.
after everybody's hitting you? Give me
That's
a
what
break.
happened, right?
That's what happened.
And luckily for him, he was able to block your first stab. So you stabbed him again, right?
I had milliseconds to think.
Riley Madison, after you stabbed Tony Carlson, you turned around, you got up, you turned around, and you sliced Riley Madison through her left side of her body, right?
Yes.
He doesn't.
She wasn't
anyone
punching you or
doesn't
kicking
touch
you.
She came at me and she had her hands on me.
At the time you stabbed her, she had her hands on you.
Yes.
This 115-pound woman
Who
attacked you
cares?
while you're standing there holding a knife.
She could have been 500 pounds. I don't know. I'm sorry, sir, but
You've never told anyone.
You have 13 people around you, all of them swarming you. You don't care if it's Brian Shaw or it's Pamela Anderson or it's a 16-year-old girl high and drunk out of her mind screaming like a banshee. You do this. You don't discriminate. And again, he never stepped to anyone. When people walked away from him, he didn't pursue. I'm freaking getting 115 is lighter than a feather,
did he
right? Well,
stab anybody in the back? Was he just, none of those things happened. So quit acting like that's what happened.
yeah.
She's 115 pounds. So?
Yeah, and again, it only takes one punch that lands in the wrong way. And I don't freaking care if it's 150. He doesn't know who's touching him. He doesn't know who's coming up on him. He doesn't know if anyone comes.
Anyone ever that Riley Madison attacked you and that's why you stabbed her, right?
No.
You're saying it today for the first time.
I don't remember this whole thing.
After you stabbed Riley Madison, Isaac Schumann tries to push you, right?
And he lands his hands on my throat, yes.
Yeah, but his hands originally weren't anywhere near your throat. They were on your shoulder and your chest, right?
I didn't take measurements, but yeah, from the picture, yes.
And as soon as he touches you, you stab up into his heart with your knife, right?
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
He went for my throat and I defended myself. Yes.
Are you saying, we're going to look at the video. We're going to start at 2:02, and for anybody who doesn't want to watch, you might want to avert your eyes. Ready?
Here, stop it. He's got his hands on him.
We're at 2:05, the timestamp on the video. That's Isaac Schumann, right? If you don't,
right.
His left hand on your arm.
Yeah, me too.
Right?
Right.
His right hand on your chest. Right?
Right.
They're not on your throat.
Doesn't matter.
In that particular frame, correct.
And your right hand.
This is why he shouldn't be allowed to do the still frames, because it takes, is it 24 frames a second? You stopped where his hands is here. Oh, you could have stopped and done away. No, you're missing the 24 other frames in a second. He didn't keep his hand here. It was going up to his throat. Freaking, this is such a dishonest, shitty way to do it.
It's cocked, your elbow's bent, right?
Okay.
And you've got the knife in your hand.
Yes.
Let's play it through, please.
I got it right.
And as he's pushing you,
this
you
is
jam your knife up into his heart.
pins to sue
through his
all
rib
over again.
Right?
After he touches my throat and pushes me back, yes, correct.
As your arm is moving up to stab him, you actually moved his arm farther up your body with your own movement, right?
Oh, stop it.
I don't know how to answer that. I didn't see that.
Don't give in to this BS,
At
Nick.
the time that this incident happened, you agreed you weighed 248 pounds.
Yes.
Not one of these people that you stabbed so far in the video were armed in any fashion, right?
Who cares?
Right.
You told an elaborate story about people pulling knives on you, right?
Objection, argumentative form.
Overruled.
Right? You made up that story.
To Brandy Hart?
Lieutenant Hart, yes.
I don't remember that, but I saw the video, yes.
At no point did anybody pull any knife on you, right?
Correct.
You're the only person who had a knife.
Correct.
You had said earlier that you had waved for your friends to come over because you were so scared, right? Right?
During we're moving back in time now?
Oh, yeah. Earlier you had waved. We saw the
Yes.
video. You said
Yes.
you'd waved to your friends
Yes.
because you were scared. Your fear level was at whatever. And in fact, Ariel came over, right?
After it happened.
Yes.
And he's in the group at the point that Riley Madison's standing there bleeding into the river, right? He's standing right behind her.
Yep.
And at the time that you stabbed Tony Carlson, Ariel's right there, right in the group, correct?
I see that in the video, yes.
And when you stabbed Isaac Schumann, he's also standing there, right?
I didn't see him there at the time, but yes, in the video, yes.
So this narrative about it being 13-on-1, you had a friend there, right?
Oh my God.
Your friend was standing right there. He's in the video, right?
In the video. I don't remember him being there.
Did you saw him coming?
Thank you, Shelby, for the 5 memberships to Ralph, Rennie Ward, K-Mad, and well, the rest will be distributed at some point. And Rachel K, someone accidentally hit one of your messages. I hope they didn't. Can you try and write in chat again if you're here, because some accident happened with one of the mods. I'm very sorry.
Walking downstream.
I don't remember.
You waved for him, right?
I waved at my group.
At no point when you stabbed Tony, Riley, and Isaac, did you call out to your friend and say, hey, help me, they're attacking me, right? Even though he's in the frame and he's close to the action, so to speak. You never said that, right?
I was stunned. Couldn't talk.
The last person you stabbed was Dante Carlson, right?
Yes.
And this is in the sequence of events, everything else had happened, right?
Yes.
Sustained.
All the other stabbings had already occurred, right? At the point that you stabbed Dante Carlson.
Yes.
He wasn't punching you at that point.
I was surrounded. People were coming at me. I just came up a couple of times, being punched in the head, punched in the mouth. I fell on river rocks. I was in pain. I was hurting.
Tony Carlson had broken up the fight between you and Dante never hit you again after that, did he?
Objection, that's.
Sustain form. Please rephrase.
At the point that you stabbed Dante Carlson, he was not fighting with you, right?
Correct,
He had not punched you immediately before you decided to stab him.
correct.
In fact, you took a couple steps toward him to stab him, didn't you?
I thought he was attacking me.
He had his hands on him.
So at that point, you stabbed 5 people and you decided to leave the area. Is that true?
I walked away.
You walked up to Ernesto, right?
Yes,
You didn't say anything about being attacked, right?
I was in shock.
You said they took my knife, right? To Ernesto.
I don't remember that, but that's what I said according to all the video and.
Well, if Ernesto said that, that's what he
Yes.
said.
Yeah.
You still got the knife on your person, right? Even though you just told them they took your knife, you still had it. Right?
No. When I reached the tubes,
No. When Ernesto came walking up and you walked up to him, you told him they took my knife. It's the first thing out of your mouth, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Instead of walking to your group, you walked up to the south shore of the lake, of the river, right?
Yes,
And on the way, you washed off the knife in the river.
I don't remember that.
Well, you had blood on your hand and on the knife, right?
Yes,
When you left the area, right?
yeah,
When you got back to your group, nobody saw any blood on your hands or, right?
Objection, foundation. No way.
Sustained.
At some point, you rinsed your hand and the knife in the water, right?
I don't remember that. But yeah.
What you do remember is throwing the knife up into the bushes on the south bank.
Right on the bank, yes.
And then you finally walked over to your group, right?
As I was walking, I threw it away, yes.
No. You walked out of your way to get to the south bank to get rid of it and then walked back across the river to your group, right?
You walked out of your way.
That's what you did, right?
Yes.
We're going to play the video taken by Larry and Davis, Judge. It's
that's
grainy,
the
but it's of some
jumping
value.
out of the bushes guy.
You have many more questions?
Yes.
Well, maybe this will be a good time to take a break. Let's recess and we'll come back at 2:50. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
And I have another soundbite from his testimony, just another.
Well, I don't know. I don't think he's winning any hearts with all his argumenting. Yeah, I don't know. So, is it working for you? What does the poll say? End poll. People are saying 63% thinks Nick is holding up. 23% think Nick is winning. So, yeah.
I mean, I just think his cross questions are ridiculous. The
Yeah.
picture that he's trying to paint, it doesn't work for me. But that's just me.
I did that poll far too early in the process. Well, I did it at the same time as I did the other one. I'm sorry, Flux. Did I do it?
What?
Flux is angry. Maybe I did it.
Yeah, she knows.
Ace, I'm Hobbit size. Once I got so angry that they had to stop with 3 big guys and didn't work. It's called adrenaline. Doesn't know what it's called in English. Adrenaline. When I was a kid, I used to. My brothers used to throw me into all kinds of stuff and make gashes in my head. I was known in the ER that they had to have 2 guys on each on my arms when I was less than 5 years old. I could go absolutely monkey on someone because I flipped and they couldn't restrain me. Remember, Julie, we enjoy people with different opinions. It makes everything better with a little spice. We don't need a new poll. We need another poll. Nothing he said or did after the fact changes the video. No, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's like my whole thing. Is I saw the video, I saw what happened, and you can pick apart all you want. You can say, "Oh, was that a smile? Were you touching
Yeah.
your knife because you were so excited to just start, creating holes in people just because they said some bad words to you?"
Yeah.
Yeah, anybody in their right mind would have been annoyed. But to say like,
Well,
why
we have
didn't
to
you leave? Why did you do this?
Let's wait with the jury deliberations till they rest the case. We still need closing arguments. Yeah, he was standing there thinking, "Finally, it's stab you day."
Oh, he was. Wasn't he? And then he's like, "I'm just going to stand in front of their tubes and not let them pass." So many
You
things
assume
could
the
have been
state
done
would
different.
argue the statute at which exact points they say he became the guilty party, but this is nonsense. Because they don't have the statute because they don't have they have a stand your ground rule. So he could stand there. And they didn't own anything. When he laughed, I was about to flip the table.
Well, like his actions after the fact too, like I don't even think me knowing what I know now, if something like that happened to me, that I would be, you get scared. You're drop your knife off. You're like, "Oh, I don't want to talk to any," you don't know what to do. Like you had to do something that you probably would never have to do in your entire, ever thought you'd ever have to do.
Yeah. Rachel K says shady defense have been smart in playing the missed parts through for the most party. Playing the missed parts through for the most. I don't think I understand that. Did did Rachel get blocked, or because I can't figure out an easy way to find her, so I have to find her YouTube profile and go in and allow her back in. It's not easy.
No, she didn't get blocked. She got timed out for like 86K, it said. That's why I said something to you, because I don't have access to undo anything. I don't know if you could.
Yes, you do. You're a moderator on the channel.
Yeah, but I clicked on her name and it doesn't give me an option.
Yeah, I own the channel and I couldn't do it, so I was afraid that she was getting yeeted.
No, she wasn't completely yeeted.
Okay, as long as she's back, that's fine. But I listened to a breakdown of the statute, and there are different points in it. Yes, they have to do in closing tell you when he lost his self-defense rights.
Yeah, I want them to explain that to me. I want them to explain to me when he's being punched and attacked,
Yeah,
when it's okay for him to defend himself and when it's not.
exactly.
Because I thought he was pretty controlled, if
He
I
was,
say so myself.
again, anyone who comes at him, but he doesn't go up and just go Rambo on every one of them.
No.
He only, out of 11 people, only makes holes in 5 of them. And all 5 had their hands on him. He doesn't even make holes in everyone who touched him.
Yeah, Madison got out scot-free.
You've been in LNC about 2-1 for guilty, 30% not guilty. That's great for a lawn and crim.
To the final afternoon testimony today, Nicolae Miu on the witness stand under a withering cross-examination from St. Croix County. Prosecutor Brian Smeets.
We're still going, Farrell.
Come back to you at the end of the day. Thank you for being with us. The jury is stepping into the room. Miu is back at his defense table, but shortly we'll go back up to the witness stand where he remains under oath. And again, Mr.
Please be
Smeets
seated.
will continue with his question right here.
All right, Mr. Miu, please retake the witness stand. You are still under oath. Mr. Smestad.
Mr. Miu, I want to ask you some more questions about the stabbing of Dante Carlson. Is it fair to say that you did not know that Larry and Davis was recording that part of it?
No.
And you've seen that video here in court?
Yeah.
You are the person in the dark shorts, correct? In that video?
It was not very clear, so I couldn't make out who was who.
All right, if there's a person wearing dark shorts with the same body type as you in the video, is it you?
Fair.
Hold on. Sustained.
Well, we're going to watch the video.
Yeah.
We're going to watch
pull
it
up the
through at
video
full
then.
speed.
Don't sit here and try to describe it with your beady little brain.
Your screen's not on. We're going to play part of it, but slower, but not the end part. We're ready. What's the time? Yeah. This is at the very beginning. And Mr. Miu, do you see yourself in the left-hand side foreground wearing the dark shorts? Where the cursor's pointed?
I can't make out.
You don't know if that's you?
No.
Did anyone else on the river have the same body shape that you had at the time?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
Yeah, it works for that case. This is the guy who was filming his annoying girlfriend.
Been in court since the beginning of the trial, right?
Correct.
You've seen all these people testify,
Yes.
the people that were all involved in the incident, right?
Yes.
At the time that you stabbed these folks, there wasn't anybody else in that area of the river that had the same body shape as you, correct?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained. It's the same question.
You're aware that Dante Carlson's wearing shorts that are black on the bottom and light gray on top, right?
That's what I learned.
We're going to go through it slowly.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Of course, it was. It's not good for their case that this. You can hear them taunting him, but it's good for their case. You can hear all the screaming.
Mhm.
I hate when the state does stuff like that. It's so effing annoying.
So disingenuous.
Yeah, remember that he only mentioned that little 115-pound girl. He didn't mention the 235-pound defensive end.
Objection
Right.
sustained, lack of foundation.
In any event, after you got rid of the knife on the south side of the river, you walked back to the north side of the river where your group was in the at the sandbar, right?
Yes.
Sat in your tube? Did you sit down in your tube?
Yes.
Eric Williams from your group, realizing that people were hurt, left?
Objection, forum, lack of foundation, Eric Williams.
Sustained.
Did you see Eric Williams leave your group?
No.
The black shorts is to identify himself, I think.
At some point, did you notice he wasn't with your group anymore?
I didn't do a head count, sir. Sorry.
Okay. Did anyone else from your tubes go to help with the folks on the river that were hurt?
No foundation.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
I don't remember. I wasn't paying attention to anybody in my group.
When you went back to your tube, you put your shirt back on, right?
I was cold. Yes.
And you put on your hat, right?
Yes.
And your sunglasses.
Yes.
Eventually, you saw police officers and emergency medical technicians show up on the river, right?
Yes.
Wading up the river, right?
Yes.
Trying to help people that had
See you
been
later.
injured. And
Objection, no foundation.
Hi, Stephen.
Overruled.
you saw that happen, right?
Yes.
You didn't approach anybody to say you were attacked, as far as law enforcement or EMTs or anything like that, right?
No, I just pooped myself. I was afraid to go in that area.
Even
I'm
though
sorry.
there's police presence everywhere, you were afraid to walk over there and tell them, hey, this is what happened.
Yes, sir.
So you got in your tube and you floated down the river.
We still don't know, other than he admitted that they had to move because there have been some accidents and they had to restrain their alcohol intake. I haven't read anything about they were kicked off that river. Maybe it was just more like a please don't come back thing.
Immediately, we waited there. We had people, from what I learned, not that I remember, that called 911, and yeah, I don't remember any of that stuff. So I don't remember.
So do you remember waiting for Eric Williams to come back to join your group so you could leave?
I don't remember.
All right. Do you remember saying, let's go? You yourself saying that?
Objection asked and answered cumulative. He said he-
Overruled. Overruled.
I don't remember.
Ernesto
I do my notes.
Torres, he's your best friend.
At some point, I just
Yes.
put in annoying.
You didn't tell him what happened as you were floating away?
I didn't talk to him. I don't remember talking to anybody. I don't even remember going down the river or up the river. I was just stunned. I don't remember anything.
You didn't tell Ernesto?
We didn't hear they were banned. We just heard that they had to restrict their alcohol intake, I think.
So I was afraid for my life and I did this.
No.
You never told Ernesto that I acted in self-defense.
Who cares?
I
He
didn't.
doesn't have
I
to
don't
say
remember
it.
talking to anybody.
You didn't say I was afraid they were going to kill me. These
He
folks.
said he doesn't remember.
Foundation. He said he doesn't-
Jesus.
Yeah, asked and answered.
I don't remember.
Yes, it will.
As you were leaving the area, you saw folks giving CPR to Isaac Schumann, right?
I didn't see that.
All right. Eventually, you made it down to Village Park where the exit was, right?
Eventually.
And there's some video of you relaxed in your tube, kind of playing in the water with your hand, right?
Relaxed, huh?
Sustained.
Do you remember seeing the video of you
I remember seeing the video.
relaxing in your tube before you got back to the end?
Relaxing.
Sustained.
Yeah.
Did you see the video or not?
I said I did.
When you got to Village Park, your group exited the river, right?
Yes.
There was multiple police in the area, right?
Yes.
You saw a uniformed officer with his gun drawn, walking towards you, right?
Right.
You didn't approach that officer.
I was afraid of everybody at
You were
that
afraid
time.
that you were afraid of the officer.
I was afraid of anything and everybody. I was afraid of anything. I couldn't. I was still in shock, so I was afraid of everything. Yes.
You didn't approach the officer and say, "They tried to kill me. I defended myself." Nothing like that, right?
I don't remember saying anything like that to anybody.
You walked right by him, right?
All that is a
Yeah.
blur. I don't remember.
The testimony you had to
Once you got further up the path, though, other officers were able to pick you out of your group, right?
Apparently, yes.
They stopped you, right, before you could leave the park.
I don't remember that.
You don't remember the police stopping you and detaining you in the park after this incident?
I remember being stopped, but I don't remember the details.
Sure. You were aware that the police had a picture of you from the river, right?
Okay.
Do you remember that?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the police had to take your hat and glasses off to make sure that it was you in the picture?
Nope. I was focused on one thing only. Somebody with a bat that I've seen in the woods and across that whatever bridge, the little bridge, Rainbow Bridge, whatever. I was focused on him. I was very afraid of that person.
Did you ever say to an officer, "Hey, there's a guy over there with a bat and that's concerning me. Can you do something about it?"
No.
You're put into a squad car, right?
Mhm.
Said yes.
Yes.
Sheriff Knudsen came over to make sure you were comfortable, right?
Great comment, Lateral 462. Yeah, Rittenhouse was trying to get to the police. The police said, "Go by," and they used that against him in court. That, "Oh well, you didn't turn yourself in. I tried. They told me to go away."
And they pepper sprayed him.
Yeah, and they pepper sprayed him. Just to remind a little reminder that the police is always your friend, and you should always just walk up to them and say, "Hey, you're probably looking for me."
Yeah.
Didn't you have 2 summers during the last president where every person who had a little bit of more melatonin than I did said they were afraid of cops, and that you should take the money away from police because you couldn't trust them? Caleb Rittenhouse, yes.
I saw that in the video, yes.
You don't remember talking to Sheriff Knudsen?
No.
You remember him asking you, well, if you don't remember, you don't remember. We're going to play that video, and then I have some questions for you.
It's a chunky officer whose name is Knudsen.
Your Honor, this is the longer version of the video that's been referenced. It's 1 minute and 59 seconds.
Yeah, his real name is Knudsen. It's not Knudsen. Knudsen. And hey, miss.
Camera recording started.
Oh, God.
Still doing all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's going
Temperature?
on?
Temperature's okay in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I hear somebody got stabbed, and I fit the description.
Yes, you do.
All right.
Yep. So we're working through that now. Did you see that fight on the river?
I heard about it.
You heard about it?
Yeah, and I seen people gather around it.
Okay. All right.
And I went over to talk to see if somebody saw anything, but that's about
We
it.
haven't seen this
Okay.
before.
Our whole group was
They
pretty
didn't play all of it, remember?
interested in finding out what happened.
Okay. And that's your whole group over there?
Yeah.
Okay. All
So
right.
I don't know. Okay, well,
Did you see anybody injured?
no.
You didn't see anybody injured?
No.
Did you see anybody fighting?
I heard people screaming at each other, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Screaming in anger or screaming in pain? Do you know? everybody's drunk, so I don't know. I can't tell the difference, but I would say, I don't know, just screaming. You know, yeah, calling each other names. But, that's, I've seen that all day. And we've all been drinking a lot. I'm sure they're drunk. I'm sure they're doing, I don't know, kids being kids.
Kids being kids. Where are you? Where's your group from? Where did you drive from today?
Oh, I drove from Prior Lake.
From Prior Lake.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, I didn't drive it. We came here alone.
Your wife and you?
I can remember we've seen this much of the video, and yes, this
No.
looks really bad for him, in my opinion. So yeah, and no, none of this means it wasn't self-defense. But MG, you know the rules. It's not about the law; it's about the jury.
And you met the group here?
Yeah, but we know each other.
Okay. All right. As long as the temperature's good, I'll check back with you in a minute, okay? Thank you.
Welcome, Melanie Schuler.
Yeah.
You lied to Sheriff Knudsen, right?
I don't remember that conversation, but yes.
You told him that you heard there was a stabbing, right?
I don't remember any of this stuff.
You're fishing for information about what happened, right?
Because correct me if I'm wrong. Never mind.
I don't know what you could say I was fishing. I don't know.
You asked him some questions about what had happened, right?
Again, I don't remember this conversation.
But you were pretending that you didn't know what happened. Is that true?
No.
He doesn't know what he was thinking.
At the point that you were talking to Sheriff Knudsen and saying these things, you didn't know there was a video of what happened on the river, did you?
I didn't know whether I was dead or alive at that point.
But you also didn't know that there was a video, right?
No.
When the sheriff asked you what had happened, one of your responses was it was kids being kids, right?
I don't remember any of that conversation.
You just heard yourself say it on the video, though.
Yeah, you heard yourself say it right now.
I'll move on. Prior to being taken to jail, you were transferred from that squad car that you were in to a different squad car, right? Remember that? You remember at some point Deputy Thomason telling you that you were under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide?
I don't remember any of that.
When you spoke with Lieutenant Hart, even though you'd been informed that you were being arrested for homicide, you pretended to know that, to not be aware that someone had died, right? Right? When you were talking to Lieutenant Hart, you...
Over here at the jail?
Yeah.
I don't remember any of that conversation.
You don't recall pretending to not be aware that someone had died.
Pretending. Stop classifying it how you feel. Jesus.
When you're talking to Lieutenant Hart, that was about 4 hours after you'd been arrested, right?
Exactly,
that's what I learned.
Legend. That's what
It
I'm
said
saying.
you had time to put together a story, right?
No.
You had 4 hours to come up with a...
How about all of your effing witnesses who had 2 years to come up with a story? If anyone had implied that when they were on the stand, you would be objecting. Jamie, I'm mad.
Story about what
I'm
happened
mad
on the
too.
river before you were interviewed by Lieutenant Hart, right?
No.
You didn't have that time.
I didn't put a story together.
Okay. So when you told her things like, 2 of these boys pulled knives on me, you're telling the truth?
No.
That was a story, right?
Correct.
And when you said that you somehow managed to grab one of the boys' arms and bend their wrist back and stab them with their own knife, that's a story you made up, right?
I told her what I remembered.
You remember doing that?
No, everything I told her is what I remembered at that time.
At the time you told her these things, you thought that you would grab someone's arm and stab them with their own knife?
As you can see,
And I can tell you exactly what happened on the day my dad died. It's another way. That day is forever printed in my mind. My mom, I think it was on a Monday. I'm not sure. It could be on a Sunday. It's how shock works on you. You don't know.
Mhm.
Come on.
That's what I mean. The video shows everything we need to see. Everything that
I
happened
was
after
very
the fact
confused.
doesn't matter.
Did you not testify earlier that you lied about the knife?
That I did.
And then
I
nobody else had a knife on the river except for you.
That I lied about the knife.
So it's impossible then for you to have
I won't
twisted someone's arm and stabbed them with their own knife, right?
I saw the video.
No, I'm asking what you said to Lieutenant Hart.
I don't remember the interview, but I saw the video. And
You're aware.
and I know that it's not right. It's not true.
Not just a couple of little lies,
Your
but lie on
witnesses
top of a
all
lie,
lied.
Lieutenant Hart, right?
Sustained.
Well, let's talk about some of the things you told her. You said, these boys took the goggles off my head and threw them down the river, right? You told her that?
I didn't say thrown
If
down
that's
the
what
river.
the video recorded, yes.
All right, you told her that these boys tried to pull down your shorts, right?
That's what I saw in the
That's a
video. But I
possibility.
don't remember the interview.
That's a detail you added for your benefit, right?
No.
He
You
didn't say
said
the
these
video when he
boys
said it.
attacked you, right? You told her that multiple times, right?
I saw the video.
Did you say that or not? Yes or
I
no?
said that in the video. Yes.
And you knew that wasn't true, right?
Not at the time that I said it.
So
Not at the
in
time.
the video, I lied. I totally lied about the knife. I didn't remember a lot of details. I didn't remember of anything. I don't even remember the interview. I just looking at the video. It's I can look at it like anybody would look at it for the first time. I don't remember any of that.
You told Lieutenant Hart that these boys told you, don't run away from us. You remember saying that?
No.
In fact, it's just the opposite. They were telling you to go, right?
I don't remember.
You told her that a second boy had a knife, attacked you with the knife, and you
He
took that
admitted
from
he
him,
lied about it.
right?
Come on, go on.
That's what I saw in the
Yeah.
video.
That's not true either, right? Right?
That's not true.
He just wants to go through and be his little self. You lied about this, you lied about that, you lied about this. Just move on. It's because they have nothing else. They have nothing else. It doesn't matter what he did after the fact. It matters what happened in the moment.
You said
we
that
all
when
saw
you
the
walked
video.
back to your group, and this is talking to Lieutenant Hart, that Ernesto asked you if you had found the phone, right?
I don't remember.
Remember saying that to her?
I don't remember any of that conversation I had with her.
Yeah, that wasn't true either, right?
I don't
If this
remember.
is all part of
I
that
don't
interview,
remember.
I don't remember anything. So
That's what we're talking about. We're talking
Right.
about the interview with Lieutenant Hart.
then I don't remember the interview.
Okay, I still get to ask you questions about
Sure.
it. You were specifically asked, did you have a knife? Right? Do you remember being asked that?
I don't remember that, but I know I was.
Your
Really?
answer to Lieutenant Hart was no, no, absolutely no, right?
Right. Which I lied. I know I lied about the knife.
You said to her, why did they want to scare me with a knife? Right? Talking about the boys, I mean.
I lied about the knife. I lied totally about the knife.
But
Don't keep yapping on about the knife. You're gonna get the same answer every freaking time. Go down, grab that times box of Dunkin' Donuts, and get into a diabetic shock. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm gonna stand up.
Well, none of
and
them
walk
ever
away
had a
from
knife,
this.
right?
I'm angry now.
Is that right?
Apparently not.
Well, they want him to rage out because if
You said I
he
grabbed
was-
it, meaning the knife, from him because he tried to poke me with it. Do you remember saying that?
Nope.
Just keep saying no.
You said a woman hit you in the ear. Do you remember saying that?
Nope.
You know that's not true, right?
No.
You know that's not true as you sit here now, right?
Right.
The puppies did hear him yelling and they get mad.
You told the police and Lieutenant Hart, I think, that you thought it was two different groups of people fighting against each other, right?
I don't remember telling her that.
Right. You know, as you sit here today, that is completely made up, right?
Again, I don't remember any of that you're talking about right now. If it's about the interview.
You told Lieutenant Hart that you wanted to stay in the area and watch the police come and arrest these people for fighting, right? That's what you told Lieutenant Hart?
That's what's in the transcript, yes.
I kind of wish this guy was on the river.
When you were told that a person had died, your response was, is it because they fought each other? That's what you told her, right? That's how you responded?
If it's in the transcript. But I don't remember.
You never told Lieutenant Hart that you punched or pushed or did anything to Maddie Cohen, right? You left that part out?
Is that what it's in there?
I'm asking if you ever told her that.
I don't remember.
You didn't mention that you had stabbed and severely injured another woman, Riley Madison. You didn't mention that to
Well,
Lieutenant Hart.
Riley
right?
should have kept her butt in that tube.
You never mentioned that part.
I don't remember.
You didn't mention being strangled at any point, right?
If that's the transcript, then that we go by that. But I don't remember that interview.
And I think what you said earlier is that you were afraid you were going to die from being strangled, and that's why you stabbed Isaac Schumann in the heart, right? That was your testimony earlier? Didn't you say that today, this afternoon here?
Isaac should have kept his hands off his neck.
Yeah.
That's not anything you mentioned to any police officer, right?
If I didn't mention, I didn't mention it. I don't remember that.
That's not an important detail that you thought you might want to point out.
Objection argument.
That's why his lawyers doesn't jump in.
Everything is every detail is important. We all know that. But I don't remember saying any of those things to Lieutenant Hart.
Because you didn't say them, right? That's why you don't remember.
Is what?
You didn't say those things to her. That's why you don't remember, correct?
I don't remember what I said or what I didn't say to her. I don't remember even having an interview with her.
So you can't remember anything about what you told her, but when Mr. Nelson's asking you questions, you can remember all these feelings you had at the time. Is that true?
Overruled.
You remember answering his questions about how you were feeling that day?
The feelings I had when I was attacked.
And when you were meeting with the Lieutenant Hart?
Objection. Your approach.
Yes.
It's so funny that Iris has to type in Rachel K because he was banned by accident.
When does she get to come back?
I don't know. I don't follow my own.
What's 86K seconds or whatever it was?
It's
Objection sustained. Please rephrase the question.
If she can
You
reach out to me, I might be
testified today a lot about
remember.
remembering what you were feeling that day, right? When Mr. Nelson was questioning you, right?
No, I didn't ban anyone, but there was a
Hello?
person. There was a person in here who used racial derogatory words, and then people get yeeted. But because too much was trying to remove one person at the same time, the chat jumped and another person got hit by another. But I ban people if you call people racial insensitive things. I will at least put you in timeout, because I like we have a passionate group of people, but I don't like words that certain words, especially if you call other people bad words. I might I will begin by taking away your ability to write stuff, just so you can think about. It's not nice to call other people racial derogatory names. You can call me an idiot all the time and a whitey, because. But other people, be nice to them. But my mods are sweet, but they just had an accident, and if I
Rachel
can find
just got caught up. Poor Rachel just got caught up.
Rachel, is she's back?
No, they
Good.
said it's 24. It's a 24-hour timeout, so she won't be.
Yeah, but I don't know if I can find her channel. I think I can remove it, but YouTube doesn't make it so easy that they put it into a ban folder on my channel, so I can see, oh, this was a mistake. I have to go find her channel, and it's just Rachel K with no thumbnail, so I can't see who it is.
But yes.
Iris,
Yes.
Rachel K.
But when
found
you're
out.
asked other details that might not be so useful, you don't remember, right?
Certain feelings and certain, they stick to you forever.
Ones
They
that are
affect you.
helpful to your defense, those stick to you, right? You're examined by the jail nurse.
Because I don't think people's race has anything to do with anything. That's why I think racial things are worse. Because if you're black, you're white, you're polka dotted, your ideas matter just as much to me. Or if you're saying stupid things, I find them just as stupid, no matter your color. Because I think it's stupid to see people as racist. I see them as people.
Pardon me, the SART nurse,
Aren't you precious?
several hours after the incident, right?
Well,
yes.
You never mentioned to her that you'd been strangled, right?
Didn't mention to her a lot,
Sure.
not because I intentionally didn't want to do it. I didn't remember. I was still in shock.
You didn't mention anything about your throat hurting.
I don't remember what I mentioned to her.
I understand. You never, at any point,
Actually, that word is also banned, Brandon. But because you are mod, you can actually bypass a lot of the. Please don't do it. Don't. You got a wrench, but please don't do it.
told anybody other than today that you had a sore throat or your throat
That's
was
why
sore from after this incident.
That person
right?
isn't here anymore, Julie.
You didn't tell anybody.
At any point during the day after you were arrested, when you're interviewed with people, when the jail or the SART nurse is talking to you, you never once said, oh, my throat is sore because Isaac Schumann strangled me, right?
I don't remember what I told those guys either. I was, like I said, I don't remember lots of the interaction I had with anybody here at the jail.
But today,
Yeah.
almost 2 years later, you remember that the next day your throat hurt. That's
Yes,
what you
because
testified earlier.
I, yeah. And my back.
You can
still have-
remember that detail, but not the other details.
My back still hurts right now.
The SART nurse specifically asked you when she was doing the exam, where are you hurt? And you pointed out some things to her, right?
I may have.
Yeah, but you never once said I had been strangled. I have an injury to my throat hurts, nothing like that.
Because he might have not put two and two together at that point.
I remember.
When she asked you what hurt, you said your butt hurt from the rocks. That was your response to the nurse, right?
Don't remember.
You had said that you're in poor health, or you were at least in poor health back on July 30th of 2022. You had had your bypass surgery 2 years prior to that, right?
Mm-hmm.
The French isn't a race. So, as you know, there's only two things I hate: intolerant people and the Dutch. No, I don't. I like the Dutch, but the French, that's a different story.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And typically people that have medical procedures like that are given restrictions on what they can do in their activities, right?
Yeah.
And you apparently weren't restricted from swimming, snorkeling, doing outdoor sports on a river, right?
I was for a while, but 2 years later, lots of the restrictions, I believe, got lifted.
Those restrictions got lifted because you got better, right?
That does not mean
You
that
can
it's
say
okay
the
for
doctor
people to
makes that
attack
decision,
him.
but he says if you
Holy
feel a little
crap.
better, do as much as you can.
Yeah, and then you were in fact snorkeling and swimming
Take-
and doing things that day, physical activities, right?
And he's allowed to.
Snorkeling in
He's allowed to.
15
Why don't
inches
you
of
go for a
water.
walk
I was
sometime?
mostly just, I didn't even snorkel. That was not a lake or a, but I was just, my whole plan for the day was to just float down the river and relax.
You're able to run, at least you were back on July 30th of 2022, right?
Run.
You were able to run at that time, right? You weren't restricted from running.
I mean,
You didn't have a medical restriction to keep you from running, right?
no.
And in fact, you did run when you ran up on Isaac Schumann's group, correct?
You call that run? Okay. That's not a run, but I wasn't running. I wasn't allowed to run or do any activities like that. So I wasn't running.
At the time that this all happened, July 30th, 2022, you felt sufficiently healthy to go off on your own, away from your wife and your group, to go do snorkeling on your own, right?
It's what I felt.
Proud of me.
Yeah,
Pat
you
myself
did
on the
good.
back.
I just want to check my notes. I think I'm almost done.
Why what? I don't know.
We can have Exhibit 4.
No, I
And
broke Jamie earlier.
I'm going to ask Investigator Schultz to actually handle it since it's evidence, physical evidence.
Can you retrieve the exhibit?
Oh, pull out the knife. Pull out the knife. This was painful, Jamie.
I
This
know.
was physically painful to sit through this. The last hour has just been, I don't remember. But you clearly ran a mile.
If
to get to
investigator
them.
can approach the witness, Your Honor.
He's just
Because he was out snorkeling all day because his wife told him people drop jewelry, so he wanted to look for it. And then he went snorkeling after the phone. And then those kids, he lost his snorkel when he got in a fight with them. And now that's because he can snorkel, he can run, he can kill.
And why did you go down the river? Why'd you even go for the phone? The guy didn't even want you to go for the phone. Why'd you go look?
Helen Jensen, I don't hate you Dutch people. It's from Austin Powers and Goldmember. His dad says, there's two things I hate: people who are intolerant of other people's culture and the Dutch. It's a joke MG and I uses a lot. And I like the Dutch. I've been there a couple of times. They make good beer. It's the French and Swedish people.
We're showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 4, I guess item 10. That's your knife, right?
Yes,
That's the knife you used to stab these people.
that's a knife I used to defend myself with.
You
Yes.
good? Get it, Nick.
I asked you earlier about when you stabbed Dante Carlson.
I think I hate people
You-
from Wisconsin.
Agreed that he was not attacking you at the point that you stabbed him. He was the last person stabbed, right?
He attacked me.
Earlier, when you stabbed him, Tony Carlson had already broke up the fight, right? You said you agreed to that earlier.
But Tapispaya
At
is
that
great.
time, everybody that came in contact with me attacked me.
Anybody who looked at you?
No, anybody that came in contact with me, I felt attacked.
You felt attacked whether you're being physically attacked or not, right?
It does. They had just beat him up.
I was in the moment, so I felt attacked by anybody that had either previously attacked me or was approaching to attack me.
He has every
So
right.
you felt like you could stab folks who are not attacking you at the moment that you stabbed them.
You
It's
You
about
walked
3
up to
inches.
Dante Carlson and stabbed him in the belly, right?
I did not walk up
He
to
should have kept
Dante
his butt
Carlson and
on that
stab him
tube.
in the belly.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
No,
Mr. Nelson?
but you missed it.
If you were asking questions about your fitness on July 30th, I want to ask you some questions about that, okay?
Just maybe we can get it done in one question. Did you feel fit enough to take on 13 teenagers
you.
and adults in a fight by yourself without a weapon?
I didn't, no.
You were asked some questions about what happened with each of these people, right? And you were shown some stills.
Mhm.
Were you in court when, do you know how many frames are in per second of these videos?
I learned they're like 24, 25.
So one frame is a 24th of a second, is that right?
Correct.
When you were in that, let me play the video. I'm going to play exhibit 2.
Play that video.
Yeah, in its entirety.
Yeah. None of
All
this
23 seconds.
baby back. Let's pause it here.
Are you connected?
I think so. Before I am.
Yeah, with sound. Yeah, they watch this because I said 24 frames per second.
Yeah, start over.
The video is in the Discord. I think the entire video is around 3 minutes long. The incident takes 23 to 25 seconds.
I don't have anything on my monitor either.
Have a good night, Becca.
Hi, Becca.
Oh, it's Legal Eagles background.
That's not the screen I'm looking at, Judge. I apologize. My screen looks like that.
Screen is this with the library.
That was my, that's my home screen, but
Come on. Exactly. No, you don't need a shock expert because a shock expert will just as easily rehabilitate any of the state's witnesses when they lied.
I don't know. Judge, maybe I need to take a break.
I'm looking at my screen and it shows the video, so I apologize. I'm flummoxed.
This is Exhibit 2,
This is Exhibit 2. I want to play it from the 150 mark where you, for 14 seconds. So.
In the spirit of cooperation, are you able to use your exhibit?
In the spirit of cooperation.
Apologize, sorry.
I bet you there's a little. We have in our courtroom we have a switch where they have to make sure that they send in the right. It's probably just the same, and the prosecutors always mess it up.
What?
The video, please.
Yeah. Oh, what frame?
Start the video.
Nope. The video.
50, just when he's. All right. Before we press play, Mr. Miu, do you see what's on the screen there at 149?
Yes.
Is that you falling backwards?
Yes.
I want to press play and ask them to stop it at 2:05, okay?
Okay.
Please press play.
Push buttons. Push buttons.
Push.
No one.
He
hit
hit a woman.
And there was
There you go.
punches.
Hands on him. Hands on him.
Yeah.
Did you observe those
And then push down
16
again.
seconds or so?
Yes.
Were you, if there's 24 frames a second and we watch for 16 seconds, as you sit here now, are you able to break down exactly what happened in each of those 284 frames? I mean, do you have a memory of
No.
1/24 of a second?
No,
For
absolutely not.
how, as far as time goes, if you can, and I apologize, but if you can, just put yourself back in that space for a moment.
Mhm.
Can you do that?
Yes.
When you're back in that space, on that river, in that time, did you seem like you had 284 different chances to do different things and feel different things? How did time feel in that moment?
It was not real. Everything was not real. Time wasn't following the same rules.
When you
slow, very slow.
When you said you didn't have a memory of some of the details, but you had a memory of the feelings, can you explain, how is that?
So feelings are brought on by what's happening, at least with me. If you get hit in the head, that's a feeling of hurt. If you fall back and you hit your head, you fall back on river rock and you get hurt, you feel pain. When you know you can't get away and you feel like you're drowning and there are people on top of you pounding you and holding you in the water, that's a timestamp in a filing cabinet that says this is what I suffered.
Do you exactly, go ahead, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, it's something I would love to erase from my memory, but unfortunately, there are lots of those feelings, very strong feelings I can't erase.
How confident are you in the accuracy of your feelings?
Hey, T-Rex.
I know my feelings. I lived with my feelings for 54 years.
How about this feeling? How confident are you in the accuracy of this feeling? That
100% confident that is my feeling. 100% confident.
Even if you can't remember the details of everything you saw?
Correct.
Even if you can't remember the details of everything you heard?
Right.
let me, because there were some questions and I want to just make sure we cover it, right?
Mhm.
AJ, Mark, do you remember each of these acts that you're charged with, each of these acts of stabbing?
No.
Do you remember the particulars, that is, I should say, the particulars of like X person did this or Y person did this or Z person did this?
No.
Do you remember, do you have any memory of just randomly stabbing people?
No.
What is your memory as to why you did what you did?
I was afraid for my life, and what I did, I had to do to defend myself.
Do you have a memory of stabbing anybody that didn't come towards you or attack you or touch you or push you or hit you?
No.
Did you ever just randomly go up and hit somebody?
No.
Do you have any memory of Tony Carlson trying to break anything up?
No.
Do you were asked about that, but I know there's some frames on that. Do you remember the frame in which Tony Carlson's coming up from behind and pushing you?
I didn't know who it was, but I remember being held in the water. I mean, it's a feeling that it gives me the nightmares, the trauma that was caused by that. That's the trauma that I remember.
There were asked some questions there at the end about the Larry and Davis video. Could you make anything out in there?
No, I thought I was looking at Sasquatch.
Do you remember anything about Dante? Dante Carlson is the person on the video previously that we saw here that had hit you. You know that, correct?
Yeah.
And he's the person in those two-tone shorts, correct?
Yeah.
Do you have a memory of how it came to be that you defended yourself against him that's not on the Jawan Cockfield video?
No.
You remember him coming up to you?
I remember lots of people coming onto me. I couldn't distinguish who. I don't remember color of shorts or anything like that.
Did you ever swing or hit the knife out of anger?
No.
Why'd you use the knife?
Because I'm a mechanical engineer, I use it as a tool. But what I used it for that day, I used it to save my life for self-defense.
That's all.
Mr. Smestad?
So, Mr. Miu,
Okay.
Let's take it clip by clip by clip.
you hear over and over again that there was 13 people there, and you're there by yourself, right?
Apparently.
Why didn't you?
We know that's not true because Ariel was behind you.
Objection.
Sustained.
It's
He didn't show up until
13
after.
people did not attack you, correct?
I don't know how many.
Oh my
Looking at the
God,
evidence,
guy.
correct. In the picture at the time, I didn't know that.
13 people were using words that you didn't like, right?
And putting their hands on him.
A-holes.
Right.
Jamie.
2 women
I know.
touched you on your shoulders and arms, right?
Which is assault.
They didn't
Yeah.
just touch me on my shoulders and arms. You know that.
You were 250 pounds at the time,
Doesn't matter.
right?
Yes.
I know.
And
Get
these
it,
women
Nick. You know that.
touching your arms caused you to fear for your life.
They're not touching.
Women.
It's the objection.
That's not the evidence. That's not what he said.
Two
Again,
women
members of the
touched
jury,
you, and you
disregard
were
what the
scared.
attorneys say because what they say is not evidence. What the witness says is the evidence that you rely on. Next question.
You said the time slowed down for you on redirect, right? You said the rules didn't apply, time slowed down.
To me, at that time, everything felt different.
Hey,
If
James.
time had slowed down, you would have time to consider your actions, right?
Oh my
If
God.
it did
What are you
slow down, yes.
talking
I was young when I
about?
said it slowed down.
But that's what you
What
said.
are you
right?
I
talking
understand.
about?
If Madison
If
hasn't been
time
there,
slowed
you wouldn't.
You never told the SART nurse that you had been drowning,
Oh
right?
my freaking God. Hey, the White Rabbit.
Overruled.
You came at a point
Hi,
where
White
we were both
Rabbit.
losing our mind.
I don't remember what I told the doctor.
You never told Lieutenant Hart that you had been drowning?
I don't remember.
Nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Miu. You may come back to the table.
He asked that stupid question.
That was the dumbest thing ever. So if time slowed down, you would have time to think
You do a
about
few
what you were
minutes?
doing,
Just a
right?
couple minutes, yes.
All right, let's come back at 3:45.
If that's a thing.
They're gonna rest.
Yes, 3:45.
Apple River
They're gonna
stabbing
arrest you.
trial in Hudson, Wisconsin.
Somebody got stabbed, and I fit the description.
Yes, you do.
That video they're showing now, I don't think that's good for him.
I heard about it.
You heard about it.
Yeah, and
But I think that beach ball DA ruined more than he did good. He started out great, got him with a couple of good singers, and then he went into all of this crazy. You don't remember that, but you say you don't remember this. Do you remember that now? No, I don't remember that.
Judge Michael
I was not fond of
for the 7 days that
pausing on his face.
He's back
Yeah.
at 3:46.
Saying,
They said
"Oh, you're
3:45.
smiling here, aren't
The jury
you?"
is coming back into the room. Let's listen.
No,
in,
it's fine. You
and
can.
see what they want to do for
When
the
you're
rest of
around,
the
we
day,
calm
but he
down.
does not go beyond 4:30.
You have a
So
soothing
we're certainly in that last
influence
phase
on
this
us.
afternoon.
Defense rest.
Mr. Trofficy, is there another witness? Mr. Nelson?
The defense rests.
All right, defense rests.
Come back
Mr.
tomorrow.
Anderson, will there be a rebuttal?
No.
All right. Members of the jury, that means the evidence is closed. We're almost at the end. I have some matters to discuss with the attorneys. It would not be practical to keep you here and try to push through closing arguments and end up working into the night. So I'm going to release you now. I'd like you to come back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. What is going to happen tomorrow morning is we'll all come back into the courtroom. I will give you the jury instructions. The attorneys will deliver their arguments, and then the matter will be handed over to you for your deliberations. Again, the reminders are the same. No independent research or investigation. Do not talk about this case among yourselves or with anybody else. Do not consult news reports or social media posts about this case. Enjoy the rest of your night, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
They're going crazy.
Yes.
So the poll is up. All evidence is presented.
8:30.
What?
8:30 tomorrow morning.
8:30 tomorrow morning, Jimmy.
Anything else?
8:30.
All right, please take the jury out.
What would you vote right now if you were a part of the jury?
Not guilty.
Yeah,
Hands down.
hit the poll, Jimmy.
I did. Sorry.
You can't. You're influencing the voter pool. You're sitting here saying, "Oh, not guilty." Jimmy.
I love getting you all mad.
Just watch out. I'm not doing it for the culture.
Please be seated.
Well, Louis,
We
there's
are
not a
outside the
reduced
presence of
sentence.
the jury. Mr. Nelson, Mr. Trofficy, do you have anything else concerning the evidence? Motions?
Yes, Judge, we would renew the motion that we'd made before. The arguments are the same. I believe the burden is different. And so if Your Honor wants additional arguments, the facts haven't really changed. It's just the burden has.
I think the burden is the same, but the evidence that I can consider has expanded, correct? I can consider the entire body of the evidence, not just what the state.
Not now.
Offered.
Fair enough.
All right. Mr. Anderson, is there anything that you want to add?
No.
All right. Again, that motion is denied. I stand by my earlier rulings. I think the evidence that has been presented thus far is sufficient to warrant this case going to the jury. This morning, I handed the attorneys rough draft number 3 of the jury instructions. Have you had an opportunity to look at it, or do you need some time?
Not even, I need some time.
How much time?
Me too, Judge. I haven't looked at a page of it.
Are we going on the record or not?
Well, I'd really like to get it done if we could. I don't know how much time you need.
I haven't even looked at it. I apologize, but obviously it's been a full day. And so there are 29 pages, you know, you can tell at least 4:15.
Will that be enough time for you?
Well, I'm going to defer to Mr. Anderson. He's looked at them a little closer than I have.
Should be, Judge. I know that the one, it doesn't need to be lengthy, but I think would be appropriate is something on defense of others, because there's testimony that Dante and AJ were defending, responding to Miu punching Maddie when they
No
responded.
evidence of
So-
that.
No
ever.
evidence.
Kind of recap where I think we are. I had initiated a rough draft of the jury instructions. Includes instructions that I knew were going to be required, ones that I anticipated the attorneys would want, and instructions I thought the evidence would justify. The attorneys and I have discussed the draft. We spoke most recently yesterday. There were some areas where I needed input. I got the input.
1 million.
In the draft you have now, it reflects the changes that we had discussed yesterday. The areas that are in red are areas that remain unresolved from yesterday or were added based on Mr. Anderson's.
We can pull this
submission,
down. It's just
late
a
yesterday,
jury instructions.
regarding the lesser included
Someone asked something
charges
about.
for counts 2 through 5.
No,
So it should
because
look familiar to everybody.
I have my lovely chat. 209 people. I
with the
don't need to
exception of
go
the
and check
portions
what
in
other
red.
chats think. But people are more than welcome to go over there and
Just
check
give
that
me
out.
a better understanding about the defense of others instruction, how you see it fitting in, where do you want it?
So the testimony from Dante and AJ was they saw Miu punch Maddie, so they were defending her. So I think the jury should be able to know.
See you tomorrow at
that
8:30,
not only
Renee.
Is it legal? Is self-defense
Bye.
legal when justified? So defense of others.
What's your reaction, Mr. Trofasi?
Never heard of an affirmative defense being given in a criminal case for a victim. And I haven't looked at it. It strikes me as completely convoluting everything we're doing. But I would need to know, are they saying that gets rid of the right of self-defense? I don't know what it means in terms of
Yeah, exactly.
how the jury is supposed to consider that evidence. If they consider that, are they saying, if you find it's defense of others, then self-defense doesn't apply? I don't think it strikes as self-defense.
Yeah. Mr. Anderson, how does it fit into your argument?
I think when I was reading this before, I think there's a spot where it could be added in very succinctly, but
No, don't even.
I just want to be able to tell the jury that we have these jury instructions in Wisconsin. It's legal to come to the aid of others, and that's exactly what Dante and AJ did.
It's also legal
And
to defend
It
yourself.
it also
Exactly.
intertwines with
But has it reflect on Mr. Miu's guilt or not guilt?
his provocation is what responded them to come to the defense of Maddie, and then he
There's
starts
no-
stabbing people.
There's no clear-cut
And
evidence
they had a
that she
legal
was
right
even
to come
punched
to
in
her
the face.
defense under the theory of defense of others.
So if I may, Judge.
One question, are you proposing the pattern instruction or do you have something custom made?
I think it could be more succinct. I could come back with a.
Because that would remove his right to self-defense because they had the right to attack him to defend Maddie.
Yeah, so the jury could read it as, well, he attacked Maddie, so I guess it's okay.
Yeah, so he
And
should
gets
take a
beat
beating.
down. So he gets beat down.
Yeah, so he want to put it in the jury instruction, but he never argued anything like that. Thank you, Fuba, for one gifted membership that went to Half Iris. We still have 2 that hasn't been given out, so hopefully someone will get an email about with the a membership so they can come look us up tomorrow. But thank you so much, Fubar.
Yeah, why don't you do that so that we're all looking at the same language? What did you want to add?
The only way, again, I agree with Mr. Truxy, because I just don't see how this comes in. The only way would be as it comes in under that red paragraph on page 3 under provocation in some way, but then it doesn't make sense because the issue is whether Mr. Miu's conduct was unlawful. Whether Dante Carlson's conduct was lawful or unlawful has no bearing whatsoever on whether provocation occurred and whether Mr. Carlson or AJ Martin's behavior is lawful or defensive of others. That has no bearing on Mr. Miu's beliefs or the
He's half Irish, right? Didn't I?
Yeah.
Of his beliefs, because there's zero evidence that has been presented that Mr. Miu had any impression, understanding, or knowledge that what was being done to him was legally the defense of others. And so it's just, it's irrelevant, it's prejudicial, it's confusing, it has nothing to do with Mr. Miu's beliefs, which this entire case is about.
All right. Let's put it on hold. Give me the proposed language that you want to have me consider. I'll give you 20 minutes to review the most recent draft. I'd like to, if we could, I'd like to finish the instruction conference today so that we can come in fresh tomorrow morning. But if the clock prevents us from doing so, we may have to adjourn it till tomorrow morning. So we'll reconvene at 4:15.
And are we on the record at 4:15 or are we?
That's my intention, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, because I can't get down with that because none of this, it doesn't, this is about Mr. Miu and what he had a right to do. Did he have a right to defend himself? You can't put in language like that.
Good afternoon once
It's
again
just
from our Fox.
confusing. It's going to confuse the jury. And to say that somebody else was defending somebody else, so that just makes it confusing.
His right to self-defense only pertains to Madison, but the rest of the group who came in aid of Madison wasn't attacking him because they were trying to save her.
When there's no true
That's
proof
burden
that she
shifting
was even
all over
hit.
the place.
It is. To me, that's how it feels.
Yeah, that's stupid. They shouldn't be allowed to put that in there. It doesn't have the best feeling. No, it's 7 a.m. Yeah, here it's 11 p.m. Prosecution is making good points about this. I don't think so. I think they made some okay points when they cross-examined him.
But again, you really look at it as a whole, guys.
Self-defense is a totality. You can't say I'm allowed to stab this woman, but I can't stab him because he is a white knight for that woman. So no, you can't have 13 different roles attached to the people in the group.
Yeah. You can't say he's okay, but not these 5 over here. When you're in that situation, you're doing what you're doing to defend yourself. You don't have, I don't know. And it's not about anything but what this guy thinks in that moment. Everything that happened after the fact to me doesn't even matter because I saw the video. He got attacked.
Yeah.
They were beating on him.
Still, we still have 12 other people we have to agree upon. And if they get to put in that at least four of the people stabbed wasn't self-defense, then he's effed.
Well,
his name was Quinton or something like that.
It muckies up the water and and this is like first degree, so it's a life sentence. There's nothing else.
No, and you can't go in there and say, well, he was allowed to do her, but he was not allowed to do other people, because even if they're yelling for the culture, while they're punching him. We saw how long it took. 13 seconds. At what point should he have looked up and said, "Oh, I know I can't touch him because he's defending her. I can touch him because he didn't declare it was for the culture. I can touch that guy too, but I can't touch the guy behind me smacking me in the head with a fist or slapping me in the face because he's clearly protecting the girl." To me, and they are saying we were angry. We can, and are they allowed to continue their attack to protect her if he doesn't do anything to her? Because Madison is never. It's Riley who was
She's
stabulated.
not. It's the other one. And she, if you look at the video, like it seems like she steps back. So she's not even involved in anything after like 2 seconds. So they get to continue to beat on him. That's okay.
Yeah. No, they don't get self-defense. They get attack in defense of others.
Yeah.
So that's even more crazy. So no, this judge, I liked him in the beginning, and then I thought, what is for the culture? Well, let's do the Urban Dictionary again. Just so everyone knows.
Just so everyone knows it's stupid.
For the culture means doing something because of an additional perceived value of doing that thing. The value can be perceived by yourself, a group of people, or society as a whole. Doing it for the culture is usually, but not always, something you wouldn't normally do, but because the added value of doing it is high, you do it anyway. In order for something to be for the culture, violate bro code or girl code. And it cannot be used as a sole justification of getting with a beat chick guy. If a beat chick guy happens to be the child of your boss you hate, then you can do it for the culture. But the additional perceived value has to outweigh how beat the person is. Example, person A, I can't believe you hooked up with that 50-year-old MILF last night. Person B, I know, haha, I did it for the culture.
I just felt like I got stupider by listening to that. But that's fine.
It's because you're not Riz like I am.
Yeah. Don't say that. Oh my God. I had to ask what that meant too. Jesus.
Yeah, they should have put this up as an argument. Tomorrow will be closing, yes. I don't know. I don't know if he's giving jury instruction before or after. You send a friend packet to US used to the 100% postage. That's expensive. I think it cost me $20 to send something to the US the last time. It's classy. It's for the culture.
So it's very classy. Yeah.
See you later, Ace. See you tomorrow.
Bye, Ace.
So it means social justice warriors mob can attack someone they don't like the looks of. No, it means if you attack someone in a social justice warrior mob, they can attack you to defend that social justice warrior.
Yeah.
According to the state.
According to the state.
Oh, before closing. Okay. Come on back. 10 minutes till they're back. It's 11:05. That's light. No, I'm not going to sleep yet. I have to write it out.
Well, I want to hear if they get this stupid.
Yeah.
thing in.
Yeah, they're coming back in 10 minutes, so you don't have to leave just now. Or if you're leaving, tickle the like button. I have to be better at grifting that.
Jesus.
It's kids. It's always kids who make up stupid. And it's from 2018, so it must be not dope to say that word anymore. No, there's 11 people testifying he did it. Rachel K said, so both were in their rights to defend others or themselves, and that gallery, they should all be ashamed of themselves. Yeah, everyone should. Oh, yeah, we should get you a dog cam, Jamie. Well, Jamie is off cam 95% of the stream anyway, so
Yeah.
we need to got doggos.
The people across the street own a business, so this is the time they leave during the day, so they go crazy.
I think the kid that said it described it as meaning for the greater good.
Mm-hmm.
And the greater good, that's something Tau players say in Warhammer 40k. For those of you who know, it's probably 2 people. 172 people here now, and only 2 of you know what 40k is. I should have had a shirt saying for the culture. I don't sell any of them anyway. It's just me buying them. You store music on your likes. Sorry, I hope super chats count too. Well, they always count. Thank you so much, Wicked Psych. I feel it's always best to confuse the jury in these cases. It's always especially if you're gonna put in a ruling that actually takes away his defense by claiming he had no right to that self-defense because they were doing it for someone else.
Yeah, they attacked someone else, so it's okay that he.
No, not all 13 was attacking him. But you can't tell me if it was 1 or it was 5 or it was 10. And he could neither. Again, it took 13 seconds.
Yeah, we saw it. It was very fast. It was very quick.
Yeah. And again, remember, he only did this to people walking against him.
Mm-hmm.
Google J. Michael Waterman. Why? It's just gonna. Well, I can Google it. Hopefully, I don't get any viruses. J. Michael Water. J. Michael Water. Man. Nothing comes up. If it's Michael J. Waterman, then that's a Vietnam veteran. I don't. I can't see anything. If it's Michael J. Waterman, he's a Marine. If it's that guy, it's Michael J. Waterman. There's a Marine who he's in Arlington. He was a private first class out of Massachusetts Army. Died in Khartoum. That's the only thing that pops up, and some guy who died of the coup. Yes, tomorrow we'll be closing. And 19 to 21 seconds from the video in the Discord from the assault on the old man to the time the kids were on the ground in the river. Yeah, but from he goes down to the first to the last put into people. I think was it 16 seconds they said.
Yeah.
Yeah. Judge J. Michael Waterman. It didn't come up. Is it this judge? Judge J. Michael Waterman. Oh. He has. Oh. This is the judge. I can't pull that up because that's a bad word on this page. Judge R. Michael PDF file. Waterman has been implicated in a deeply disturbing scheme. Oh. Signed falsified search warrant, fully aware that they were based on the most believable false information. And he stalks families of judges. That's not nice. He has an entire website against him.
Who is this guy?
The judge.
The judge in this trial?
Yeah.
Well, a negative website?
Yeah,
about
the
him?
one I just read with the nickname pedophile. PDF file. So they don't like him. Turning in from the FKR crew in Massachusetts. Question: is this the same judge as Rittenhouse? No. Rittenhouse had why can't I remember his name now? He had Jamie, the old idiot.
Schroeder?
He had Judge Schroeder. Yes, it's the same. The lead chair on the defense team is the co-chair from the Rittenhouse case.
Correction.
Michael Waterman, but it's the same guy, right? I found the right one. But thank you so much for the $5. But apparently, you can find a complete website with his name, where they're not friends of his. Well, thank you so much, Dennis. I thought he was doing okay the first couple of days, but I think he really turned it around the last 2 days. Helen, go get some sleep. And I didn't mean anything bad about the Dutch. I really like your beer. Yeah, Bruce Roder. Yeah, the old guy who ordered Girl Scouts cookies in the middle of a murder trial. Are we going back to Reed? I'm not going to cover. There was a hearing today in the Karen Reed case. The defense team didn't even show up. It was just some motions. The press wanted some evidence that was under seal released, and there was nothing there. We will be ready to go to trial on Tuesday, hopefully. Well, jury will be chosen Tuesday. I have a meeting Thursday, but hopefully Jamie can run the ship while it shouldn't be that long. But we are going wall to wall on Karen Reed. Yeah, he also screwed Zachariah Anderson. Yes, impounded is the word I was looking for. Thank you. After 11 o'clock, my English goes down. Free Karen Reed is it's the Karen Reed case. Did she hit her boyfriend with her car, causing him to fall over in the snow and die of hypothermia, or was she set up? Did something else happen? That starts by jury selection Tuesday. I could see the jury selection being quite lengthy in that case, just like in the what's the other one they have been doing jury selection for this week, because so many people have talked about it.
Do you think it's gonna be like
Jury
a
selection
1 day?
could be long.
That's what I mean. Do you really think it's gonna be that long, or do you think it'll take the 1 day?
Yeah. I have a full playlist of. There's channels out there way more dedicated to covering it. I have covered the hearings because I find it interesting. I've done some read-throughs of the allegations against her and the evidence provided so far. But I'm not a full-time. I don't go in and cover cases. Mostly I just do them when they're running, because I don't have time to sit down and do 2 hours after this one. Yeah, it'll take all week because some days on. Yeah, Tuesday is a half day. Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays are full days, right? And Tuesday, Thursday are half days.
Requesting lesser included offenses?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, I missed that. Yes by the state, no by the defense. Mr. Anderson, which lesser includeds?
I'm satisfied with the ones in the draft instructions, Judge.
Okay, so I want to make sure we're clear on the record here. You're requesting lesser includeds for count 1 to include second-degree intentional homicide, first-degree reckless homicide, second-degree reckless homicide.
Correct.
They're going to land on
For
a
counts
lesser included. He's going to
2,
get
3,
convicted.
4, and 5. You're requesting lesser includeds
Check
for
that,
attempted
yes.
second-degree homicide, for first-degree recklessly endangering safety, and second-degree recklessly endangering safety.
Correct.
Mr. Nelson, any comment?
We object.
Any basis?
Below on the facts. I mean, I don't want to try to be efficient here, but I don't think it's supported by the facts that have been presented here. Certainly as to, I understand count 1, second degree. We prefer not, but I don't think there's a basis in law or fact for me to make an argument that he doesn't get second degree intentional.
We love you, Money G.
Count 1, first degree reckless. I don't think that there is a basis in fact that there is any evidence that it was utter disregard for human life in this situation where the person.
in Denmark, you can't just come in here. You can say if you accuse someone of stealing because you found a whole lot of stolen goods at the place, you can say we charge him with stealing, subsequently fencing, because that's lesser than. But you can't sit there and say, well, we charged him with violence. Now we've heard all the evidence. Well, we didn't really feel like it. Maybe it was just a simple assault. Now, and because they put in lesser included, the likelihood of him being convicted goes up exponentially.
Yep.
Mr. Schumann died instantly. So for those so we object to first degree reckless as to count 1.
Not much. They're just
Go through
doing
the
jury
counts, let's do
instructions.
Count 1 first.
Now go through the other counts.
As to counts 2 through 5. Again, I understand that second degree intentional is a lesser included of first degree.
I don't know.
Intentional.
I mean, civilly, I think they can, but
Yeah, but he can civilly go after them because
prefer
they
that
attack
it be
him.
offered. I agree that there's a factual.
tie it up in court all day
The
long.
reckless endangerment, first degree.
They could probably sue each other.
There's no evidence that it was.
They can sue him for injuries, and he can sue them for the expenses to the court
Case
case
law that
in
I've
2 years
seen
of his life.
supports the fact that reckless endangerment is a lesser included of attempted homicide.
Mr. Anderson.
So basically, both the state and defense are entitled to ask for a lesser included offense, and it's error for the court not to include lesser included offenses as long as there's a basis. So a jury could conclude that although he was reckless in stabbing these people, he didn't actually have the intent to kill them, hence the reckless charges. The self-defense is still at issue in all of them, but I think it's appropriate to have the lesser included.
Then you should charge him with.
My understanding of the law is that either party may make a request for lesser included. One party's decision to request lesser included cannot be challenged by the other party. So here the state is making the request. It's entitled to the instruction as long as the evidence supports it. In my judgment, the crimes that are being requested as lesser included are in fact all lesser included offenses. The homicides in count 1.
Reckless homicide. Wisconsin.
The lesser degree of homicides certainly are. Same with the attempted homicides in counts 2 through 5. There's also a case law that says that the reckless conduct for each of the classes of offenses are lesser included. So I'm satisfied that the
first degree reckless homicide is a serious criminal charge in Wisconsin and is punishable by up to 16 years. A more mitigated version of the offense is punishable by up to 40 years. The maximum penalty depends upon the circumstances of the offense. Do we have? Can I find something about second degree? Because I think they took it down to that as well. 25 years. Second degree is a maximum of 25. Carries a 25-year sentence.
charges themselves are lesser
It's
included
a
offenses.
life sentence.
I'm also
for him.
satisfied that the facts support the lesser included crimes that have been requested. I think Mr. Anderson's assessment is correct. That the jury
I do
could
recap
conclude
videos
that Mr.
if you want
Miu
to
did not
fast
have the intent
update
to
me.
kill, but he did engage in reckless conduct by indiscriminately jabbing and swinging his knife.
He didn't indiscriminately
around people. He testified today that he really didn't know what was going on, didn't know who was hitting him, didn't know where people were necessarily. It all happened very fast. Yet the knife was used in a way that would show.
Apparently, that's allowed in the U.S. It's not in Denmark.
Reckless in nature. When considering utter disregard for human life, there are a number of factors to consider. what he was doing, why he was engaged in the conduct, how dangerous the conduct was, how obvious the danger was, whether the conduct showed any regard for life, and all other facts and circumstances relating to the conduct.
About their life.
Again, we have a man who is using a knife in a dangerous way,
They were
indiscriminately brandishing it against others. Others were injured. Mr. Miu left the scene, left the wounded behind. After a delay, he tubed past them without rendering aid, without notifying police what happened. I think those are all facts that one could conclude are utter disregard for human life. So I'm satisfied that the facts support each of the lesser included instructions that have been requested by the state. All right, what I'd like to do is walk through the instructions that I have. If there's an objection or something that you think warrants discussion, please stop me.
Because it looks
and then
like
we can have a
judge from Night Court
conversation about it. I intend to issue 100 opening instructions, 145 information, not evidence, 1017 first degree intentional homicide with self-defense, and the 3 lesser includeds that I mentioned.
I do have objections about that, just I'm not sure when you want to.
Yes. What's the objection?
On page 3, I don't have objection to 1017 in general, Judge, just some of the wording within 1017. On page 3, the first paragraph, the definition of great bodily harm is included based upon our request. We're comfortable with great bodily harm means other serious permanent bodily injury, as opposed to the entire definition. My understanding, the state wants the entire definition.
Mr. Anderson?
We have a legal definition. I think it makes sense to use the legal definition.
I believe that this is the legal definitions out of the statute. There's also a jury instruction with this definition. That's what I used. I didn't feel comfortable taking parts out of it because I didn't know how the attorneys intended to argue. So the entire definition is in there. I think the attorneys can use whichever portions they choose
And
to use,
chat
but it is a correct statement of the law.
79% not guilty, 11%, 10%
10%
don't know, and 9% guilty.
I previously filed document
It's kind of the same as we saw the
submitted
other days.
a modified version of jury instruction 815. I sent that again last night via email to everybody at the court's request. I believe that that is a more accurate rendition of the law. It's our position, as outlined in document 318, that the state needs to specify what was the unlawful conduct, which was of the type to provoke others to attack. And that there's a need in this paragraph for the court to tell the jury that it is the law that they have to prove the unlawful conduct, which is the basis for the provocation beyond a reasonable doubt. I appreciate they have to disprove self-defense, but since provocation is the state's attempt to put a hurdle in front of whether we get self-defense, I think it needs to be made clear in that paragraph that it's the state's burden to prove the provocation occurred beyond a reasonable doubt. And again, I'm happy to go on in more detail, but I think the document number 318 with the case law that's cited in footnotes is a better argument than what I'm verbally making right now.
Mr. Anderson?
It's a pattern jury instruction. I looked at the motion filed by defense. The authority they used were 2 Washington state cases from the 1980s that there's been, I didn't see that it's been adopted in any other state since the 1980s. I saw a couple of California cases that cited to them that were over.
The first degree reckless self-defense is acquittal. Self-defense is acquittal. If you self-defense, no matter what degree it is, you're free to go. But the first degree reckless homicide, that is a 60-year maximum.
Returned. There's no such authority in Wisconsin to modify the pattern jury instruction that's drafted by the jury instruction committee to conform with Wisconsin law. So the closest thing I could find I included in my response, which is directly negated a Minnesota court case that was cited. So I don't see.
If there's a hung jury, the state will choose if they're gonna try again. They do that in the Treehouse case. We saw it in the Caroline Tyler case. Sometimes they just let it go.
Recommendations as to what the court can instruct the jury as to what the law is, but I appreciate we're asking for a modification. But in response to the state, it seems like the state is saying, I need to have some authority to say why we shouldn't use 815 in the manner that it's here. A, I provided authority. I agree that it's not Wisconsin because there's no issue on point in Wisconsin. But I think we all agree, at least we did yesterday in chambers, that the burden is on the state to prove provocation beyond a reasonable doubt. So if we all agree that that's the law, the purpose of the jury instructions is to tell the jury the law, then why would we want to include that in this paragraph to make it clear? I can tell you, Judge, and I understand my understanding is not the basis, but you know, there are lots of lawyers involved in this case. And I think we all agree that this 29 pages of jury instructions is probably some of the most complicated reading we've ever done in our legal careers. And so anything we can do to simplify it, I think, is worthwhile for a group of eventually 12 people who do not have law degrees.
So under the self-defense statute, Mr. Miu loses the privilege of self-defense if he provokes an attack by unlawful conduct. So I'm hearing two arguments. One is that the phrase unlawful conduct must be identified and defined. The other is that the instruction should include some reference to the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. In terms of the modifications requested by the defense, no Wisconsin case law supports the request. The reference to unlawful conduct is part of the self-defense statute, section 939.48. The phrase is not an element of a crime that may require more specificity. Second, the phrase is not limited to a single act. It is broad enough to include multiple acts, whether they be criminal acts or tortious acts, but acts nonetheless that would cause a reasonable person to physically react. In this case, there is credible evidence that Mr. Miu engaged in unlawful conduct during his encounter with the tubers. There is credible evidence that his conduct was of a type likely to provoke an attack by others. The jury will need to evaluate that conduct and the conduct of others and determine how it affects the self-defense claim. So while I understand some of the issues that other states have wrestled with, in Wisconsin, we do not have any authority to support the specificity that is being requested by the defense. As far as the burden of proof, I also declined to modify the language. In my judgment, the pattern instruction is adequate and it correctly states the law. I don't want to make modifications that could potentially be confusing or misleading. I think by adding additional language about the burden of proof with regard to provocation could do just that. It is true that the state has the burden of disproving self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. The state has the burden of proving every fact necessary for a finding of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. I relied on the pattern instructions. Those instructions repeatedly instruct the jury on these basic points.
That one guy isn't
adding
here
more
anymore.
language about the burden of proof
That's
to the provocation
justification.
paragraph could confuse the jury because it would imply an obligation to prove provocation. The state is not required to prove provocation. The state is required to disprove self-defense. The state may achieve that in a number of ways. Provocation is one of them. If the state elects to disprove self-defense by way of provocation, then the state will need to prove it beyond reasonable doubt, and the pattern instructions adequately instruct the jury about that burden. So those are the reasons why I'm denying any additional modifications. Were there other objections to 1017?
Yes, Judge. The next paragraph, I don't believe that there's a factual basis for that, which would normally be a bracketed portion of 815, and that is that the person who provokes an attack, whether by lawful or unlawful conduct with intent to use such an attack as an excuse, and then it goes on. That's the sentence which I don't believe that there is a factual basis to support its inclusion in 1017.
Mr. Anderson?
Before he even ran up on the boys, he touched his knife in his pocket. He kept touching his knife in his pocket while people were telling him to leave. He took out his knife and still nothing happened. And then witnesses say he punched Maddie. After they responded, he started stabbing people. So I think it's not a huge stretch to argue that he punched Maddie to provoke the response that would give him an argument for self-defense.
Is that really the state's theory?
I think there's an argument.
Sure. Is that the state's theory?
I don't think it's in what I'm going to argue to the jury, but I would mention if they believe that.
That is so.
That's, oh my freaking God.
What is your theory? You can't say, oh, well, that's not our theory, but I can pretend like it's our
Yeah, I can just mention it.
Again, the optional paragraph that we're talking about is an accurate statement of the law. A judge's decision to give an instruction. It's discretionary. It has to be based on the facts of the case. So are there facts to believe that Mr. Miu was looking to stab people but just needed the right excuse? And he punched Madison Cohen so he'd have that excuse? That's what you're saying?
Yes. That's an argument we could make.
Are they serious?
Yeah.
He's looking to stab people. So
Help
he
me better
wanted
understand
to-
the facts then.
Oh my God.
That leads you to that argument. Also, is it an argument that you're going to make? Because if you're not going to make it, I'm not going to include it because it's not relevant.
I was planning on briefly mentioning it, and then moving on to other theories or other
You're a shitty person.
theories of the case.
These closing arguments are going to
But
make
I think I've
me
given my argument,
lose.
Judge. If
I might end up drinking tomorrow, Jamie.
I mean, we're asking that it not be included. These are complicated instructions. I don't think they've met their burden to prove that a reasonable jury could think that. Your Honor, I know is very judicial in letting juries decide things that are jury matters, but it sounds like Your Honor has, even in that interpretation, skepticism as to how any reasonable jury could think that. And
No, not necessarily that. It seems to run in the face contrary to the theory that I've heard. But, it's the state's case, and if you want to give them a menu of options, it's your choice. I'll include it. Next.
Next, Judge, and this is,
tell them what you
I know
think
this
is
is not
happening,
efficient, but
not give
this,
them a
as
menu
applies
of
to this case, the effective law of self-defense, I think
He's
That's
those
the craziest thing I've ever
next-
heard. This
Yeah.
really is this real life?
5 bullet points, the wording of it, well, implies that the burden of proof is with Mr. Miu. And he doesn't have to prove that his belief was reasonable.
So you're talking about pages 3 and 4.
Correct.
Bullet points.
Correct. Those 5 bullet points under as as applies to this case, the effective law of self-defense is, again, it's a summary. I don't think it's necessary. I appreciate that it's part of the standard, but I think it flips the burden within those 5 bullet points because it implies that they have to, the jury has to find his belief was reasonable, which isn't what they have to find. The jury has to find that the state has proven his belief was unreasonable. That's different.
Yeah.
I understand the objection. I'm going to include it. It's part of the pattern instruction. While I have
Okay.
discretion to deviate from the pattern instruction, I see no reason for doing so here. What the bullet points do, in my opinion, is put all of this law into context of how it fits together with the lesser includeds and a finding of not guilty. It
I don't
puts it
think I have
in
anything
5 bullet
18-year-old.
points. And I think it
think I have a 16-year-old.
encapsulates a lot of different concepts and gives the jury a understandable roadmap for the thought process that they can utilize in reaching their verdict. In no way does it suggest that
It
Mr.
should
Miu
be-
has the burden of proving any of these elements.
Shouldn't
It just
give
describes
them a roadmap
the way it all fits together.
with all these different
In fact, on page 4, the paragraph immediately after the bullet point refers to the state's burden of proving all facts necessary to constitute the crime is beyond a reasonable doubt. Later in the instruction, the court provides much greater detail on the elements of proof and what needs to be considered. Again, there's more reference to the burden of proof being on the state. So I think that the law is accurate and it does not mislead the jury. Anything else?
Yes.
No, I'm holding
The
out
next
hope.
paragraph, the use of the word established, I think it should be, so the paragraph reading
We
instead,
have some 12-year-olds.
I think it should read, instead you will be asked to determine whether the state has cross out established and put proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and then go back to the standard language.
You lost me. Which page?
Page 4, the paragraph underneath the
Good
4
morning,
bullet points, the second sentence beginning with the word instead. The 4th line down, second word in is established. I think that word should be crossed out and we should use the word proven and then we should include beyond a reasonable doubt. Just we use proof all the other times, and now here in this section, we use established. I just think it's more accurate to say proven, and obviously it is their burden to prove it, the necessary facts beyond a reasonable doubt. So
That's exactly what was said in the sentence right before it.
which is why that's why it doesn't make sense to me. If we use the word prove in the first sentence, why are we using the word establish in the second sentence and the word establish in the third sentence? Even if you don't include beyond a reasonable doubt, which I understand Your Honor says the first sentence covers that. Just change the word establish to proven. At least then we're consistent with that language.
I'm going to leave it as is. I don't want to wordsmith too much. It's not misleading. I think it's accurate. The first sentence clearly states the state's burden to prove all facts necessary to constitute a crime beyond a reasonable doubt. And then I think for probably flow and just general understanding, it uses the word established. Yeah, I think it is implicit that it's established beyond a reasonable doubt. There's really no other way to read those following sentences. What's next?
Page 6, the last paragraph. I appreciate that the standard language says you must not find him guilty. I think the simpler language is you must find him not guilty.
How can that possibly be correct?
Because the verdicts are guilty and not guilty. And so
But it
if it
completely
says,
ignores the lesser included.
no, it says, if you are not so in my reading, it would say, if you are not so satisfied, you must find him not guilty of first degree intentional, and you must consider the next one.
But they're not returning a not guilty verdict.
I appreciate that they're not putting out a verdict, but I think that that's the finding.
I'm going to leave it as is. There's a lesser included, there's a sequence. They start with first degree. If they don't agree there, they go to second degree, and so on and so forth. And at the end is when they would reach the not guilty if they are not persuaded on guilt for any of the charge or lesser.
Yeah, he's going to jail.
offenses. Putting in, you must find him not guilty, I think would be misleading and contrary to law.
Yes, and he did
Anything else in that instruction?
some
No,
parts
Judge.
good, some
Oh,
parts
well,
not so
I
good.
mean, I'm sorry. Next is page 8 on the paragraph determining whether beliefs were reasonable. The last sentence of that paragraph, instead of his acts, I think it should say the alleged crimes, because we're not assessing his beliefs about anything other than his beliefs at the time that he committed these alleged crimes. So if you include from the standpoint of the time of his acts, it's much broader, and we're not trying to establish the reasonableness of his beliefs in the first 1 minute
So
and
they didn't
49
prove their
seconds of that
case,
video.
but they just did
There's
a
nothing about
technicality.
the
I hate
reasonableness
that.
of his beliefs then. It's only about the reasonableness of his beliefs when he committed these crimes. So I'm just asking that his acts be crossed out and replaced by the alleged crimes or the charged crimes.
I'm going to leave it as is. I don't want to wordsmith. It's an accurate statement of the law. This is a pattern instruction by the jury instruction committee, which is a committee of, I think, at least 10 judges. These instructions have been vetted and reviewed and studied. And in my judgment, 10 minds are better than one. And I just don't feel comfortable.
It depends.
wordsmithing and
The
changing
one
words
person a
without fully
genius and the 10
appreciating and
people
understanding,
idiots.
the effect that those changes may have to the broader meaning of the instruction.
And again, I understand. I just want to make sure my point is clear for the record. I disagree. I don't think it's an accurate statement of the law, but I heard your honor and we'll move on.
Okay. Anything else?
Same complaint on page 8 about the wording of not find Mr. Miu guilty as opposed to find Mr. Miu not guilty. But I, again, understand your honor's previous ruling would be consistent to overrule my objection.
Next.
Yep, I'm working through this, Judge. I'm going as fast as I can. Page 10, under jury's decision, again, the same issue comes up that Your Honor had previously mentioned. That's all on 1017, Judge. I believe I previously mentioned State v. Austin, and well,
No, because they haven't argued closing arguments yet.
I would prefer the elements of the crime on page 9 include self-defense. I appreciate that, consistent with Austin. Element number 2 includes the language required by Austin, and element number 3 includes the language required by Austin. So I'll just leave it at that.
That was my assessment as well when I read Austin and considered your comments from yesterday. It looks like those pieces of law were already incorporated into the pattern instruction, just may not be in the position that you preferred.
1072 on page.
Wait.
Sorry.
Any objections, Mr. Anderson, on this
No.
state?
No.
1072.
First paragraph, second sentence, the word attempted is left out.
All right, thank you. Anything else in that paragraph?
No, Judge.
All right. I imagine you have similar objections to 1072 that you had in 1017.
Yes, Judge. The bullet points on page 12, and in particular, which, again, I'm not trying to I'd make the same arguments. I appreciate Your Honor's previous ruling. But nevertheless, I make those arguments. At the bottom of page 12 in red, where it talks about first degree recklessly endangering safety, I believe you would need to add at the end of that sentence and is at the end of the bullet point at the top of page 13 to be consistent with Austin, which we previously stated. You should add the
61 views,
words
and
at
then
the
I'm
end of
over
that
2,000.
and
I
did
think that
not
would be my
act
highest live
lawfully
ever.
in self-defense.
You're excused.
So what I did
You can leave class.
when 1017 provided a nice pattern instruction.
Yeah,
for,
was it you who sent me that
first-degree
chick
intentional
with the
homicide
money?
with the 3 lesser
We
included
might
and self-defense?
look at some of that doing
There wasn't
verdict watch.
a similar pattern instruction for attempted first-degree homicide with the lesser included and self-defense. So what I did is I tried to mirror the modifications in red to what exists in 1017. Basically followed the same flow, the same thought process. And that's where I came up with the language in red. The Austin language is included where I define the crime in more detail. The bullet points on pages 12 and 13 are simply the instructions effort to put everything into context in a way that is simple and understandable for the jury. This isn't the instruction itself about the elements of the offense or the things that the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt.
He wordsmiths
It's
when
just
it fits
an
in.
explanation, like the introductory language that precedes it.
We always are.
To help the jury better understand how these lesser included offenses all fit together.
If I may, my concern is, well, I hear Your Honor, the argument that I'm making now, I would go back on 1072, page 4, in request. And again, I understand, Your Honor, that the same 7 words, and did not act lawfully in self-defense, be added on page 4 in the summary of first-degree reckless homicide and second-degree reckless homicide. Otherwise, when we talk about both in 1017 as and in 1072, when we talk about the intentional crimes, self-defense is included in that summary. When you talk about the reckless, it isn't, which if somebody goes and does a quick glance without doing a deep dive, it may I'm worried the jury would think they just look at that and then they don't have to think about self-defense. And so to add those 7 words, I don't think is contrary to the law, and I don't think it's confusing. I think it's just correct.
I disagree because Austin didn't say
Why?
you need to look at utter disregard for human life and self-defense separately. What Austin said is that someone does not act in utter disregard for human life when they are acting in self-defense. Now, that may be a small, subtle nuance, but I think it's an important one. And the concept of self-defense is subsumed in the term utter disregard for human life. And that's the way that Austin presented it, and that's how the instruction reads when you get to the detailing of the elements of the offense. All right, what else do you have?
On the paragraph on page 13, the same arguments I made before about the difference between the use of the word establish as opposed to proven. Just again, note the similar objection.
Noted.
At the last sentence, which I also, on page 13, it's the same last sentence as is on page 4 in 1017. And so I want to incorporate this argument for both. Instead of using the words, you will be instructed to find Mr. Miu not guilty, I think this is the instructions. So I think you should just say, you must find Mr. Miu not guilty. I don't know.
I'm sorry, you lost me. Where are you? On page
The
13?
last, on page 13, the paragraph beginning, because the law provides. Are you with me?
No.
The top of page 13 under the red bullet point.
Yes.
The last sentence of that paragraph, the words will be instructed. I think those words should be crossed out and say must.
Yeah, but that's the
It
problem.
implies you will be instructed to find Mr. Miu not guilty. The literal meaning is I'm not telling you that now, but I'm going to tell it to you later. And I get it.
Is it meaningful?
It is to me.
Oh.
I think the word should be, you must find Mr. Miu not guilty, because you're instructing them now in this moment. You're not telling them about what you're going to do at a future moment, which is what it implies in this sentence.
What difference does it make? That's what I don't understand.
This
If
is
it doesn't make a
this
difference,
man's
then
life,
why wouldn't we
Judge.
agree?
Come
Why?
No, that's not the way it works.
Well,
You tell me why it's different, and I'll consider making a change.
because this implies I'm not telling you that right now, right? I'm going to tell you that later, but we don't actually tell them that later.
We do.
When do you say, if the state does not satisfy those facts as established by the evidence, you will be instructed? When do you give that instruction?
It's I'm looking at page 20. For one, if you are not so satisfied, referring back to the previous paragraph, you must find him not guilty. And I believe it's also in 140.
Okay. I stand by my argument. I appreciate your Honor's comments, but
Anything else in this instruction?
Same on page 16, determining whether beliefs were reasonable, the same arguments that I had made previously when discussing 1017.
Okay, objections noted.
I just need to, I got about this far, Judge, so if I know it's
Well,
not fun to watch anybody read, but
In Wisconsin, they can't
that's
even
as far
get
as
a
I got
DA's
in my
office
in-depth
together,
reading
so why
before.
should the judges be better? Yeah, I think he's going to be convicted now.
Mr. Anderson, do you have any concerns or objections to 1072?
No, Judge. I'll also say too, I'd change my mind on the asking for a special change or instruction on defense of others. I think I can make the argument with the provocation instruction.
Thank you. You weren't going to get it anyway. All right, let's, I don't want to just gloss over the rest of 1072, but we'll put it aside for the moment. Let's continue on. because I think the others are
I don't
probably
like her.
pretty easy.
I want her to chill out.
There was a request yesterday to use 1220A with the self-defense battery. Any objection?
Exactly. They should be very
No.
easy to understand. It shouldn't
And
be
this,
like
I
80 pages of law.
Trust this is 1220A, and so.
It should be.
Okay. Yes, then thank you. We
I
agree?
think the red language is the new stuff.
Sure.
That's the difference.
Is that true, Ariel? Have you seen anything? Please send it my way, because when we go on Verdict Watch, I would love to read that.
Continuing on, 990. I think there was a request last night to include the more robust definition of great bodily harm, which I included. It's in the red text. It's the same definition that you saw earlier. It's repetitive, but one came at the beginning, this one comes at the end. So the rest are kind of sandwiched in between.
The minute those idiots said that's not our theory, but we'll argue it, I was
No
done
objection, I'll
with this.
continue on.
It's bullshit.
140, burden of proof. There was a request last night for a modification to the last sentence, which I made. It's in the red text.
Neil, that's always what my saying is
objection from
always,
the
it's not
state.
about the law, it's about the jury.
We filed our previous objections in writing, and I appreciate the modification. Thank you.
And you
Continuing
can't,
on,
you don't know what
103,
the
evidence
jury
defined.
is made up of.
170, circumstantial evidence. Last
No,
night,
25 years.
again, this is, I'm
Well,
referring
yeah,
to last
then he
night, I'm
has
talking
four-
about the
yeah.
Chambers conversation off the record.
Yeah, probably.
Mr. Anderson
It,
requested
accumulates.
172, so I included that. Any comment?
We object.
Mr. Anderson, why do you think it's justified?
The evidence is that he walked away, changed his appearance, tubed past the chaos. Yeah, discarded the knife, tried to walk past an officer, and essentially was only apprehended because he was recognized from the photo. So I think it's appropriate.
I think
Because
the facts
they can
support
do
the
that.
instruction.
It's stupid.
Obviously, there's competing inferences, different arguments can be made, but this instruction is an accurate statement of the law and will give the attorneys a platform for making those those arguments. Continuing on, 157 remarks of counsel, 155 exhibits, 148 objections, 147 improper questions, 190 weight of evidence, 195 jurors' knowledge, 300 credibility.
Chelsea, that's why I'm saying
160 closing arguments,
jury
460 closing instruction,
jury
485 verdicts submitted,
experts are the same as
with lesser
people who
included
believes
counts.
in horoscopes. You don't know. I can sit here and make up
including with
saying
515.
because there's so many people
Mr.
over
Nelson, does
50,
your client
they will
request any
feel
special
his way.
instructions regarding
But I
his
don't know.
decision to testify?
I hope
It could be
so.
a badass 90-year-old who would have done the same. It could be a bad grandmother who feels sorry for her kids.
Hold on.
I mean, that's all we need
So-
is one holdout. So hopefully that 90-year-old was like, well, I'd do the same thing. That's all we need.
Yeah. F1, I'm agreeing. And yeah, we hospice just sometimes.
Just so we're clear, Judge, I'm
just
not
like
asking
Jamie.
for the instruction. Obviously, the law is the law
What's
is the
the
law,
banner in the
and
bottom?
either
Hey,
side,
give her grace. She's been sick.
well, they won't quote from
I'm
315.
sorry,
They can
hospice.
make
Just don't do
arguments
like Jamie.
consistent
Don't
with
be mean.
315.
Absolutely. Did either of you look at the wording of the verdict?
I did, and
Verdicts?
I appreciate it's perhaps different with lesser includeds, but it's, our position that since he's presumed innocent, that the verdict of not guilty is the first choice.
Mr. Anderson?
I don't have anything to add, Judge. I know that this is the standard way, and I don't see a reason to change it.
I understand the sentiment of wanting to have the not guilty read first. I don't think it makes a difference one way or the other. I don't think it is suggestive which verdict is read first. The reason why I organize it the way I do is because I think it's consistent with the order of proof. The state going first, defense going second. So that's the way I order it. Is there anything that you think I missed that should be included?
No, Judge. I just want a chance to finish reading 1072.
Yes, and what I propose we do is adjourn for the night since it's 5 o'clock. I'd like to have the attorneys come back tomorrow at 8. And we can pick up the instruction conference. That'll give
And tomorrow's
the attorneys
is
a little
trash
bit
day,
extra
so
time to
I'm
look
going
at
to be woken up
1072.
by
Since that
the
instruction
garbage
did have a
collectors at 5
substantial
a.m.
amount of additions.
Hopefully I can
given
fall
the,
back asleep.
Late edition of the lesser included offenses. So we can pick up where we left off. But at least this gives me a clear indication that most of what's been prepared is going to be delivered. Is there anything else that you think we need to address?
Nothing I can think of. I guess we did have I think these might not have gotten numbers.
I'm 13 views away from 2,000.
I'll pick up Mark.
I don't think I have had that.
What was it marked as?
Stop what?
Good job.
Being tired? Who, but I know you don't sleep.
90. So that was the illustration.
Well,
90.
that's it for today.
Yeah.
They're just putting numbers on evidence.
Mhm.
That was a long day.
It was long.
Yeah. And lesser included, my he's going to jail meter just went up to 80%, 85%, I would even say.
Mm.
I hate when they get to put it in.
I don't like it.
No, because it taints the jury, because they say, well, I didn't think he killed them, and you have the split. You have 12 people in there. 6 of them is saying guilty. 4 of them is saying not guilty. 2 of them are like, yeah, we could go both ways. And the 6 people will say, come on, guys, if you can't give us first degree, give us second degree reckless. You know he did it. Come on now. And that's what I don't like. Because I'm pretty sure we saw that in the Caroline Tyler case. After 38 hours of verdict watch, they came back in their 4th trial in the same case and said, yeah, what did she end up with? Reckless? Yeah, I think she got reckless.
Involuntary.
Yeah, involuntary manslaughter. Have
Which
to
made
spend
no sense.
no. Have to spend the next 14 years in prison. That's so crazy. I don't. Yeah. So if just one say not guilty, it's a mistrial. If they stick to it, that will be a hung jury, it's a mistrial, and the state have to run it again or let it go. The state chooses if they want to do it again. They can just let it go. He won't be found not guilty, but yeah, they just didn't prove their case. That's what happened in the Caroline Tyler case. She had 2 mistrials. Then she got convicted in first degree unaliving. But because they used an expert who had no expertise in his field of expertise, it was overturned. It returned as a mistrial. In the 4th trial, they got her of involuntary unaliving after 38 hours of, and that was so crazy. They had a jury sitting there, and that was 22 hours into verdict, into the jury deliberation. They pulled out 2 or 3 of the jury, put in 3 new ones, and said, "Oh, just start over." You can't do that after 22 hours. The 9 people who have been there the entire time had made up their mind. But they had lesser included for the first time. And lesser included will always be, instead of the compromise will be, well, just we'll compromise on a hung jury. No, the compromise will be the lowest of the lesser included. I hate
Especially
those.
when we heard the jury question of they wanted to know like what kind of sentence she would get.
Yeah, yeah. What's the minimum for this and that? Yeah. So yeah. But no, Jamie, it's going to be interesting to see the state put on their case that they don't know about their case tomorrow. Their theory that we don't know our theory.
Oh, that was oh my God, that was so infuriating.
Yeah, he's
He was touching his knife and he was just starting a fight so he could stab people. Really?
yeah, he was just out looking for a little action. But he didn't brandish it, and when and then it was a problem when he pulled it out that he didn't brandish it in the face of someone,
Yeah,
and threatened them.
he kept it at his side until they punched him. And well, actually, yeah, he didn't. Well, it was a minute. It wasn't even right away either. He got hit a couple times.
Yeah, he went down before he started doing it. But we'll be back tomorrow, 9:30 Eastern, 8:30 Central. That'll be what, 7:30 Western? I don't know if it's Pacific. Dingo o'clock in Australia, and 3:30 in Denmark. Well,
Okay.
15:30 in Denmark, because we know that there's 24 hours in a day. What's in Eastern European time? It depends on which country. If I think Ukraine, that's an hour. Russia, that's 3 hours. So Medina will have to. That's 4:30. Me, that's 3:30. All our British people will be at Sniper Pew Pew, for example, will be 2:30. I'm getting good at all the time zones.
You really are.
So Kim is always ready at Dingo o'clock. Romania, that's the same time zone as us, I believe. 8:09 a.m. Yeah, it's midnight. You're 8 hours ahead of me, and I'm 7 hours ahead of Central Time. It's funny how time works. It's different. It's a social construct.
It is.
So no, not 6:30. Yeah, time is a social construct, and so is birds chirping in Jamie's ears. Thank you all so much for the gifted memberships, the super chats, all the love. Tickle the like button if you haven't done it. We reached 2,000 live viewers today. Amazing. Love you all so very much. And Jamie, I can't say this enough to you, but you know what I'm going to say.
Your Honor, I apologize.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor. 100, because it is 100% correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you see the lawyer's face? Okay, we have to go back and they.
Widower case.
Did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody
Wait a minute, I need this story time.
Everybody has.
Everybody has.
Everyone has slept with his mother.
If I showed you.
Oh my God.
I'm having a Jamie moment. And the way he just said it, he was just like, everyone had things on YouTube.
Mr. Randolph, do you?
I gotta get mad.
You called him chicken shit.
That's right, you was chicken shit.